versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Steady drizzle. I don't think it's heavy yet.
No, we're going on. Curses. Oh, how disappointing. It's a shame. Khawaja is on 195.
Is Cummins obliged to let Khawaja get to his 200? He's only 5 runs away. No?
No. Hopefully we can get a few more this morning and see how we go.
That's the plan? A few more this morning?
Haven't spoken to anyone, but I assume that's the case.
Uzi's stranded there on 195.
The captain's got to let him get it.
He's got to. That's the thing.
Flem thinks. No, don't worry about that.
No, you've got to do that.
I want wickets. Give me the ball in hand.
If you were ever on 195 not out, what would you think?
I'm not the captain, mate. I don't make those decisions. So I think Pat will decide that tomorrow, decide how he wants to play the game. I think it'd be pretty harsh if he bowls straight away. I don't think that's going to happen. He's been making a few jokes around the change room today, just walking around. It's like, oh, yeah. I've let Dino know that they're going to go out and have a bowl straight away. So.
The declaration dilemma. Does Pat Cummins immediately begin the chase for 20 wickets and leave Usman Khawaja agonisingly short of his first Test double century? Or can Australia allow a little sentiment before the long push for victory begins?
We don't know what's happening with this horrible Sydney weather. It seems to be a constant year for the Sydney Test match. It's always raining.
Is this the right time of year for the Sydney Test?
I think so. I think it's an iconic event on the sporting calendar.
There'll be no guarantees, no matter where you take it. We can't control the weather patterns are changing. I would not be in support of shifting it away from this window. What we do need to, I think, consider is how we can get our cricketers playing for longer on the field in, at the moment, what is deemed as suboptimal conditions.
I've had this and been ignored, by the way, by the Cricket Australia people saying the Sydney Test begins on January 2. What is going on? If the Test had begun earlier, it wasn't raining.
We would have been fine.
It's a sign.
And considerations of what to do about the Sydney Test reach all the way to the country's top office. Another entire day lost to rain adds to the long-term scourge, ruining the SCG's New Year's Test. This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
In the 24 hours from 9 a.m. yesterday, Sydney has been belted with 55 mils of rain, and it was quite depressing to wake up this morning and open the curtains and see that it was still raining in Sydney. The covers are down in the middle of the SCG. The last of the showers is brushing through on the radar. It is not raining currently, but what damage has 55 mils done? There have been a lot of serious conversations and a lot of inspecting, particularly around the edges of the covers, to work out how damp it is. So when will play start? And what will the strategy be? Is it still possible to get a result with 2 days to play in this test match? SEN Test Cricket, Gerard Whateley with you. Part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer is Damian Fleming. Hello to you, Flem.
Yeah, good morning, Gerard. Good morning, listeners. Groundhog Day, Bill Murray, one of my favourites, one of my favourite movies. Love watching it. Don't like living it.
No.
Don't like living it. My alarm went off on my phone today, and it was a bit like when Bill, goes across and hits the buzzer. But you've also got the optimism of opening up the curtains. Yeah, it's Groundhog Day.
Yes, it was such a flattening moment.
Wow. Well, there was a bit of brightness, through the curtains, but you opened it up, and it might as well have been all of yesterday, wasn't it? So, it doesn't look as bad, but there was times where it didn't really look like it was on us yesterday, and it just kept raining. So let's hope it stops. And the 55 millimetres, how that can be cleared up. Maybe a fellow commentator might be able to give us more on that.
Yeah, so Phil Jacques has been so instrumental with the local knowledge as he told us what yesterday held in store, having been out in the middle, and we sent him out again to go and chat to everybody. Phil, hello.
Good morning, guys. Morning, listeners.
What's the word out there?
Yeah, it's the outfield itself is pretty good. It drains exceptionally well out here. Sand-based outfield. Around the outside of the covers is where there may be some problems, just because of the runoff from the water from the covers. Just the amount of rain. It's really hard to keep all the water on top of the covers when you're working with a big tarpaulin like we have out here. So there is some wet patches around the outside of the covers they're a little bit concerned about. They don't know what's underneath yet. They haven't pulled them back. So first things first, they'll be looking to clear the water off the top of the covers and then try and get some blowers if needed around the outside. It was a little bit muddy around the outside of the covers when I went out there before. Nothing too bad to say, hey, we're never going to play. But I think there may be a little bit of time. Talking to the groundsman, they thought around 40 minutes-ish. But that'll be dependent on what the umpires and the players think as well.
So the sweep of the covers is just beginning now, and there's an awful lot of surface water to move off and then be mopped up. So Pat Cummins came out with his cup of coffee, and he did the full lap around the edge of the covers, and then a couple of other players came and joined him. Then he spoke to the ground staff. Probably more importantly, the two umpires, Paul Rifle and Chris Gaffney, did a similar thing a couple of minutes ago. The one party we haven't seen yet is South Africa. And Phil, you were mentioning, so everybody's got to be satisfied with the way that it is to be able to play.
Yeah, ultimately the umpires are in charge of the game, but both sides of both teams will be consultated for sure. South Africa have locked themselves in the change room at the moment. They haven't come out, understandably so. I think they'll be looking at trying to delay this as much as they can. That's probably their best chance of saving this game. However, obviously the umpires will have that final say, but South Africa being in the field at the moment as well, until a declaration is made, of course, will be consulted for sure.
Yes, it might take that decision out of Pat Cummins' hand. If South Africa aren't happy to field, he might just have to tip his hand and go, we're happy to field, so away we go.
Yeah, there's always that on the table for sure. You'd have to feel sorry for Usman Khawaja if they did declare on him on 195. But, the team has to come first in these scenarios, and the more time we're actually off the field, it doesn't bode well for Uzi continuing batting.
We had a long time yesterday to be able to ponder these things. It was like a glimpse into everybody's soul. Flem was the pragmatist. No, don't worry about the 200. The Prime Minister sat in that chair and he went, no, you've got to let him make his 200.
Yeah, the Prime Minister was very passionate passionate about milestones. I've changed. I'd give him one ball.
I like that on the WhatsApp group.
One ball. You've got it. No, they don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And wouldn't that be unbelievable? Hits a six, first ball, walks off. It might give it away if Matty Renshaw doesn't go out there with him. Yes. But I'd go for it. I'm declaring. It's, we might get 2 full or long sessions, say, and I hope I'm being pessimistic there that we might get more. Got to get 20 wickets. So, yeah, unfortunately, over for me.
Yeah. Can Australia still force a result, do you think?
Have you seen South Africa bat?
Yes.
Yes, I think they can. So what would 2 sessions, we'll be thinking, how much can they extend? Can we still get about 70 in or 65, 70 today?
Yeah.
If we lost the first session?
Yep.
We've got 2 spinners. So then we could still bowl a truckload tomorrow, couldn't we? It's like 100. So 170 overs is enough to bowl South Africa out twice. But it's obviously dependent on the first innings, isn't it? If they can get through and only be 3 or 4 down tonight, well, it's test over.
Yeah, and if they did pass the follow-on mark, which currently stands at 275, then everybody...
When was the last time they got 275 in the first innings?
Yeah, you have to go back a little way. Yep. They've only just crept past 200 at the end.
It's funny, I don't even think about that.
Yeah.
I just don't think they'll get there. I think they'll get bowled out under 270.
Yep. My kingdom for one extra bowler is the decisions from the start of the test, which we debated at length, and everyone had a different view. But sitting here right now to have either probably Boland, that would actually give you a much
I was thinking
chance.
That last night.
Yeah.
You're sort of reflecting on it a bit and going, wow. I mean, that would increase our chances by 20%.
Yes.
Because that is just unrelenting pace. And then they got the option, if it turns, to have 2 spinners. So, and Matty Renshaw's 5 not out.
Yeah.
So it just wasn't required. That could have been Carey. Got Agar at 7. So they don't know the conditions. But we called it, didn't we? We wanted it before the test matches. Test match started. We wanted 5 bowlers.
especially the way that Carey batted in the last game. I think there had to be a massive temptation to do that. And just seeing how, I suppose, little it's turned so far. It hasn't turned as much as we thought it was going to yet. In saying that, both sets of spinners haven't had a bowl on it yet, so we'll make that decision once we've seen Lino bowl on it and how much bounce and turn he's getting. But yeah, geez, it would have been tempting to play the 5 bowlers. I probably would have gone with that myself.
Yeah, it's hard to blast out with 2 quicks and 2 spinners and 3 part-time spinners.
Yeah, what happens if the ball gets wet? The quicks are getting wickets. Gee, I wouldn't mind a first change to come on here. So it just doesn't give you that flexibility. You pick 2 spinners for raging turners. And it's not going to get battered by sun. Unfortunately, till tomorrow. It looks nice. And it hasn't been eroded by actual play and bowlers creating footmarks.
The forecast leading into this game didn't look as bleak as it's been, though, has it? Like,
no.
You looked at it and it said 2 to 15 mil. It could have been 2 mil. We might have had half an hour of rain or an hour of rain in that time. 2 mil in Sydney could be really quick. As it turned out, it was like over 50. We've lost the whole day, and now we're scuppering around trying to get 20 wickets in the last couple of days.
Yeah, definitely going in. I just thought we'd just lose a bit of play the first 3 days. Yeah, not a whole day. You get another half a day yesterday. We've declared. Who knows? We might have 4 or 5 down.
Yeah. And that's we were having a little laugh about the forecast, which was between 2 and 15 mils. And you go, that's like saying, well, Steve Smith will make somewhere between 18 and 130. Just somewhere in there. Like
pretty good bet.
That's a big... And not only was it not 15 mils at the top end, it ended up being 55 mils.
So where is the accountability? Is there a Weatherman Reserves League or Weather Person Reserves League? Because I'd like to see it introduced because it's gone on since day dot, hasn't it? So I'd like to see some accountability, and if they need, maybe they need a full-time coaching resource. So
what? Let's review what happened. Let's all sit down. Let's go back to where the maps were.
Hey, Trevor, 15 millimetres, and it was 55. Not good enough, Trev. Go out to Bathurst. Give us a couple of weeks.
What happens to a pitch under covers for so long, Phil?
There can be some sweating and things like that. Whether it's been warm enough to actually get that kind of sweat and there's not much grass to be had out there. I don't think it will play much of a part except for maybe just holding it together that little bit more, a little bit of moisture. I mean, this wicket here spins once the moisture all goes out of it. So, like, if you've got sun on it or you've got wind on it, it will deteriorate. But with it being under cover and nobody running up and down on it because they've had the NRMA covers on it the whole time, there just hasn't been that deterioration. So that's probably what we'll see, is that it's probably still going to be somewhere like a 1 or a 2 day wicket rather than going into a 4th day.
Yep. So there were patches which gave the idea that spin would definitely be in play by day 4, but none of it's been exacerbated by either traffic or the environment.
No, that's it. And yeah, I mean, looking at the way that Australia put this team together, they were expecting now for it to be bouncing and turning and proper spinning. As Fleming said, you don't play 2 spinners unless it's a raging turner, and you definitely don't play 2 quicks if it's not a raging turner. And as the weather forecasters come, as you said, Trevor's got a lot to answer for. I think he's on holiday down the coast somewhere, sunning himself rather than looking at the weather forecast. But it is what it is. We're dealt with the cards we're dealt with, and Australia will have to play some really good cricket to get a result here.
Yeah, I'm still optimistic. Let's get in at least 2 long sessions today. But for me, as a cricket lover and watcher, I'd just love to have seen the ball spinning and seeing some big reverse swing and seeing how the South Africans cope with that. And then also looking forward to India. I love Matty Renshaw to get a bit more of a bat, and also Agar to get a bat, because if he plays, he'll bat 8 over there. And we just want to see, is he test class as a spinner? Because he has certainly improved his white ball cricket. T20 cricket, it's been hard because they've only gone the one spinner in Adam Zampa. But, he bowls in the power play. he can do a job later on in the innings. So I think he's improved as a cricketer. I just want to see that where he's advanced at Test cricket level.
And he would want to see it as well, wouldn't he? He would want to test it because for whatever you do in the nets, he has been deprived red ball cricket for a long time.
Yeah, and we know first-class stats as a spinner in Australia doesn't mean that you can't do well at Test match level because you're just playing conditions that don't suit, isn't it? So, I'm confident just with what I've seen in his advancement in white ball cricket that he can certainly do a good job in Test match cricket. But how does he go in India where Indian players play spin really well? It's going to be hot. Does he know what it's like to bowl 25, 30 overs in a game and back up? And then we need his runs as well. So, that's what I was most looking forward to in this Test match. And we've had rain, we've had, big milestones, which has been great, but it hasn't advanced us in our knowledge of those peripheral players in the Indian Test series.
Yeah, as a lot of this was set up around the final piece for India, which made a lot of sense. Don't waste a Test match. But they haven't been able to exploit any of that so far because of the weather. The South African mindset, I think, is really interesting. Is they, I think, to watch them when Australia gets on top of them, it's a short breaking point. But now it's a shorter period, and we've mentioned the Test Championship a couple of times. If they draw this, and they are able to win their 2 Test matches against the West Indies, then they're still mathematically in the mix for that final. So these things can go 2 ways late into, as we see. Either a team just wants to get on the plane, and so England in Hobart just fold as quickly as possible and get the hell out of the country. But they actually now have a narrow target motivator, which might be within their powers with 20 wickets.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of the Test Championship, isn't it? That every single test and every single moment is important. And South Africa can't afford to just down tools here and have one foot on the plane. They need to fight. We need to see some fight from them. They need to show that they can actually compete with the top teams in world cricket. If they want to be part of that World Test Championship, they need to really fight and eke out a draw here because. The expectation from back home, I'm sure, in South Africa is that they will fight and they will hold on in this game, particularly if there's some more weather today. And if they did roll over, I think it would bode really, really badly for them as far as when they get the reception they get when they get back home, and also for the Test Championship.
Yeah, I'm seeing potentially a lot of last Test matches here for South African batsmen. I don't feel, and I don't count Verreynne. I think he's going to be a really good Test player for them. Bavuma will keep his spot. Elgar probably, but looks he should be losing the captaincy. And for the rest of them, this is their last opportunity to enhance it. But I'm not optimistic because they're all generally 32, 33. So even if they fight and get some runs here, where does that bode going forward? I'd love to. I don't know. Have they not got a batsman between 22 and 27 that they just batted at 5 and give experience to? And if they get knocked over, well, they wouldn't be the first young Test batsman to get found out. But what happens if they come off and you say, well, that's a real positive here? Yeah. When you're losing or when you're getting absolutely thrashed like this, it's always better to get thrashed with an emerging team than an ageing team. And I'm not optimistic. Yeah, as I said, even 2 sessions all day tomorrow, we can get 20 wickets against this batting lineup.
Yeah, and then the subsidiary to that is how much scrutiny is there around when really South African cricket is gearing itself to the SA20. Which evidently, just reading some of what's happening back there is that real buzz around that we experienced with the emergence of the BBL. So you could be forgiven for thinking that they're not overly fussed by what's happening here. There's the economy of South African cricket and the future of South African cricket is in a totally different format, and it starts in a couple of days' time.
Yeah, South African administration might be thinking differently. They've had flaws in their T20 setups before, haven't they? With TV rights and. But this is a big occasion for them to cash in and probably be more significant than the BBL. You know, adding more money than what the BBL provides for Australian cricket. And unfortunately, around the individual T20 tournaments, they'll just play some Test cricket around it. I think the next Future Tours program, they almost play the least amount of Test matches.
Yep.
So how much are they going to improve there? But they've been a strong nation. You know, talking to Jonty Rhodes yesterday, fantastic interview, great insights from Jonty. They were good straight away, and they've been a very strong nation. And Test cricket can't afford for one of those big nations to drop off the perch.
Flem, terrific to have you at the start of the day. Circle back through where. 10 o'clock is the scheduled first ball. We won't meet that. There's all the full mop-up work is going on. Cricket ground is quite an interesting site when this happens. So the weather update is for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. The last of the rain bands, which has been 24 hours, blowing up the coast from the south, is moving over Sydney now. It's been dry here for about 35 minutes, and all the excess water is progressively being swept off and mopped up, and what damage that does to the turf on the outside of the covers is going to be a point of consternation, I suspect, throughout the morning. And it's still chilly and it's gloomy, so we're not going to get any drying weather until tomorrow, really, in the way that the forecast reads. It's breezy and a top of 23 today, but we don't expect to see the sun until tomorrow. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. It's a long time since we've seen the pitch, Phil, isn't it? Luckily we ran out there yesterday morning when we first arrived, because I think that's the last time it's been seen.
Yeah, it was a nice little 5-minute window, wasn't it? It's a lot of mystery under there now. Who knows?
That pitch for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. A special shout out this morning to Adam Collins and his partner Rachael and their daughter Winnie on the safe arrival of their second daughter Peggy, who was born yesterday morning in London. So right in the thick of our rain delay, they were catching Ubers and heading to the hospital, and it all happened rather quickly. And Peggy has been born safe and well to join Adam, Rachael and Winnie. So a big congratulations from all of us here at SEN Test Cricket. Nathan Lyon is going to join Dwayne Russell shortly. We'll get the view from inside the Australian camp. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Reports of a truck fire on the ring road for Greensborough bound before Dalton Road. In Carrum Downs, Latham's Road is closed between Stevenson's Road and Frankston Gardens Drive, so use Frankston Dandenong Road and Seaford Road instead. And works in Sunbury. Lancefield Road is closed at Sunbury Road, so use Sunningdale Avenue and Francis Boulevard instead. Footscray Road citybound and the Westgate Freeway outbound lane and entry ramp at Williamstown Road will be closed from 8 p.m. Wednesday, January 11. Search Big Build for info. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a huge range of Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Make your day a cream-on-top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with a decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Sportsbet BS hotline, please state your emergency.
Yeah, look, hi. I've got this mate called Davo, and he keeps forgetting the weekly buy-in. Then there's Mark.
Sir, are you trying to organise a punters club?
Yeah.
Okay. Get on to Bet with Mates from Sportsbet. You can set an equal buy-in and everything split evenly on the app.
Right, that's heaps easier.
Yeah, hang up and start a group now. It's group betting without all the BS. Conditions apply. Gamble responsibly.
Well, hang up then.
Yeah.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
The Aussie summer and country racing. It really is the perfect combination for friends, family and the kids. That's right, the kids will be covered all summer long with free entry, free Kelly Sports Supervise activities and a free merch backpack with a discount sports power voucher. So go on, support the locals. There's entertainment with fantastic hospitality packages and all the up-close racing action. Summer and country racing. Stronger together. Book now at country.racing.com.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate, you got 4 for 3 in 2023? And they'll say, "Nice rhyme. The big holiday sale is now on. Get 4 Kumo tyres for the price of 3. I see. Tyre Power, big holiday sale on now. For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Go your own way. And for Trojan Tools. Tools built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
The mop-up work is happening in the middle of the SCG, including the outfield rope at the moment. So there is a determination to have the field at least ready for inspection as soon as possible. Australia 4 for 475 and left with a tricky strategic scenario as to opening up the possibilities of winning this test match with 2 days remaining. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, Tools built tough. I wonder what they are thinking inside the Australian camp. Nathan Lyon is downstairs with Dwayne Russell.
Nathan Lyon does join me. Nathan, welcome. What do you like as a weatherman? What do you think we're going to get today?
Yeah, I'm not sure. What a job. What a job they've got. Just no accountability whatsoever. But, yeah, hopefully this buggers off so we can go out there and play some cricket.
What did you do yesterday?
It was a long day yesterday. Bit of cards, a few crosswords, annoying a lot of people, but, yeah, pretty quiet.
Who was bubbly in the room? Who keeps you going in the room?
Keeps us going. Marnus is probably one of the annoying ones. David is always full of energy. And it's been a little bit different having Matty Renshaw out of the change room. So I know he's had a very long day. But no, it's been okay. Bit of banter.
You get sick of them in the end, did you? Just get a bit of own time?
Yeah. I think Andrew McDonald ended up going to the nets and taking a few of them with him. So it ended up just being pretty well just the bowlers in the change room, I reckon, which was quite nice.
Very nice. What about Usman? He was stuck on 195, had to kind of keep the concentration up.
Oh, no. We said from when we arrived that we weren't going to play yesterday, so I think he's pretty happy. Rather be 195 than on nothing. So, no, he's pretty good. So hopefully he gets the opportunity today if Pat lets him bat.
You think that'll happen? So you think there'll be an hour or half an hour for him to get the 200 up and then declare after that?
I don't know. It's really up to Pat and Ronnie how they want to play it with the game tactics. Do you declare straight away, or do you bat for another little bit and get a little bit further in front and try and understand that you're bowling twice if we're able to take 10 wickets?
Do you let them know that you need a little bit more time to get your 20 wickets?
No, we have a conversation and let Pat make the big decision. That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
You have had a look at the pitch when the covers have been off it, really. What do you think it might do today, later on, and even tomorrow?
I think it's going to spin, to be honest. I think we may see some up and down, hopefully for the quicks, but I do think spin will come into it, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more traffic on the wicket, and it will wear away as naturally as it does, but we need this weather to go away to hopefully get some sunlight on it sometime. You're expecting to bowl a few overs, are you? We expect to spin at both ends quite a bit. Yeah, yep. If I'm not bowling, we're in a bit of trouble, I think, so... with only having four bowlers and two spinners, there's going to be a period of the game where two spinners are operating together. So I'm looking forward to that partnership with Ash. Yeah, two spinners is enough. You're not suggesting they should have played an extra bowler, are you? I was leaning towards that. That was my personal view, but I kept that view to myself until now. But I'm really happy with the side that they've picked. I think it's a good balance if we were able to win the toss. So we were lucky in that area, but we'll see how it plays out. I would have loved to see the game with no weather, and it's obviously been pretty well heavily affected, but I'm still really confident we can get a result. And Matty Renshaw's health, it hasn't deteriorated, obviously. I've got no idea. He seems fine to me. Every chance he comes around, he's still annoying, so that hasn't knocked it out of him. During the delay, you thought about India at all? Yeah. I was sitting up there doing a bit of homework, looking at some footage in India, what we can look to achieve over there, and so where we can get better. Ashton spoke about your help yesterday as well. It seems like it's going to be a unified response from Australia with the two of you for a while? Yeah, it looks that way, and I'm really excited by that. What Ash brings to the side is extreme set of skills in my eyes. He's obviously a brilliant fielder, brilliant bowler, and his batting's pretty handy as well. So it ticks all the boxes for me. So that's why I'm really hoping we're able to get out here and bowl in partnerships and really see where we can get to in this game. Do you want to weigh into the ball colour debate? What are your thoughts? Yeah, well, do you think we should... Is it hard to see in the darker light, the red ball? Yeah. It's definitely hard to see in the dark. You definitely wouldn't want to play with a different colour ball, Test cricket, a pink ball, or... No, God, no. It's you can play day-night Test matches as we see in Adelaide, but I think there's only a certain number of venues you can do that in the world, if I'm being honest, and I think Adelaide has knocked that down to absolute T. I think that's the best place to play day-night cricket. Here it's red ball, and that's it. Great to have you. I appreciate your time. Too easy.
Nathan Lyon there with Dwayne Russell on SEN Test Cricket. The formal notification has come through that the start of play has been delayed. The umpires will continue to monitor ground and weather conditions and will provide updated session times as soon as possible. And the other piece of news around what was just being spoken around there is Matthew Renshaw is allowed to return to the fold. He's been cleared to return to the Australian change rooms, having recorded multiple negative rats yesterday afternoon and this morning. So Matt Renshaw through the worst of his COVID, and he's right to be back in the rooms and out in the middle if Australia continue on. We are getting our first sight of South Africa today, so there's a bit of mirth around our community on this Saturday morning. Simo had sent through, Gerard, the reason you haven't seen South Africa is because they went home last night. And Toddy, we need a concussion sub for the weather man. Very good, Toddy and Timo. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power. That's all our socials throughout the Test summer. They're about to rip back the big cover, having done all the mopping up over the past half hour and getting the surface water off. The rope around the outfield, the soppers, the large and the small, are ready to mop this up. So we're about to see the pitch in the next 5 or 10 minutes for the first time since yesterday morning. Our experts are here for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Looking for a better value mobile plan? Make the switch to Mate today. With Mate, you can get a great range of 4G and 5G mobile plans. Each plan includes unlimited talk and text to standard Aussie numbers, plus 500 gigabyte data bank. And best of all, mobile plans are starting from just $20 per month. Yep, just $20 a month. Why wait? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Mate, great value mobile plans, now with 5G.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. Forgot to wash the kids' cricket whites in time for the weekend? With a Whirlpool washer and dryer, they're perfectly washed and dried, no worries. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Prepare to be moved with the all-new Nissan SUV range. Elevate your everyday drive with Qashqai. Experience bolder adventures with X-Trail and take the path less travelled with Pathfinder. Contact your local Nissan dealer to book a test drive today.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
So you're looking for more. More than catching the same train, walking to the same office, seeing the same faces, sitting at the same desk, and doing the same old job. Victoria Police is made for people looking for a career with more challenges, more excitement, more purpose, and more possibilities. If you're made for more, search police careers today. Victoria Police. Made for more. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
And for Trojan Tools built tough. Australia 4 for 475 as everything's been put in place to prepare the ground for action. There's a little whisper around that the aim is 11 o'clock with the work that's to be done. But the South Africans are out there warming up now, so hopefully as soon as possible. When it comes to major sport in this town, the most influential figure as both the chairman of the SCG Trust and the chairman of Venues New South Wales is Tony Shepherd. I presume he's thrust forward as the spokesman for Sydney's miserable weather as well. Tony, it's great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Yeah, thank you, Gerard. I mean, coming from Melbourne talking about miserable weather is a bit of a conflict there.
And yet I feel I have the moral high ground right now, Tony.
Not often.
How's yesterday to sit through knowing what the showpiece is to this town and Jane McGrath?
It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. But look, Sydney has a lot of rain. We're in the middle of our third La Nina, and it's worse than normal. But we just got to live with it and get on with the game. And that's why we invented the Super Soaker here in New South Wales. We are inventive when it comes to getting over difficulty. But this is a very important game. Like 22,500 people stayed here all day waiting for yesterday for it to come on. That's the degree of dedication. So this is a very important test or cricket game for New South Wales people. We have hundreds of them, thousands of them coming in from regional New South Wales every year. This is their annual pilgrimage, is to the SCG for this test. So it's very important from a community point of view. But in terms of the strength of cricket in New South Wales, and we do provide half the Australian team, including the skipper. So we're quite important in cricket.
You are.
Yeah, but it's also, when you move around, this is what I love about cricket crowds, so many children there. And this is where you inspire people. This is my inspiration. I have to confess, when I was 6 years old, Dad took me to the MCG, saw a Sheffield Shield game, fell in love with cricket, and I can't get over it. I'm still there.
Is it the right time of year for it climactically, Tony?
I think it is from a game point of view particularly. The players need to get a break, after Boxing Day and what have you. But you don't want to run too hard into the next season sort of thing. And the players then need to get ready for their international tours and all that sort of thing. So I think it's well spaced. But, we do get a bit of rain here and sometimes it does disrupt play, but we just got to get through that and we'll go on. And it'll be a good season next year because I think we're going to get El Nino next year, which will mean we'll be in the middle of a drought.
Right. Is the summer any more reliable in December in Sydney than it is in January?
It's a little bit. You probably get into November before it becomes far more reliable. And that's when we have the Olympics in September and November sort of thing. But that then runs into football and other problems. So you've got to be careful there too.
So would you ever consider not having the New Year's test and transplanting to a different time frame?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just, this is the tradition and we just got to live with the climate.
Yep. What happened on day one with the bad lights? Did you ask any questions around the lights, was there anything that might have been different that would have allowed for play?
Yeah, okay. Well, look, I had a chat yesterday with Nick Whateley, who's a great guy, terrific fellow. I think he's doing a wonderful job at cricket. And on a raise with him, a couple of options there. And I said, well, look, we could make it a pink ball test. And one of our directors, Jane, she suggested, why don't we have a pink ball test and then sell the balls after the game and put the proceeds into the McGrath Foundation, which is, by the way, is heading towards 5 million this year, which is terrific, which is a good idea. Or the alternative would be, if you had that sort of light issue towards the end of the day, just have a bag of pink balls there, worn ones, and substitute them and finish the game with that. In my view, cricket and all sports, elite sports, survive on fans. So eyeballs or present. And the show must go on. So we should do everything in our power to make sure that we don't have that happen again. I don't think it's happened previously in similar circumstances, the SCG, in my experience, but if it's becoming more often than with climate change and what have you, well, I think that's something we should fix. And if using a pink ball works, why not?
The most beautiful images of the SCG are at dusk.
It is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. So would you seriously consider the pink test becoming a pink ball test?
I would. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we could do a day-nighter or we could just use the pink ball the whole game. Somebody said, well, it's an advantage to the batters because they can eye the ball easier. I said, well, yes, but in cricket both teams do get a chance to bat. So once it's even, and maybe we get some bigger hits even. So I think it'd be quite good. But I'm sure McGrath Foundation would love us if we could just get the pink ball at the pink ball test, at the pink test. I think it'd be good. Yeah.
So the light towers here aren't the LED lights yet. Is there a plan to upgrade them?
Look, the light towers are as powerful as you could get, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the technology. I've checked them all out there, and everybody says, listen, you get any more illumination, you'll be blinding people, sort of stuff. So we could probably light half of Sydney with this towers.
Right.
Yeah.
So that wasn't part of what was happening on day one.
That's not the issue. Yep. It was not the issue. It was that twilight and that gloom and that midpoint between being dark and being... So if it was totally dark and the lights were on, it would have been fine.
Yep.
And you would have needed a pink ball in, of course, obviously. Yep.
In the master plan for what's to be done here at the ground, how extensive is it? It's a charming ground, and there are parts of it that are now old.
Yes.
Right? And clearly there's a plan around what needs to be modernised.
Well, it's true. Look, the Churchill Barongal and the O'Reilly are starting to show serious signs of age, and they would be the next one on the agenda for us. But coming into an election, you don't raise those issues with the government. Well, they've got too many mouths to feed at the moment. But I think that would be the next two obvious ones to fix.
What sort of timeline would you like to see that happen? Are we talking a few years, a lot of years?
No, well, I hopefully in the foreseeable future we can get onto that bit. But again, we've got to recognise all governments in Australia now are under huge budgetary pressure. And there's a lot of mouths to feed, and you've got to be careful. You've got to be a bit more realistic about what can be done and what can't be done. So we might stage those two. You know, I'd probably start with the O'Reilly and then move on to the Churchill Barongal.
And would they be tear downs and rebuilds?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, both stands are old-fashioned design and really do not suit the modern environment. You know, they don't have enough toilets, the access ways are too narrow and what have you and all that stuff, and the basements are just not big enough for all the gear and kit that you need to bring in for a modern game. Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Are you mindful that if those things don't happen, and this is sort of part of the pressure point, is this is such a central part of what Sydney is?
Yes.
That it can be very outdated.
I agree. Look, cricket is certainly putting pressure on us. There's no doubt about that, and I agree with them. I think it needs to be done, but again, we've got to be pragmatic and realistic in terms of the budgetary situation that all Australian governments are in at the moment. So, you know, don't want to be too greedy, put it that way. Yeah.
So the bigger picture in Sydney is it's striking what has been built next door at the football stadium.
Yes.
And not without its pressure points along the way, clearly. Are you happy with what's been built?
It is absolutely exactly what we wanted. We put everything in it that we needed. I'd travelled the world and looked at stadiums, and our staff had as well, and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we've got what we wanted. It's a great stadium, and it will last for many, many, many years as a result of that investment. Yeah.
Well, why didn't you put a roof on it?
Again, it was a cost issue. Yeah, that was a cost issue. It was significantly more expensive. So, anyway, I still think we could do with a roof stadium in Sydney, maybe out at Accor, which is Stadium Australia, sometime in the future.
Yep. So a big roof stadium rather than a boutique roof stadium.
Yeah. Bigger than Melbourne.
Yeah. Well, that's the idea of the roof stadium has been raised everywhere, isn't it?
It has. Well, look, it's been a huge success in Melbourne. I mean, I've spent a lot of time at Marble, and it is a really good stadium, and it's certainly been worth every cent that's been put into it, and it attracts a big crowd, and you can be 100% guaranteed on the weather conditions, whether it's for a game of football or cricket or a concert. Gerard, as you know, you're going to be dry.
Yep. Do you get a reasonable hearing on that front, or is that going to take a little while to
There's another one that's we've got to be pragmatic about. Yeah. But that one might be economically, I think, could be very, very strong. The economics of that could be very strong.
How's the bounce back of major events been in this state from the pandemic years?
Look, been very good. Yeah, this test is an example. I mean, it's a pity about the rain, but everybody wants to get back in. There doesn't seem to be any great COVID reluctance, I'd say, Gerard. I think I'm happy with that. I think that's we've put on some big concerts and stuff like that. Elton John sold out and, that sort of thing. So there doesn't seem to be a COVID reluctance, and I think there's a pent-up demand for major events, whether they're sporting or entertainment or what have you. Yeah.
The pet project in Melbourne for the MCC was to inquire about an India-Pakistan test match after what we saw at the World Cup. Have you got a pet project here in Sydney, a dream project that you'd like to bring to fruition?
Not that I'll disclose at this stage.
Yeah. How active are the conversations around trying to stage an NFL game, regular season game?
Look, I'd love that. I went to the Super Bowl last year, and I spent some time with the NFL and with their head of international expansion, and we explored that. It's a bit early yet, but I think the NFL is concentrating mainly on Europe now, but I think they've got some interest. And there's an increasing number of Australian players going into the NFL, and they're starting to realise, hey, there's something here, buddy. Yeah, that sort of stuff. I'd love to have a Super Bowl, an NFL game for points here. I think it'd be good. We've had baseball games for points here at the SCG. Phenomenal success. Yeah.
So those European games have been outrageously successful for the NFL.
They have.
I honestly believe if we landed one here, you'd sell it out sixfold. There would be so much demand for it.
I agree. I think economically they'd be extremely advantageous, and I think Australian fans would love it. I mean, this is a sport-obsessed country.
Yeah.
We all watch ESPN. We all watch the English Premier League. I mean, there's just we're insatiable, basically.
When you have the conversations, are we breaking down it's a long way away, or is it still that old prejudice? It's a long way away.
Yeah, they fly out here for a test to review it, and they, oh my God, I didn't realise how long you could spend in an aeroplane. So we've been doing it our whole lives. We don't care about that anymore, mate. We're used to it.
Yeah.
But see, like in football, in soccer, of course, those players are so used to flying all over the world, it's just not a problem for them. I think they're the most resilient travellers in the world.
Yeah.
They just go from one game to another. So I think it's just a subject of conditioning people. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to convince them to come. It's not that bad.
It's not that bad.
We had the Prime Minister in here yesterday in that very seat, Tony. We spoke about the Tasmanian Stadium and the AFL bid. I'm just curious, as the chairman of the Giants, where's your mindset with that at the moment?
Well, I think it's up to the AFL if they want to go ahead with that. I mean, Tasmania is a very AFL-prone state, and if they're prepared to make that investment in the new stadium, it's entirely up to them. And if that stacks up economically, go ahead and do it. But don't forget the northern expansion while you're doing it. That's the but is don't forget the northern expansion. We're still working on that. We've got a way to go. And it's worth the investment because there's millions of fans in New South Wales to be converted.
Yep. Are you a locked-in yes vote on Tassie, or are you...
Yes, I am. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we said, oh, well, it's up to you guys. And if you think it makes sense and it's economic, we'll support it.
Should it be conditional on the stadium, or with two functional AFL grounds there already, then that's the bonus piece?
Well, I think AFL is very keen to get the new stadium there and upgrade the facilities significantly. Yeah. The facilities there now aren't too bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I think if they want to have a premier team there, they probably do need to upgrade.
Yep. You don't know who's replacing Gill, do you?
No, I don't know.
In the long term.
Might be Gill.
Are you surprised it's taken so long?
Oh, not really. No, it's hard. It's a hard switch to make, and he's done a great job. Gill, he's an outstanding CEO, and you've got to have a look at the AFL. Have a look at how it's grown, how it's sustained itself during the pandemic, and what it's come out, what its balance sheet is like. So we all whinge, but we're in a rude good health at the AFL, which I'm very proud of being part of. Yeah.
Would you like to see the second gather round here in New South Wales?
Absolutely.
Should the first one have been here?
Probably not a bad idea to do a trial run. We're not we haven't had a lot of experience here running that sort of pageant here in Sydney, so I think it was probably a good idea. And and we'll send people down to have a good look at it and see how it goes and get the do's and don'ts, as it were. Yeah.
Would it be a success here?
I think it would be a great success, yeah. If you put on something special in Sydney, it's got to be special, something unusual, they'll come. They'll come.
Yeah.
But you've got to be special, yeah.
Yeah. I think that would be special. So, Tony, it's always good to catch up with you. Hopefully, I'm more optimistic now that we'll get some play than we were at any stage yesterday.
Yeah, that's it, Gerard. Just keep praying.
Good on you.
Thanks.
Tony Shepherd is the chairman of the SCG Trust and also of Venues New South Wales, the Giants as well. Help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. There is going to be a ceremony before today's play. That's certainly what the plan was when Glenn McGrath left us yesterday. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a huge range of Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. With exceptional customer service, start your new year in new wheels when you visit the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
4 tyres for the price of 3. It rolls off the tongue nicely in 2023. And at Tyre Power, the big holiday sale is on now. You'll get 4 tyres for the price of 3 on selected Kumho passenger and SUV tyres. Tick your to-do list off early this year and visit Tyre Power. The free 5-minute tyre safety check is a must for road safety. Proud partners of the Melbourne Renegades. Save big time during Tyre Power's big holiday sale. Independently Aussie owned. Find your local store at tyrepower.com.au.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
Prime Video's documentary series The Test returns for a second innings. Witness the journey of the Australian men's cricket team after the exits of captain Tim Payne and coach Justin Langer.
Tim Payne has stood down.
We pull back the curtain to see the inner workings of the team as they navigate their way through scandal, discontent and an uncertain world.
Do we want to be number 1 in the world?
Watch it all play out. The Test Season 2 is coming to Prime Video on January 13th. Start your 30-day free trial today.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a tradie, an aged care or mental health worker, or maybe even work in IT. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
Golf 24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf 24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf 24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
When you get a taste of Traveller beer, you're getting more than just your first taste of Australian summer. You're tasting adventure. You're tasting... Now that's what Aussie summer adventures taste like. Traveller beer, the perfect new Aussie beer. Because it's beer that tastes like home, no matter where you are. Find Traveller beer in Liquorland, Vintage Cellars or First Choice.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
We're thinking around lunchtime. It looks like it's clearing. It was lifting off the ocean this morning, but it seems to have stopped doing that now. So we're sort of hoping the next sort of hour, it looks like a little lighter, but then blowing away, hopefully.
SCG curator Adam Lewis just a few moments ago on Fox Cricket. So we are about to see this. We sort of need trumpet blast. We're about to see the pitch for the first time in more than 24 hours as they roll up the help cover. That is probably my favourite part of all of this, the help cover. And then it reveals the Hessian, and then we get a look at what's happening underneath. So, everyone's diligently preparing. And interesting just watching the Australian warm-ups initially. There aren't any bowlers out there warming up, but I suspect they're dragging gear out there. We might see the bowlers shortly. So we'll just wait for the time being, but there is cause for optimism now for an opening session, or maybe we'll move straight to the middle session. We'll see. Pete Lawler, hello.
Good morning, Gerard Whateley. Have we heard anything official about start time? Because unofficially I've heard that it's delayed an hour.
Okay, so maybe aiming for 11?
Yeah, aiming for 11 with some McGrath ceremony in the 10 minutes before that. That's good. The pitch is where they left it.
Yes.
It was under the covers all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
What lies beneath?
Well, we've been robbed the opportunity of seeing this pitch sort of break up, haven't we? We're all really looking forward to having a different style of wicket, or the old school SCG wicket. And there was a promise that if it got some sun on it, it would form those plates like you get on mud flats and break up and really add some sort of spice for the spinners and the batters. But I guess Usman was saying last night that it'd be a bit harsh if they declared first thing this morning. But Pat Cummins has been wandering around the room muttering all yesterday apparently about his plans to declare instantly just to keep Usman on his toes. I'd give him a ball.
This is Damian Fleming's idea.
Is it?
Don't tell anyone, but give him one ball.
Really? Have I got the same idea as Damian?
I love it.
Yeah.
Go and hit a 6.
Hit a 6 or bad luck, mate. You've had your
6
chances.
Are off.
You've had your chances.
Not 6 are out, 6 are off.
Interesting to see Usman out there doing the warm-up where they play this sort of handball game on a baby trampoline. He's fallen on his face because he's not the most coordinated member of the squad. We spoke to him last night about how he was going in Australian cricket, and it's a good place right now. He says, good place. I haven't done a warm-up for 7 tests. I am loving it. I mean, this is a man in his element, because Uzi doesn't like to get up a sweat unnecessarily. And to be a bit more serious about it, he says, it's box ticking, it's stressful, you've got to go through all these processes, you've got to do all these steps and run back and forth and, pull on these bits of elastic and do this stuff. He says, now I've just got room for my mind, to sit there quietly and prepare for a day's play. And so it's left up to them all individually how they wish to prepare for a day's play. And gee, that seems so sensible, doesn't it?
It does. Bharat Sundaresan, welcome.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Peter. And there was that scene from Test Season 1, wasn't it? When Usman Khawaja and Justin Langer have an interesting conversation about warm-ups.
That was at Southampton, wasn't it? In the nets down the back there at Southampton. Yeah, where it was unbearably hot, wasn't it? Was it in the lead up to the Ashes when they were practicing?
It was the A game, right? Yeah, that's true.
I don't think I've ever experienced hotter weather in England than that. Yeah, and Justin had set up a nets area where he didn't think that the batters were putting enough value on their wicket. So every time, I think they had 4 nets going, every time a batter got out, they had to change nets, like run into the next net. So there was no chance to settle. And nobody said anything except Usman at the end and said, I hated it. JL got a bit prickly about that, but as he always does in the moment. But it passes, and he sees the wisdom of it. But talking truth to power, that's Uzi's job now, the people's champion, isn't it?
And I loved his commentary about his celebrations as well, Gerard. Just him talking about how it was when he joined the Australian dressing room for the first time. You had to do everything one way, and if you didn't, you got picked on. And in 2015, he said he felt matured. He said, to heck with it, I'm going to do what I feel comfortable doing, whether it means doing the dab or doing the dance or whatever else he has in store for us in the next year or so when he reaches to or when he gets to a milestone. And he said, he kept saying it, I bring some colour to cricket, figuratively and literally.
That's the joke he can make, and you.
That's why I knew you would leave that to me. Yeah. But also, he spoke about just wanting to be himself. He said, why should we have fun only in the Big Bash? We can have fun playing Test cricket. And apparently he does get...
No fun.
He does get picked on a lot by some of his teammates for not following Test cricket norms, just raising the bat quietly. And, so I think it's good. I think we need characters like that. And not some 21-year-old doing it, but someone who's seen life, who's seen cricket at 36 to be doing this.
I roll my eyes when he says that he still gets sledged by his teammates and picked on a little bit because he's the biggest bully towards Marnus Labuschagne and the whole squad.
Absolutely.
He's always mocking Marnus, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I think they're all big boys and they can take it. Have you ever felt pressure to assimilate with the press corps in Australia, Bharat? He says, rolling his eyes.
Well, I was told by a couple of senior Indian journalists, you know who I'm talking about, Peter, when I moved here. I said, oh, no. To fit into the Australian media centre, you need to dress like them. On day one, you need to put a jacket, wear a jacket. I said, let's give it 12 months. Let's see if I start dressing like them or they start dressing like me. And you've seen Pete Lalor doesn't wear his shoes anymore. He's just earthing. He's just walking around. Generally, takes his shoes off. And I've changed Australia, I would like to believe, more than it has changed me.
Very nice. So yesterday was the long day without any play. We had lots of good conversations up here, but I was curious. You've got the best eye in the cricket media. What caught your eye yesterday?
I mean, before we even got through the day, hearing about Matt Renshaw solving crosswords really confused me. He doesn't come across as someone who would be good with the crossword, but we did notice that Pat Cummins and Steve Smith were trying their hand at Sudoku. I think Pat Cummins would win that. You'd think Steve Smith? Maybe, yeah, he's got that kind of coordination. I think he'll be really good with his Sudoku, but he'll get so involved with it that he'll touch himself everywhere and then, put the number in, I guess. But another thing was just... there was nothing to focus on from where we are sitting. All you can see, Gerard, is the visiting dressing room. So I kept focusing on one charger that was left behind. It charged 4 or 5 devices. It was that kind of day after a point, even the charger had nothing to do. They just left the charger by itself. Nobody was there. It was quite the day of not much happening, except the fact that I was quoted in a Munkett piece, which we will talk about, I'm sure.
But before we get to that, did you see how Ashton Agar was filling in his time? Because I had a chat to him up in Townsville, and he was discussing the books he reads, which was quite unusual. I don't think I've ever met a cricketer from Perth that's read a book. Mitch Johnson's read one. Mitch told me he read one once.
Well, yeah, I think the one that is about him.
Hey, there's a story about that, actually. Can I tell it?
Go on.
Yeah. When I typed up Mitch's book, the publisher said, has he read it? I said, he won't read it. He doesn't read books. And they said, well, he's got to read it. And I said, Mitch isn't going to read this. He just doesn't like reading, and he's certainly not interested in reading a book about himself. So that sent them into a sort of a state of apoplexy. And they came up with this great idea to get this text-generated voice to read the book to him.
Oh.
So, but unfortunately, it was a female voice. And they sent it to Mitch, and then I rang Mitch the next morning and I said, how'd you go with the book? He says, I don't like it. I don't know. What's wrong with it? He says, it doesn't sound like me. I said, because it's a bloody woman. It's a computer, you clown. Have you actually tried reading the words aloud yourself? And he rang back 2 days later. He says, oh, yeah, sounds like me when I do that. That's good, yeah.
What I learned about writing an autobiography, I wrote one about Suresh Raina. This gets worse. So we would have conversations and I would... It was generally in Hindi. I would translate. He speaks a different kind of Hindi. I speak a different kind of Hindi. I put it together. We would send them chapters, and they would say, "Yeah, it's fine." Book gets printed. 60,000 copies have been sent everywhere to shops, and they've already left the warehouse, the Penguin warehouse.
More popular than Harry's autobiography.
Surely. Then I get a call from Suresh Raina. This is very, very important, sensitive chapter where he has 4 brothers. One brother dies in an accident. So after this has been 3 months since we've gone back and forth, and 60,000 copies have gone to the shops and they're on their way. He calls me and says, "You killed the wrong brother."
Oh!
I said, what do you mean? Yeah. I said, what do you mean? He said, no, Mukesh is alive. Rakesh is the one who died in the accident. So what have you been doing for the last 3-4 months? God. They don't read. It's people who want their autobiographies written, they do not read a single word. And then Penguin had to recall all.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, they had to recall everything. I don't know who. Well, it wasn't me. I didn't bear the cost. Because you know how books are printed. It's not just one page. You have to change the whole thing, the layout. And, and I killed the wrong brother. So luckily, I think, before anybody could read it, it was fixed. But then everything got delayed by another month.
That's not very good at all, Bharat.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
Vinu Mankad.
Yeah, so
what's
this
going
is
on
a
there?
really interesting story. Ben Horn spoke with the grandson, Harsh Mankad. And in what felt like a complete flip to everything we'd always been told out of the family and the ICC, Harsh wants the term Mankad to remain.
And he's the most important Mankad around now.
Right. I mean, so he's the ruling power in the family?
He is the ruling power because Vinu had 2 sons. One, of course, who played Test cricket, opened with Sunil Gavaskar, Ashok Mankad, who passed away a few years ago. And Rahul Mankad, who passed away last year. And he's the one, Rahul was the one who came out quite often and said, the family doesn't want the name to be used, which we've discussed on our station as well quite often. But Harsh Mankad in the 90s was India's #1 tennis player. I remember one of our family friends was his doubles partner. He was supposed to be the next big thing, and he had the Mankad family name as well. But it didn't work out. I think he played with Leander Pace, who then went on to win many Grand Slams in doubles. He's been coaching tennis in the US. I have no idea how Ben Horn got in touch with him. I was super, super impressed when he came up to me and said, this is what they're saying. But he has the authority. So if he's saying we should continue using the Mankad name, maybe we need to go back to it. And Ben came and said, what do you think? I said, well, the family should have a final say, because the only reason we're saying we shouldn't call it Mankad is because the family didn't want it to. But if they're saying it's fine, it's fine. And I think it is a positive. When you think about it, for 60 years, doing a Mankad meant a negative. It meant, you're killing the spirit of the game. But now, and that's what Rahul would always say. My father's achieved a lot more. And Ben asked me to put Vinu Mankad's career into perspective. I said he was Gary Sobers before Gary Sobers came along.
Right.
He was a sensational all-rounder. And also, to put it into further context, Gerard, Mankad's, now we can call it that, Bill Brown, within 5 years of India becoming an independent country. It's a significant moment, right? India is just waking up to this new beginning. The British have left. They're still kind of figuring out their identity. Vinu Mankad has spent most of his life at that point in colonial India or colonized India. And he has the courage and the bravery to come to a white country in Australia and to do that. And it says a lot, I think. So it's a courageous move. And now doing a Mankad stands for someone who follows the laws of the game and executes them.
Is the Mankad family Parsi by any chance?
No, they're not. I don't think
because in the Parsi tradition is the family name is your occupation.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I think you could become honorary Parsi now. It is. I kind of like it that Mankad stays. I think it was a great act. I think Bill Brown was just taking the P1SS, frankly, and he'd been doing it in the previous game, hadn't he? And he'd been told not to do it. So made a stand, and finally the game's caught up with it. Good on him. I like the term man cave, but who knows where we're going to go from here. This is trouble when you get woke, Gerard.
True.
Woke.
So it sort of adds to the prevailing confusion around. So it still can't be written in a scorecard as man cad. So there has to be the sort of the settlement on the convention of that.
Yeah,
it's funny. As Alex points out here, that learning that Bharat killing the wrong brother in a book is the reason we have rain delays in cricket. More war stories, please, as this fits so well into that category. Is Ben used his time quite brilliantly yesterday?
Yeah. It certainly makes for some creative journalism on a rainy day that.
The next pitch inspection here is going to be 10:45. So Phil Jakes told us at the start of the day, he went out there and spoke with everyone. It's the areas around where the covers were that are soft and a little bit on the muddy side. They've got the big industrial hairdryers out there drying various parts of the square at the moment, and it'll be just what's happening around where the covers were that will ultimately determine how long we wait for.
Well, it looks like they're actually drying areas that were under the covers as well, because that wicket number 5, is it? That was the one that I think that they were planning to use. They're trying to dry that out with the leaf blowers. But they're not really, and they've got the leaf blowers, on another area that was under the covers too, so there must be some water seeped under those covers.
Just going back to the declaration, I was just thinking about it overnight. The only reason Australia would want to bat on, and all of them said bat on for a while, is if they want to extend that follow-on score, where even with the outside chance that South Africa get first innings runs, they want to ensure that they have that chance to, rather than, they can always declare their second innings, and Australia could declare their second innings as 0 for 0, but just maybe give themselves that extra chance to enforce a follow. That's the only logic I can think of if they want to bat on. I think the follow-on score is around 270 odd right now, or 276 would be the score right now. So push it to 350. You don't expect South Africa to get anywhere close to that in the first innings. And then you don't waste any time. You just enforce the follow-ons, you're right back in there. Especially with the makeup of their attack as well. That's the only reason I can see for them batting on, except, of course, getting Khawaja to a double 100.
There's been a few famous times where captains have declared on batters near the milestone, haven't there? Because Rod Marsh was on 92, and the captain declared on him. And then Athers did it too, didn't he?
He did.
To Graham Hick, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And he gave Graham Hick plenty of opportunity to get to that milestone, but I think Athers admits now that he regrets doing that. I can't see any point apart from going out there to get your 200 and then get off and get into it, because there's no time to waste. You don't know what's going to happen with the weather. Let's just start trying to take wickets now and see how it goes.
You left out the most famous one when Rahul Dravid declared on Sachin Tendulkar in Pakistan. India have gone to Pakistan after 15 years, where Sachin Tendulkar debuted. 194, first test. Rahul Dravid calls them in. Now, Rahul Dravid was always a popular cricketer in India. Not for that one whole month. He's still villainized. He's still villainized for having been there. Ganguly didn't play that test.
Right.
And, so the story goes that a wicket falls and Yuvraj Singh walks in, and Yuvraj Singh was told, tell Sachin he has 1 over to go from 194 to 200.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what Yuvraj Singh says. Sachin thinks he has 1 hour. Oh, he was not happy. He's still...
I was going to say.
Yeah, he still isn't happy that he missed out on getting a 200 in Pakistan because of Rahul Dravid.
As Usman says, every 100's special, even when you're Sachin. How many did Sachin end up with?
51.
51. It's a lot, isn't it? But still.
Tony Shepherd was in here before Pete, and it followed Lee German yesterday.
Yeah.
There's a very clear willingness in Sydney to have the pink test become a pink ball test from each level of authority.
Really?
It's very clear that they would be absolutely happy to make this a day-night test.
What's the point of that? It's school holidays, everyone's off work, everyone can get to the cricket in the daytime, everyone can watch the cricket in the daytime. Why would you choose to play a game with an inferior ball? I can't see any reason for it. Unless it's for international broadcast or something.
I think it's more the spectacle of Sydney, the best showcase of the game. They've obviously had issues around the light this week. But it was just interesting to sort of both voluntarily, and Tony told us that they had a conversation yesterday with Nick Hockley about making it a pink ball test.
I'm sorry to hear that. You know how I feel about pink ball tests. You play cricket during the daytime. I thought we were trying to reduce our carbon footprint. Why were we playing it at night and burning more coal to fire the lights up? God gave us sunshine during the day to play cricket under.
Not in Sydney, he didn't pay. Not in Sydney. So you're just ignoring the clear reality.
I just walked into that one, didn't I? Melbourne are dancing on Sydney's grave this week, aren't they?
I'm tiring of the idea that Sydney's bad weather is somehow Melburnians' fault.
It's just the
You just have to face up to the reality of what is happening with this test match and go, we have a problem. You're ruining your showpiece event.
Well, we're in a La Nina, aren't we? Even Usman brought that up at the press conference last night. People know what, and the CEO, Tony Shepherd, brings it up. People know what weather cycles we're in. But we'll be out of it at the end of this year.
We'll be in drought next year.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what you should do. You should stake the future of the Sydney test on next year then.
Should we?
If you're all so confident that this is... I noticed Mark Taylor called it, we're going to move it because of one weather event that's happened 26 times. You should stake the whole
times?
future.
Where are you getting 26 from?
Rick Finlay. 26 full days have been lost to rain at the SCG.
It's 27 now. Don't forget yesterday.
I think yesterday makes it 26.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Rick was retweeting that. I think
Never lost a whole test.
Well, that's something to brag about.
Well,
so
by that measure, you can never have one in Manchester. Just forget it.
Well, the record in Sydney is worse than Manchester's record.
No, it's not.
It is. Rick's counted the days at 24 for Manchester.
And 2 whole test matches washed out. Add 10 days, mate. Sorry.
You should go chips in. If you lose significant portions of next year's test match to rain, you should fold the tent.
Fold the tent. Just give it up.
Move into December, where the weather pattern is more reliable.
Why don't we move into February?
No, that doesn't. We're not playing test matches in February.
It's a good time of year to play cricket.
So you're planning to flag for something that's not there. We do play in December. We're all in denial. You people are amazing up here. Did you have a look at what about your leaking roof, Pete? Isn't that a sign?
I am pleased to report that the remedial work done by John, my builder,
John the builder,
kept all water out yesterday. I think for the first time ever through a rainstorm, my bedroom has stayed dry.
You've found the right tradie.
Well, we have, yeah. He's very good too. He played cricket. He was a Victorian cricketer, actually. Oh, he played cricket in Victoria. He didn't play for Victoria. Very keen. Of Indian origin, actually, Bharat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There you go. His mother was born in India.
What about the posse of Australian players who have gathered around the pitch?
Yeah. Did you see how Nathan Lyon was stood, Gerard, when the pitch was being unveiled? It reminded me of some parts of India. That's how the bride gets revealed. even at my wedding, like the Bengali wedding, so the woman's carried, like the bride's carried around, and you don't get to see her till you're face to face there, and then you're supposed to lift the veil. And
really?
I was just glad it was the same woman, honestly.
So you and Ish had a traditional Hindi wedding that went for days and days and days?
No, we got done 2 ways because they get married late at night. We get in the south. She comes from Calcutta.
Yeah.
I come from the south, so we get married at the break of dawn. So different menus, different food, different attire. So the Bengali wedding started at 5 p.m., went all the way up to 2 a.m.
Yeah.
And we quickly got into a car, went to the other venue, changed. And then the South Indian wedding started at 5 a.m. and that went to 2 p.m. So it was nearly a 24-hour ceremony.
Was it located halfway between the two places?
Yeah, I mean, the two places.
Where did you hold the wedding?
In Mumbai.
In Mumbai?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, halfway.
Yeah, so it was completely different, yeah. So meet at one wedding, no meet at the other wedding.
Were they 3-day affairs?
They were. I mean, there were other functions as well rolled into it.
And anybody basically can roll up, can't they?
Anyone.
And you get fed.
Thousands came up,
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
so your parents are just feeding people for 3 days. Yeah.
And
it's quite an impulse.
Absolutely, yeah. And you just don't invite, like, the invitation doesn't have numbers. There's no RSVP in India for a wedding.
And did you get a dowry?
Nah.
Really?
No. That's you can ask for it.
Yes.
Even in like urban India, but obviously not. Our families will. We don't believe in it, and
I thought it was against the law. Now, did Indira Gandhi pass some law against dowries?
Nobody calls it a dowry anymore, Pete. But there's always a exchange. Like whether it's jewelry or that's how a lot of Indian society works, which is why it has to change. Which is why female feticide is such a problem, and why finding out the sex of the baby is illegal.
There's a tribe in the Kailash Valley of northern Pakistan, up near Afghanistan, where the trade in brides is done with saucepans. So you have to, and like your bride is worth, I'll marry you for 100 saucepans or 200 saucepans, and you see these bizarre, like the trucks going around, and you know that there's a wedding going on because there's a truck full of saucepans going to someone's house as compensation for taking the woman. It's really bizarre.
It is bizarre.
And it's wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong. It is wrong. I mean, but it happens in other parts of the...
Saucepan manufacturers of Pakistan love the practice.
Obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's a family heirloom. It depends on that. But it happens in other parts of the world as well. I remember when Isha went to Durban for the first time.
Yeah.
I was at the cricket. She went for one of those tourist things, and the bus driver said... You should marry me. I'll give your family 10 cows. And she called me and she said, there's this guy offering me 10 cows. And he says, like, he wants to marry me and keep me in Durban. I said, if he pushes it up to 70,
70 cows?
Yeah, and then her dad and I would have split it, of course, like 40-30.
Very good. And the events in Pakistan last night, Pakistan and New Zealand played a complete thriller, one of those beautiful test matches where everything was in play at the end. A Pakistan win, a New Zealand win. The tie was tantalising and a draw. So Pakistan needed 15 runs to win. New Zealand needed one more wicket. There were 3 overs left and night fell.
Yeah.
And they had to go off a bad light and call a draw.
I know. I mean, a number of times they would have replayed those Karachi scenes from when England won there in 2000. I'm sure they would have replayed those scenes quite a few times. But what dramatic series. I mean, it also tells you that even though the world is getting excited about baseball, you can still play traditional test cricket and it can still remain exciting. It's very closely contested series. And New Zealand dominated it. Pakistan were 80 for 5 at one point when Shan Masood got out. But Sarfraz Ahmed, wonderful story, captain. He was captain here, wasn't he, a few years ago at the World Cup, and then completely loses his place in the side, gets criticised all around, gets overweight, all of that, comes back and does that, almost takes them home. And unfortunate that there wasn't no winner in a way. Or Ravi Shastri would say cricket was the winner, but we needed a winner for that test match. But
there are those great fields at the end, so it's all there on KO. I went back and watched the last 5 overs this morning, where on the offside there's the umbrella of 5, and on the leg side there's the umbrella of 4, and there's the keeper and the bowler, and then Nasim Shah starts to hit boundaries, and suddenly the equation shifts a little bit, and Tim Southey's got to decide, am I protecting a couple of runs here or not?
He hit a 6, didn't he? Yeah, he did, yes. He hit a 6, which is a pretty brave act when you're 9 down.
Second last over, 2 beautifully struck 4s. And then in the commentary you could hear that, we're getting right to the end here, as I don't think we can keep going. And New Zealand took a review, which I don't think would have had any impact. But it was a review that was always going to be not out. But in those desperate moments, you probably are obliged to take it, except that it soaked up 2 minutes and it let the umpires come together to sort of further contemplate.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of a draw as well, right? Like that's why we do need that kind of draw. We had one here last year, even though the series was gone, the Ashes was gone. We've had 2 brilliant draws here, actually, last 2 years, I should say. The last one was Anderson and Broad, and then, of course, that dramatic draw where Ashwin and Vihari could not move, but they held Australia, kept them at bay for 1.5 sessions or 2 sessions almost. But yeah, it's a nice warm-up for the Australia Tour of India as well, even though there's been a lot of talk of turning pitches. We discussed it as well. I'm expecting one exciting draw at least, one game that goes down to the wire. has to happen when India and Australia play, especially in India.
Naseem Shah was being celebrated as a hero, wasn't he, for that innings? And it is. I love those moments when they're just hanging on.
Yeah,
It's getting dark.
it would have been. So if the last 3 overs had been able to be played, and if he'd got it into single figures, he clearly had the imprimatur to see if he could win it, as well as trying to hang on for the draw. So it was wonderful drama, but it was a bit unfulfilling at the end, as if we'd got those. It still might have been a draw.
Yeah.
But if we'd got those last 3 overs, who's to say? I mean, the tie was very much in play watching it back.
Are there lights at Karachi? I'm just trying to
but
remember.
they clearly weren't powerful enough.
No, not at all. Yeah. Not with the red ball, as we found out. It wasn't. And
the sun sets quite early there, doesn't it?
Yeah,
which is a problem.
This time of the year, winter,
So they've played a really interesting set of test matches in Pakistan, haven't they? So the Australian games were sort of one way, and then the England games, by the way England played, they had that sort of finish where England got the last wicket just before Light was going to play its role, and then Pakistan with that really weird declaration in that first test against New Zealand, and then played right to the wire. So even though probably by their own admission the pitches aren't the way that they ideally want them to be long term, as they've still been a set of fascinating test matches.
Oh, very much so. It's so good to know that these 3 teams that they really wanted to come, like Australia, England and New Zealand, have gone there and played test cricket in the space of 10 months. It just opens the doors for them. And also I think the pitches had a lot to do with Ramesh Raja being in power, and he had a set of ideas about how pitches should be. He wanted test matches to go all the way, and maybe they overcompensated, especially the Rawalpindi pitches had a reputation of being the one that would favour fast bowlers. Now it's become a deathbed for fast bowlers or bowlers in general. So it's been a good year for Pakistan. Obviously, they would have preferred winning a couple of games here or there that they couldn't do.
The pitch is a real problem, because I remember Ramesh, sorry, defending that first pitch. But since Damian Howe has flown over there to consult, because, they're actually preparing drop-in wickets. They haven't made a decision whether they'll use drop-ins for test matches or they're just going to use them as practice wickets or what. But they have developed. They're growing some drop-in wickets there, and they got Damian Howe over there to consult, because they know that they've just got to dig those pitches up and start again. They've set like concrete, those old ones. They've died, and interestingly enough, they've imported Wacker soil. They've used the soil used for and tons of it.
Right.
How you import soil is beyond me.
Well, this is when in the crisis of the MCG pitch, one of the constant questions is, why couldn't they get some of the soil out of Western Australia and get it over to Victoria and build new pitches that way? They've got them to Pakistan.
They got it to Pakistan. They'll give it to Pakistan, but they won't give it to Melbourne. You know what they're like in Perth. They're very parochial. But I hope they do fix those wickets up a little bit. Because they weren't real flash when we were over there for that 15-day test. That ended as Buddy was kicking his 1,000th goal.
Virtually in the same minute.
It still eats at me that I wasn't here for that, Gerard. I saw a photograph of it the other day. I think that must have been one of the great sporting events to be part of. And and there was crowd. I imagine I would have been stuck upstairs with my typewriter or something, but still. Were you here for it?
Yes, we were over in the Burwongal stand calling. We had the screen to the side on the cricket. SEN had both calls going, so you could take your pick as to whether you wanted to hear Colo as come and smash the stumps, or whether you wanted to hear Buddy kicking his 1,000th goal.
Tommy decent night, because it was pretty busy, it was pretty dramatic, the finish in the cricket. Yeah. And Tommy Decent and I jumped in the car to drive back to the hotel and just pulled out our phones and sort of to catch up on what was going on, and wondering why our phones had been going crazy in those last minutes. And we saw that spectacle. We both looked at each other and thought, God, I wish we were at the SCG. It's a funny thought to have in the back of a car in Pakistan, but really felt like we'd missed a great sporting event.
Just a little worryingly, the ground staff have just dragged the can't see any actual rain falling. The Australians are still going through with their warm-ups for the time being.
Yeah.
Patchy rain in 3 minutes, which will last for 7 minutes. Well, that's very precise.
Yeah, and I reckon it's here now. I've just seen the first umbrella go up.
Oh, no.
And I've seen the second umbrella. So Greg Blewett's put one up and Alison Mitchell's put one up. That's... Greg was first. He's more concerned about his hair.
What have we got radar-wise? So the worst of what was happening in that pattern up the coast had got through Sydney. There's just a little bit inland, which is brushing across. Oh, don't trust that once this sort of stuff starts to start.
Have I got an afternoon shift on SEN today? Because I've got an invite to the Trust Suite, and they've got a very nice bottle of red down there.
Could you do that and then swing by the box? I sort of fancy that as a
great tradition.
I sort of fancy that as a chat at the end.
No, I don't need any further diminishment of my filters, Gerard.
All right, it's good to catch up with you ahead of day 4, which we're just in a holding pattern for the time being. They are preparing the ground. The next pitch inspection was at 10:45. Oh, you've even brought a tie for the occasion.
Yeah,
Pete.
I'm going to put it on. It's a lovely tie too, isn't it? Bought that in the Haight-Ashbury district of San Francisco. It's a vintage silk tie from the 60s.
It's lovely.
All I'll say is Phil Heads has said, it doesn't matter what you're going to dress like, you're invited. So I'm going. This is my formal attire for the day.
Nice. All right, Sundaresan and Pete Lalor. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, with just a little chew over where things are in this test around the country and around the world. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough.
Look out for a crash on the Westgate Freeway for outbound after Williamstown Road. In Sunbury, Lancefield Road is closed at Sunbury Road, so use Sunningdale Avenue and Francis Boulevard instead. And in South Melbourne, St Kilda Road between Dorcas Street and Toorak Road West is down to 1 lane in both directions. A massive $1.3 billion could be yours with the USA Mega Lotto. Hurry, draw closes in less than 2 hours. Grab your ticket now at lotteryoffice.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
Spend and Save is on now at Amart. Save $250 when you spend $1,999. Exclude sale. Hurry, offer ends soon at Amart.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
To break a winning partnership in cricket, a top-line bowler needs the right line and length. At Tyre Power, you can get the right line and length as well. Start with a free 5-minute tyre safety check. Like a captain inspecting the pitch pre-game, your Tyre Power experts check the overall condition, tread depth and pressure of your tyres, all for free. That's why Tyre Power is #1 in road safety. Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store. Go to tyrepower.com.au.
With fuel price lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Wow, he's hit another six. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Want to save big on beach gear? Anaconda Stocktake sale is on now. Save $300 off the Pure Air inflatable stand-up paddleboard. Play more and pay less with Anaconda.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Our pre-game show from the SCG is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. pinktest.com.au. More than $3.6 million has been raised for the McGrath Foundation as the push goes on. The sale of virtual seats has been a roaring success over this test. Which is the one bit that is a roaring success. It is raining and the full covers are back on, which is a bit soul-destroying, I'm sure, for the ground staff who have worked so diligently over the past couple of hours to get to the point of an inspection in 5 minutes' time. But that is all again on hold. Rachael Haynes is watching all of this unfold. Rach, welcome back.
Thank you. Nice to be back.
And Jonty Rhodes is with us. Jonty, we had a whole set of messages at the end of yesterday to say thank you for sharing your experiences and taking us back to a certain time in South Africa. You're very generous with your memories, so we're indebted to you for doing that, and it resonated with a great many people.
Thank you, Gerard. Morning. Rach, how are we doing, everybody? Very nice to be back.
What's the chatter around the corridors and out on the field?
Yeah, the same frustration that you are feeling. Definitely amongst everybody that's not on the ground. I suppose South African cricket players are quite happy to put their feet up, knowing that Khawaja's 5 runs away from a double 100. Yesterday was our best day of Test cricket all summer in Australia. So, yeah, we're kind of resting on our laurels right now.
And, Rach, this is it is an excruciating period. Both teams have been through their warm-ups, and I acknowledge, I suspect Australia are much more eager to get out there than South Africa, but just this eternal waiting game.
Yeah, I think the South African bowlers would have been grateful to put their feet up yesterday, despite the fact there was no play to move the game forward in general. But, yeah, it's been a frustrating 24 hours, to say the least. Yeah, and a bit of intrigue around what will happen this morning in terms of whether or how long Australia potentially might bat for, whether they're looking to push that follow-on score up a little bit higher so that they can just stay out there and look at potentially getting those 20 wickets.
Yes, there was a little bit of parry and thrust, which I didn't mind at the press conferences last night. So there's a bit of mirth around it from an Australian perspective, but I'm sure Usman would like to make his 200. But the batting coach of South Africa just put the little needle in. Well, we wouldn't do it. You always put the team first. I didn't mind that.
No, they didn't say. They wouldn't know what it's like to have somebody on 200. The team can't get to 200. The South African batting coach, Mr. Salmons, that's rather rude. Jeepers. In fact, it's been the point of discussion in the 7 commentary as well, with Ricky Ponting just going, no, he would allow him to go on, and Langer and a few others saying, no, team first. But I think with somebody who is that close to a double 100, who's played that well, I'm all for letting him get his double 100 if Pat Cummins then wants to call him off. That's great.
Rach, you've captained. What would be in your mind?
Yeah, I would be thinking about the team situation, and I suppose the bigger thing at play is the World Test Championship. That's always humming along in the background, and something for teams to consider in terms of securing that position. Australia just missed out last time as well through over-rates as opposed to the win and loss and those sorts of things. So there are, a couple of other things you've got to keep in mind. But, part of me just seeing how much love there is for Usman Khawaja at this particular venue. We saw 23,000 people come to the ground yesterday just hoping there would be some play, despite the fact that the radar looked miserable. I think the general sentiment is that people want to see him get his double 100, and I think as a captain, despite the fact there's all those other things to consider, you probably have that sort of sentimental thought as well in terms of wanting to see him get that for the first time.
It will cost Australia 3 overs. The one that it takes Khawaja to get his 200, and the 2 you lose on the innings changeover. So there's 2 ways to look at this. Australia missed last year in the Ashes by 1 wicket because of the rain that fell on the last day, and Jimmy Anderson only had to survive the over from Steve Smith. So 3 overs last year could have made a material difference. So that's the most recent experience. But there is also the possibility it's entirely likely this test is going to be remembered for the rain unless Usman makes his 200, and that will, in the folklore of this test match 2023, will at least have something other than the godforsaken weather.
Yeah, and I think, to Jonty's point, he has just played so well too. So I think it would be a great reward for him. Cricket is a team game, but there is that individual aspect in it as well, which is just part of it. Whether you're a batter or a bowler or a fielder, it is part of the game. So, I think just given the context of the game, it would be nice to see him get that double 100.
There's 2 ways to look at the cultural piece, isn't there, Jonty? There is yes, we always put team first. The other aspect is we treasure our individuals and make sure that we celebrate their achievements. So I think you could spin that either way.
Quite comfortably, and I'm on the latter with regards to how it spins, because the team is made up of those individuals, and you want them giving, everything that they have for the team's cause. So yes, it's, while Australia could be, I just think they're playing against South Africa. 20 wickets at this stage haven't been too difficult, but I'm being rude. To celebrate Khawaja's double 100, that is richly deserved. I mean, he did not put a foot wrong. He probably played and missed at 1 delivery in all the balls that he's faced. And I think that sort of milestone for him, he's such an integral part of this test playing team. And, from where he was a couple of years ago to back in the side, and certainly having just shown how well he's played spin. And taking him on, I know it's 5 more runs. It's gone from a great 100 to a fantastic double 100. And it's a double 100 in test cricket, against one of what was vaunted, one of the best test bowling attacks in world cricket currently. So, I think if you can take that sort of confidence through with a milestone, I think it'll do a lot for the team. And you're rightly, I mean, there are 2 ways to look at it. I'm looking at it. The individuals contribute to the team's goals and the team's ethics, but it does require the team to be able to play or individuals to play, for the team all the time, and giving him those extra 5 runs. It might not take 1 over. He's on strike. He got off strike last night quite quickly and just struggled to get back on strike. And the South Africans, he's captain can't say, okay, you've only got 1 over to get it. If you're going to go out, just make sure you get it. Don't keep knocking singles in the gap.
I quite like Damian Fleming's approach to this. Usman, you've got to go out there and hit a 6.
Okay, that's spoken like a fast bowler.
Yes,
just walk out. So you just hit the first ball for 6. You'll be fine.
South Africa's batting, we know the 200 threshold. It's unclear as to when this day will start. Tomorrow is unaffected weather-wise. Should Australia still feel optimistic that they can get a result in this test, Rach?
Look, time is the enemy at the moment. Going on what has happened previously, you would think that there might be an air of confidence within their bowling attack that they could get those 20 wickets. South Africa have struggled to get above that 200 threshold for a period of time now. But the makeup, the Australian bowling attack is very different to what we've seen in the past. So they're going into this game with 2 spinners. Ashton Agar, who hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket as well recently. He's played 1 Sheffield Shield game this season. He's been predominantly more known for his white ball cricket as opposed to the red ball. Obviously, Nathan Lyon's a world-class spinner, and as is, Cummins and Hazlewood their records speak for themselves too. So I think that they would definitely have ambitions around wanting to win this Test match. That's first and foremost where they're starting. That's their starting point. But they are going to be under time pressure to do that. You would like to think the South African batters, in their heart of hearts, feel as though that they could fight out a draw here.
I think Rachel made an interesting point with regards to the changes in the bowling attack, and not only the fact that they have injuries and they've got two spinners, but someone like Nathan Lyon has always had Mitchell Stark or gone blank, left arm seamer running in, pace Mitch Johnson, tearing up the footholes just outside that off stump for him to bowl on. So if They've obviously, Marco Jansen has bowled left arm over, but he also bowls quite a bit left arm around. So there aren't those, and Australia, if they'd arc to win this, are not going to bowl again. So, they're not going to be batting again. So there's not going to be somebody roughing up those foot marks for him as he's had. Not saying he needs that, because he gets such good overspin, he's got great control, he's always putting pressure on the batter. But that's certainly something that has been an assistance to him in the past. And like Rachael said, the makeup of the Australian bowling attack is slightly different, so possibly he won't have that throughout, especially on day 4 and day 5, where although it's only day 3, isn't it, from a surface point of view.
Yes, it is.
So he would love to have that zone, that sort of scuffed up zone where left arm fast bowlers have been running in their follow through.
They're wandering back out to the covers at the moment. There's heavy grey cloud overhead, and there's a hint of a little bit more on the radar, but I don't think it's raining right at the moment, although the fourth umpire does have his umbrella up. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools Built Tough. Jonty, how many of this team is immediately into action in the SA20?
I think the majority of them. I know Temba Bavuma wasn't selected originally in the initial selection of the teams, and that was just prior to the T20 World Cup, so that caused a bit of a stir. But most of the players here, I'm off the top of my head, I'd hate to say yes, they're all going, but the majority of them will be in action straight away.
And have you been able to tap into the sense of excitement around a new competition starting in South Africa?
Yeah, I've been obviously following it on social media. I'm still in close contact with Graham Smith, who is the commissioner of the tournament. So they are, and I think everybody's in South Africa have been waiting for this level of tournament for a long time. We've had a couple of false starts, and there's been huge expectations. So hopefully, that the expectation is the cricket will live up to the hype and from a playing point of view, and the crowds will come out. We've still got massive cricket lovers in South Africa, and the hard part is you obviously got a Test team that was number 2 on the table up until a month ago, and often your crowds are affected by what the team has done. So hopefully that, because of the time zone difference, and not a lot of people are waking up to see South Africa, the performances in the Test series, and I don't think it's going to impact it. It's totally new. It is a first time out, and I think Graham Smith's done a good job in making sure that this tournament, it will be live up to the expectation.
Do you think it's a good thing for South African cricket?
I think it's a massive thing on many fronts. Firstly, financially, we've discussed at length about South Africa don't have a data analyst with them, and most teams, not that it's going to stop them from, not the reason why they haven't performed that well here, but you want as much information as possible, and if you haven't got experienced Test players in your lineup, then you kind of need to draw that data from somewhere. So I think but it's a budget constraint. They're looking for more consultants who can help with the fielding, the throwing, the bowling, as opposed to somebody who's sitting, capturing all the data, making available for the captain and the coach to make informed decisions. And that's, I think from a point of view where budgets in the last 4 or 5 years for South Africa have been a massive concern, because no big broadcast, no big tournament. This will go a long way to alleviating those budget restraints and restrictions that we have, and then just also the international experience. I've seen with the IPL what is done for young Indian players who not just because they play in the IPL, not all of them get to play, but they work with international coaches. They get to practice and work alongside some of the great players, of the game. And I think that is where South African cricket will benefit in a long way, having the sort of pool of youngsters who will now rub shoulders with some great players and some great coaches and get that month. The IPL has a benefit of being at least 2 months where you can, because you're not going to change a great deal in the space of 4 weeks or 5 weeks, but you can show young players what it takes to take it to the next level. So that, from that point of view, I think it's going to be a success.
Have you had, so this has obviously been a fraught couple of years, politically, financially. Have you had any fears during that time about cricket in South Africa as to whether it actually got itself to the brink?
Yeah, I'd be kind of guessing, and just from what you read on social media, I obviously follow a lot of the journalists and read up on what's going on, and they are, they are way more informed than I am. And so it's just my opinion. But, having been as a cricket player, I worked for Standard Bank first as a, account executive in business banking, and then as the sponsorship manager for the Pro 20, we launched the T20 cricket in South Africa. So as a stakeholder on the business side, who, you work closely with Cricket South Africa, I think from a point of view where there weren't concerns about, is cricket going to survive? It's just a case of how do we keep, we seem to be having, the gap falls from good school infrastructure, and then at state level, we're really struggling to convert that, because the gap for us is always, there's a gap when you go from state cricket to international. There is a gap, we know that. But that gap for South African cricket players just seems to be widening and widening. And that's a key indicator of your state of your first-class cricket, your provincial or state standard. And that's been a worry. And it's not just been the last 4 years. It's probably been a little bit longer, if we're honest.
Yep. A
little bit longer than we should be necessary. So for South Africa to, again, be strong, this up until was that 2 months ago? They were number 2 on the rankings. So the batting has been a real weakness, and they've blamed the surfaces for a lot of that. And we've just seen here, at the MCG here on decent. Hopefully now we can turn that around. But we had 2 cracks at the MCG and just couldn't string enough partnerships, not just 30s and 40s as individual players, but 150-run partnerships, because that kind of breaks it back. It brings your fast bowlers on for another spell and another spell. Because up until now, every time we've got a partnership going, we've lost a wicket. And often it's been lack of technique, good bowling plans, and against Australian bowling attack has been really superb this series so far. So, the concern was always, what are we doing about that gap between state and international? How are we bridging that? And that gap just seems to be getting wider and wider.
So there's the investment of IPL money in there. So in the evolution of T20 cricket, Rachael, is the women's IPL, which is now on the horizon. How transformative could that be internationally in your eyes?
I think it's going to be huge for the women's game. I think it'll really set the marker out there in terms of, leading the way around probably pay and eyes on the game and those sorts of things. We've just seen Australia play India in December in a T20 series, and they were having 40,000 people in the stadiums packed out. So they've done quite a tactical lead into what will be the TV rights deal, which will happen this month, and then the allocation of teams as well. So, it's a really interesting space for the women's game at the moment. For a long time, we saw the Women's Big Bash lead the way. Australia was at the frontier and making sure that we're at the real forefront of leading the way and setting the standard for the women's game. We saw England follow that lead as well with the 100, and that's been fantastic for the women's game over there as well. And now we're seeing India step up to the plate with the women's IPL. So, I'd imagine it's going to really shift the landscape. And a lot of the, I suppose, conversations around country versus domestic competition, they're going to start to happen very much inside the women's game too. And we're already seeing it with female players forgoing international contracts so that they can go around and play in domestic leagues.
How many years has it sort of been hinted at and whispered about and wondered about as to whether or as to when it would happen? It was inevitable that it would happen at some point, and we find ourselves just about there.
Yeah, well, they had a version of it for a couple of years, a much smaller competition where they were sort of hinting at that transition. I think COVID probably put the handbrake on that a little bit. It was a tough time for everyone in terms of getting any sort of competition happening as opposed to a new competition. But yeah, we're absolutely at that moment at this point in time, and it's exciting. I think that's what you want to see. You do want to see the evolution of the game. And these type of competitions have been great for cricket. They've attracted a new fan base and really sparked a different interest to perhaps what we've seen amongst more traditionalists that absolutely follow the game and love the red ball format of the game. But yeah, we don't want that tradition to get lost as well. I think there's definitely still very much a place for it. And yeah, there's no doubt that the women's side will face challenges in terms of where international cricket fits in that landscape if those domestic leagues really take off.
So one of the features at the start of the IPL was the recently retired cricketers, Gilchrist, Hayden. There's a couple that sort of vividly come to mind. Does Haynes find herself with just a bat in the hallway as a just in case?
Well, Elisa Healy sent me a message just before the start of this test, actually, because I still haven't picked my kit up from Cricket New South Wales. She sent me a photo of it and asked whether or not I'd need my bat that was still in there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure the answer. I would definitely love to be involved in the women's IPL and that tournament, and whether it's on field or off field. I'm not sure. There will only be 25 international female contracts at that event, so there's only 5 teams. That will take place in this inaugural season. So, yeah, it's hard to get information around playing opportunities at the moment because they haven't allocated the teams yet. But I suspect once that happens, that'll all move very quickly. But yeah, I've seen it firsthand being involved in the Women's Big Bash in Australia for the first time. That was an amazing moment to be part of. And I was fortunate to be with the Sydney Thunder. We won in that inaugural season and winning alongside our men's team as well. It was really special. So, yeah, you only really ever get that opportunity once to be a part of something for the first time. So, yeah, I'd very much love to be part of it, whether it's on field or off field.
Yeah.
I just want to know, was that Lisa Healy asking you because she wants the bat, or she thinks you've still got cricket to play, or it was kind of, are you done? Can I have the bat?
I think she might have been eyeing it off for one of my former New South Wales teammates. But we're both sponsored by Kookaburra, and we always used to get inside each other's kit bag and just have a look to see who got the better stick. So I've no doubt that she probably opened it up and had a look to see whether or not it was any good.
We've seen with some degree of fascination with the men just how many bats they travel with these days. Are you a multiple bat person, or did you have one that you would use till its fruition and then the next? How are you with your bats?
Yeah, I was a little bit old school. If I had a bat that I really enjoyed hitting with, I would use that religiously in games. Sometimes in practice, I wanted to get that balance right. I didn't want to break my bat in a practice net session. But funnily enough, in the one-day World Cup in New Zealand last year, I was playing well and I had this bat and I absolutely loved it. And we were playing South Africa, and Shabnim Ismail broke my bat. She took the shoulder off my bat. And we had the semi-final coming up in our next game, and our sports psychologist, actually, he was our bat repairer, but he loved it. He got it and he fixed it up, but I didn't use it in the semi-final. And we got through and got to the final, and I used it in the final because I loved it so much. I thought it served me well throughout the tournament, and I was going to keep it. So it was definitely holding on by a thread at that stage, but I used it in that final game.
I love that. Were you superstitious or sentimental about bats?
Not really. I think the game changed a great deal. I mean, I was sponsored by, if it's okay, Gunnermoor throughout my career, and the Gunnermoor, the agency was owned by a family business, and the father was in his late 60s, and his daughter, she was married to a golfer, and they had the Ping agency, so it was golf clubs if you wanted. But, the cricket bat, I would literally phone her up and say, Anne, I need a bat. And she would just take one off the shelf and send it. I got to the stage where I played in England. I managed to get 100 at Lords, and also then went to the Gunnermoor factory and said, okay, this is that. And saw Steve Waugh's bats. You make bats for people who actually, who are that specific. And maybe that's why my average was very In fact, I'm not belittling myself. I was lower than average at that stage when I toured England. So I would just phone and say, Anne, please send me a bat. Once I had been to the Gunnermoor factory and I saw all the other players with their individual sort of initials on the handles going, this is going to Steve Waugh and wherever.
Yep.
And the bat that I scored the 100, I said, please just make as many as you can afford. For me, that bat I wanted. So, yeah, after that, I became quite sentimental. Up until then, no, I kind of... most of them looked like hockey sticks anyway. You know? So it wasn't kind of more hockey sticks, just, play one or the other.
Have you got pieces from your career that you have around home that you treasure, or what's your...
Mental scars from the flipper, does that count? It was bits and pieces of my brain when I used to face Mr. Warren out here at the SCG. But no, I have literally two pieces of memorabilia left, and one is my test cap, and one is my final shirt at the World Cup in 2003 in South Africa. But I broke my finger. I went to hospital there straight away at Potchefstroom. I was playing against Kenya, and they sort of put a pin in my hand as well, hoping that in 4 weeks I'd be fine to play, which with a broken finger is not really great. But it got to the stage in the tournament, you can't replace a player. And Graham Smith had just had a great series debut against Australia in South Africa, but wasn't in the World Cup squad. So our batting cover, they felt at that stage, we then lost to New Zealand and were in danger of not qualifying for the second round, which in the end we didn't do. Yep. And they just said, Jonty, we're sorry, but we don't have enough batting cover, so we're going to have to eject you from the team. Because they were kind of hoping that I would be available for round two, the next stage. And they were saying, well, it's no good you've been available for round two. We don't have round two, if we're not in there. So, my departure from the team wasn't quite what I was expecting or hoping. And so I kind of just took what I had, and that was it. So yeah. And also, living in an apartment for a long time in South Africa, there's no real space to keep and collect, and a lot of charities ask you, please come for dinners and functions, and time was something you didn't have a great deal of sort of back in your playing days. So I would sign a shirt, send that off, rather than actually, and they could auction it or raffle it, rather than me physically being there. So no, other than the mental scars, not much else.
Do you have a keepsake or two, Rach?
Oh, I've got a couple of things, but they're all packed away. I haven't had that opportunity yet to get them out and sort of display them. But yeah, definitely a couple of shirts that I've kept where my teammates have signed it from World Cups and things like that. So eventually at some point I'll go through that box and pull out a couple which I'd like to put up. Not that there's any room in my house as well. We don't have any cricket memorabilia up in my house actually, but yeah, perhaps when I'm feeling a bit more sentimental, I'll get that out and start putting it up.
Terrific. Rachael, Jonty, thank you. We are in a rain delay here at the SCG. A lot of work was done to prepare the ground, and we got hit by a shower, so the full covers are back on, and they're standing vigil, the ground staff, but they're not yet confident enough to start to lift the covers and go through the process all over again. We are at the mercy of the weather for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. And so really, I guess this diminishes the possibilities and the theoretical debates around what to do. Australia is 4 for 475 and have been for a long time now. The Pink Test performance and the Pink Silk unveiling is going to take place in just a little more than 20 minutes' time here at the ground, which probably gives you a bit of a hint. We played you that grab from the curator who said maybe lunchtime is when they would start to really be able to take some proactive steps. So lunch 12:30, second session of play 1:10. So maybe we're on that timeline rather than the more optimistic when we looked out the window for a period of time. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. And pinktest.com.au. That's where you can make your donation. That's where you can buy the virtual seats. More than $3.6 million has been raised so far for the McGrath Foundation. SEN Test Crickets. Our coverage is for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Encourage Burren Downs, Latham's Road is closed between Stevenson's Road and Frankston Gardens Drive, so use Frankston Dandenong Road and Seaford Road instead. In Parkville, Barry Street is closed between Pelham Street and Grattan Street, and in Sunbury, Lansfield Road is closed at Sunbury Road, so use Sunningdale Avenue and Francis Boulevard instead. Footscray Road Citybound and the Westgate Freeway outbound lane and entry ramp at Williamstown Road will be closed from 8 p.m. Wednesday, January 11. Search Big Build for info. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Make your day a cream-on-top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate, you got 4 for 3 in 2023? And they'll say, "Nice rhyme. The big holiday sale is now on. Get 4 Kumo tyres for the price of 3. I see. Tyre Power, big holiday sale on now.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of zip pay and zip money. You can get what you need now, get back on the road safely and pay for it later. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91.
Critics are calling Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans the best movie of the year. Starring Michelle Williams, Paul Dano and Seth Rogen, don't miss The Fabelmans. In cinemas now.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
With Fuel Price Lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Batting, bowling or keeping behind the stumps like I did, you'll always need a good plan to perform. It's the same at Tyre Power. Have no plan to look after your tyres and you'll impact your vehicle's ability to brake efficiently, steer straight and maintain fuel economy. That's why Tyre Power offers a free 5-minute tyre safety check. It's part of their family-first world-class service. So too, fair pricing and great value. How's that? Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Spend and Save is on now at Amart. Save $250 when you spend $1,999. Exclude sale. Hurry, offer ends soon at Amart.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools, tools built tough. The big cover came off. The big cover goes back on. It's like a pageant happening before us. All of your thoughts, 0433 98 11 16, are coming through for Tyre Power. I'll just give you a quick... This is how the nation outside of Sydney is feeling. Sydney is a joke. Give the test to Tassie. This is mega pox. Take the test off Sydney. This is a joke. And on they go. 0433 98 11 16. The weather is a bit of a curse at the moment for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Usman Khawaja is such a centrepiece of all our discussions right now. He's the leading run scorer for Victoria Police. Made for more. He's on 195. What happens when play resumes? He spoke extensively in his post-match press conference last night around this innings, his career revival, and his place in cricket. He's always a good listen. Here's Usman Khawaja.
You're going to go for those last 5 runs? You haven't gone to the captain and selflessly said, no, I'm out of here. We've got to declare.
I'm not the captain, mate. I don't make those decisions. So I think Pat will decide that tomorrow, decide how he wants to play the game. It'll be interesting to see how the game pans out from here on in. There's a few options, but yeah, with only 2 days remaining, it kind of narrows those options for us.
Can I ask you that your 100, like that initial part of the celebration, was very exuberant and emotional. Was it an important 100 for you, this one, or is there more to it?
I don't think there's more to it. I've played some really good cricket this year and just haven't cracked 100. I think I got 3 50s in a row in Sheffield Shield cricket in 3 consecutive games, and then I got a couple of 50s at the start of the Test tour, and then got a diabolical wicket at the Gabba and we won, which was fine, and then missed out last game, and then it was more of a personal battle. When I got to 50, I'm like, all right, let's just continue the process and see how long we can keep doing this for. And so then to get that reward, it's a nice feeling because I felt like I was doing all the right things, but just wasn't getting over those 3 figures. So that was pretty much it.
Thank you.
Just on that, can you compare it to just the moment when you got the 100 last year at the SCG, making the comeback, and then to do this after the year you had and opening here at the SCG and doing it?
Look, every 100 is extremely special. Last year's one was completely unexpected because I wasn't intending to play. So I think even my wife yesterday came to me and said that was really cool. But I think last year might have been a little bit cooler. So even she's discrediting this 100. But no, look, it was... for me, every time 100, especially in Australia, home crowd, there's no feeling like it. We love playing in front of a home crowd. Guys get 5 for, guys get 100. It's very special. Whether it's SCG or anywhere in Australia, it's always just a little bit different. So, yeah, I'm very grateful. Enjoy my cricket, but it's hard to compare last year to this year just because of the different circumstances, I guess.
Just on your batting against, you never played a test match in India. That's coming up right now. Steve Smith's spoken about how you have your methods and you're sticking to it. So where do you think you are with batting against Spain?
As well as I've ever been. I think that's why I scored runs in the subcontinent. I was player of the series last time. I went on the one-day tour there in 2018. There was a lot of spin played in that series too. Obviously done well in Test cricket in spinning conditions recently. I scored 100 over there in Indian A series. I think at Bangalore might have been. So for me, it's more about the process. I've got my options, and I'll continue to use them, play them in the best method I think possible. There's no guarantee in cricket I could get 8 ducks in a row. There's no guarantee, but I know a process that works for me. I know the different conditions and how I like to play against him, and yeah, that's what I'll be doing. Nothing really changes too much, to be honest.
We'll stay over this side for now, Sam.
So, would you expect Paddy to have a chat with you and say, "Oh, mate, do you want those extra 5 runs, or should we have a bowl?" Or is that just...
I think it'd be pretty harsh if he bowls straight away. I don't think that's going to happen.
Right, okay.
He's been making a few jokes around the change room today, just walking around. It's like, oh yeah, I've let Dino know that we're going to go out and have a bowl straight away. So he's in the change room taking the mickey out of me, but we don't know. Like, we could go out there and try to get a few more runs really quickly and then go, or we could declare pretty much straight away. There's obviously a decision that he'll have to make tomorrow and decide on what the weather's doing and how he wants to play out this game.
And just completely different, can you talk us through I know you did it last year, but it was a long time ago. Talk us through your celebration, because the first to bat and the helmet was sort of up and you were walking up. Is that in deference to anyone in particular, or what's the meaning of that?
Yeah, that's to God Almighty. That's every time I get 100. Bit of gratitude, just grateful to be there, grateful to have the opportunity to score 100. Every time I do, I say a prayer first more than anything, and then go on my celebrations and dance away and do what I need to. That's the significance to it, really. Obviously, religion's a big part of my life, number one. My family and my religion, 2 most important things in my life, so I keep the religion side usually pretty private, just do my own thing. But yeah, that's all there really is to it, and yeah, the celebrations after it. I always enjoy bringing a little bit of colour to Test cricket, both figuratively and literally. So that's what it is.
So is that after anybody? The little 2-step shuffle that you do?
I remember I dabbed here in like 2016, and the amount of guys in the team like, oh, I can't believe you did that, I can't believe you did that. And then the old boys were coming out, it's like, oh yeah, it's Test cricket and this stuff, all the rubbish, absolute rubbish. I can dab, you guys raise your bat, I can dab, I can do what I want. I'm still being respectful. So for me, it's just about, just adding and genuinely adding a little bit of colour to a very, very traditional game. And when I first came to the Australian cricket team, I always felt like you had to do certain things a certain way. If you did it any other way, you would... And at that time, I tried to assimilate into Australian cricket team culture as much as I could. And it wasn't until 2015 where I matured a little bit more and decided to be my own man. I still got sledged for it a lot by the boys, but I didn't care anymore because a lot of those guys I played with growing up. So, yeah, I'm just having a bit of fun. Big Bash isn't the only place you can have fun.
There's obviously been a few things. Well, it seems every time Steve Smith gets asked about how much longer he wants to play, makes some interesting comments. You talked earlier this summer about, Test cricket's a grind. You haven't played as many Test matches as some of these guys who are in sort of your generation. Like, do you feel, I guess, younger than 36 in terms of how much Test cricket you want to play and how much more you want to watch it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Smudger carries on like he's going to retire after every game. It's just Smudger, and then he goes out and gets 100 every game. So who knows? For me, maybe. I haven't been in the grind as long as Davey Warner. Stephen Smith, I played all forms for a little while, but there's probably about a 3-year period, and that was tough work, even those 3-year period. And I don't have a family like Davey does. And him and Smudger have been doing it for 10 years now. It's tough work. It takes a toll mentally. Mentally it takes a toll, physically it takes a toll too. So, look, I never like to look too far ahead. One game at a time, one series at a time. Cliche, yes, but I think it's very true. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself in this game. So for me, I'm still feeling really good. I said the same thing this time last year. I'm enjoying my cricket. The body feels great. Thankfully, touch wood, I'm still performing and doing what I need to for the team. If those things are continuing to happen, I don't really have a timeline, to be honest.
Is it also about the way that the team's playing, the environment that you're in now, the other guys, the way that it's all functioning is kind of it's enjoyable in addition to whether you're making runs or not?
Our best environment I've been in. I haven't done a warm-up in about 7 Test matches. It's unbelievable. Nothing hurts you more than a warm-up, I tell you that. I think it's added 2 more years of my career, 100%. So Ron's been great about that, so has Paddy. We get to go out and do individual warm-ups, do what we need to. It's just those small things that I think has really helped the environment in the Australian cricket team. I used to find it really intense and it used to take a lot of mental energy out. Just all the sort of, I guess I call it fluff, all the fluff you have to do, box ticking you have to do. But since I've been back in the team, there's really hasn't been any of that. It's been really refreshing. It's definitely opened up a lot of space in the mind just to go out and do your thing. So, yeah, it's been enjoyable.
I know you're not the captain, but given you've got to play more red ball cricket before the India series between now and the end of this month, then this pitch is probably as close to an India pitch as you get. Might there be a temptation to keep batting, given that the result's probably going to be pretty hard to push India?
I think you still got to go. I think there'll still be an opportunity to try to win this game. So I can't imagine us just going, we'll just battle all day tomorrow. I don't think that's going to happen. I think, I think if you don't give yourself to crack to try to win the game at least, I think you've done a disservice to the actual game personally. I can't speak on Paddy, but I assume, we'll be having a bowl. These conditions are similar, but they're never the same. When you go to India, everything's different. Pitch doesn't bounce as much generally. Bowlers are slightly, the bowlers, how they bowl are different. It's nice to have practice, but it's hard to replicate that, if I'm being honest.
Come back over to the right. Benny?
Was he being a captain yourself? What do you think the best road is to winning this game? I don't know, it's not going to be your decision, but what's the best way about going about winning?
I think I have an idea in my head. I think Paddy has the exact same idea, so probably not going to say it. But obviously we need to bowl at some stage quickly if you want to try to win the game. So it'll just depend on when we do it. It's as simple as that.
And your 200 aside, do you think there is benefit though in going out and putting a few more runs on the board, like I said, and quickly?
Yeah, definitely. Yep, 100%. So it's always a matter of the time is the enemy at this stage. That's all it is. Time is the enemy. So you got to decide of how you're going to use that time the best you can. If this happened, normally have 130 overs we face, that's, midway day 2, you have all the time in the world, but we don't. We have 2 days now. So a result is very unlikely. If, let's be honest, it's very unlikely, but it is still possible. So try to do the best you can in those circumstances, pretty much.
Celebrations, coming back to them, been mixed up a lot lately. It was, a few years ago, the LeBron pump and dab and the TikTok dance yesterday. What's next celebrations-wise? Are you seeing gritty being hit? What's next?
Yeah, my mate said he should do the gritty, but I wouldn't call that a TikTok dance. That's a crip walk. That's Snoop Dogg. There's no TikTok dance right there. That's, it's just, honestly, a lot of times it's pure, it is emotion at times, and whatever comes to my head, it sort of just happens. I just like to have fun, guys. That's all it really is. I might have to figure out a few more new dance moves, hopefully. But I don't like to get too far ahead of myself, because you start doing that and you don't score 100, then what? You need to score 100 first. Sorry?
Who suggested on the rooms, the gritty?
No, that was actually one of my mates back from here in Sydney. Yeah, another basketball fan.
Dan?
Given you continue to go so well in Test cricket, is the one-day side still something that you're thinking about at all? Given Finch retired, I know Trav's taking that spot, but that got a World Cup coming up. It's not like you're going that much longer to get there. Is it something that you're aiming at all?
Not really, if I'm being totally honest. I think at the top of the order, and so I actually saw someone on Twitter take the mickey out of me the other day. They said, Uzi got 1,000 runs this year. Last time he got 1,000 runs in one day series, he got dropped the next series. So I might have to watch my back.
Nick?
Like yesterday against the Spinners, you weren't sweeping as much as you have in the subcontinent, for example. Was that because of the conditions or the bowlers? Was there a reason behind maybe why you didn't sweep as often?
Yeah, I didn't feel like I needed to. I use a sweep when I feel like I need to manipulate the field as I want to. But I just didn't feel like I needed to. So I always keep that up my sleeve. And that changes depending on the wicket and the conditions. I'm very confident to do both, and I can. I reverse swept once. I swept a couple at the end there yesterday. I just pick and choose. Come on, guys. What's going on here?
Should have answered.
Obviously, I feel one of the people higher up in the organisation than you, I know, but Sydney Test feels like it rains every year. Feels like every second year since they wash out like this. There is less rain in Sydney, November and December. I mean, as players, would you like to see a move that means there's less chance of scenarios like this?
I don't. Personally, I do like... I'm more for change, but I do like tradition. And the Boxing Day in Sydney has always, in my mind, been the tradition. The week before this, we led into it. It wasn't raining at all. I think it's pretty unlucky that we actually got rain this specific week. So if the test match was, if that shifted a week, then we play in clear sunlight. And I've played games, a lot of games in Sydney that have had results before, even with weather delays. So it sucks, but I still think it's the traditional time to have it. We're in a La Nina pattern anyway at the moment, which means more rainfall. And I think that's about to finish now anyway. So hopefully the next few years we'll have a few more dry days.
One more here with Benny and we'll let Lucy come in.
Benny. Does the Bazball phenomenon put any extra pressure on you guys to make a miracle happen in the next 2 days?
I mean, we've done most of our batting, so Ron Ball can't really have too much effect. We're just going to have to go out and bowl extremely well. The issue is the wicket would have deteriorated a lot more if there was sun on it. There hasn't been. The moisture's gotten wet a lot, so it retained this moisture, retained the wicket. So, a lot of things have worked against us to try to win this game, I guess, in that respect. And if the sun came out 5 days, I think it would have been a cracking test match. I really do. I think that wicket would have been really cool to play on. I think it would have broken up. Would have been like old school SCG when I started playing on it. Great day 1, day 2, and then by day 3, day 4, it's just, spinning and plates coming out and whatnot. So that's disappointing, but can't control the weather. And so just have to go with it, how we go.
Usman Khawaja at his press conference last night. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. We are shortly going to have the ceremony surrounding Jane McGrath Day, which wasn't able to be held yesterday. And while light rain is still falling at the ground, that is going to take place today. So we're just on standby to join that. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate 5G, reads 4 for 475. Here's Samantha Jade.
Myself up, but I've lost my ground. There's a voice inside me saying, you know how to fight, how to be alive. Time is racing on and we're all growing old. Try to find the truth in the stories we've been told. And then another day brings us a little hope. And I rise and I feel alive. 'Cause when the world's too much and I've had enough and I'm about to break, I remember there's so much more to this. My heart's awake. And I'm gonna dance again. And I'm gonna dance again. And I'm gonna dance again. Yes, I'm gonna dance again. Yeah. Some of us, we spend our lifetime chasing ghosts, trying to be what the world's shown us is beautiful. But if you brave the storm, you reach your rainbow, and you fly, and you feel alive. 'Cause when the world's too much, and you've had enough, and you're about to break, just remember there's so much more to this. Your heart's awake. And you're gonna dance again. And you're gonna dance again. And you're gonna dance again. 'Cause you're gonna dance again. And
Lovely silk banner with the image of Jane McGrath, and together we can make a difference. The declaration of the McGrath Foundation has been held in front of the Jane McGrath stand.
Let's make it one to remember. Since 2009, together with Cricket Australia and the SCG, the NRMA Insurance Pink Test has become one of the biggest charitable sporting events in the world, while raising funds for McGrath breast care nurses all around Australia. Thanks to the amazing support from generous Australians, we've been able to provide care to 118,000 families experiencing breast cancer.
15 years of the pink test. I can't believe it. Talking to my friend Jane, she set the mission that one day everyone experiencing breast cancer will have free care and support from a breast care nurse.
The pink test is always a really special day of the calendar for Glenn and the McGrath Foundation, and to be a part of it last year was really special. To hand over the pink baggy caps to him.
I think that's the beauty of sport. It crosses all boundaries and brings people together, and that's what the pink test has done.
With your contribution to this pink test, you'll help ensure over 2,100 families have the support of a McGrath breast care nurse this year. So, from all of us at the McGrath Foundation, thank you for helping us ensure that no one goes through breast cancer without care. Please help make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember by purchasing your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au and sharing them across your socials.
The beauty of it is the volunteers are out here in this heavy rain, Glenn. They're actually laughing. That's the sacrifice we make, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they're all enjoying it to come out on the hallowed turf of the SCG. There's a lot of the McGrath Foundation staff, but there's a lot of survivors of breast cancer out there too. And, yeah, it's amazing to have those guys along, tell their stories and be part of today.
The survivors are a remarkable part of this journey that we've had over 15 years, to hear their stories. For them to be so brave and, you know, comfortable sharing their stories with the public is... it's really special.
Exactly right, and sort of, I guess that's what makes a difference. You know, they have that. You know, it's tough going through it, but then to tell your story, there's got to be a certain amount of courage there to be able to do that. And every story is different, every journey's different, but the similarities, the ones that have a breast care nurse, the outcomes are better, the experience is better, and yeah, if we can continue that positive experience at a pretty tough time in someone's life, we're only too happy to.
The McGrath breast care nurses are a remarkable group, 193 of them. We're aiming for 250 by 2025. What they do to put themselves in that situation in very difficult times is it's commendable.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, they're amazing people, firstly. I think anyone who wants to get into the nursing profession to start with, they have to be caring people and be prepared to give back. And, you know, our nurses are just amazing people. I hear stories every day of families that have dealt with the nurses, and they just, you know, they move heaven and earth to do what they can and be there for them. And, yeah, they're just incredible people.
Pink Day by proxy today. The rain pushed us back to today, and the rain's pushing us again. It's not the best, but what the public are doing is being their best, and you know, supporting the foundation. 150,000 seats has now been expanded up to 180, probably pushing 190 right now.
Yeah, exactly right. So, yeah, you can see on screen now, absolutely amazing. The support from people right across the country has been incredible. To look around the crowd here and just see a wash in pink too, I think everyone's got a story to tell of someone close to them, whether a family member or a friend. So, yeah, they feel that connection, and this is, I guess, a test match where you can really honour them and those memories and celebrate life.
Very nice of Samantha Jade to come and share a really personal moment for her too through her song.
Yeah, exactly right. She's incredible with what she's done, and for her to be part of the day with us, I feel very proud.
I want to talk about the price on the suit Robbie's suit is now up to, I think it was 25 or 26 when I last checked. That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, no, it's great. A bargain, really, isn't it, the way you think about it. But, yeah, we've still got a couple of days to the test to go and after, so we'll see what we can get to. But, you know, like we said before, you know, the way people are generous in their support. You know, we just spoke about Samantha Jade and, you know, Robbie donating his pink outfit from the AFL final is pretty incredible.
You and your family, obviously a really emotional time for you.
Yeah, we look at this test match as as a test of celebration. Yep. You know, I've got my son James and my daughter Holly and Madison. They just walked off the field somewhere. So no, it is a very special day for my family. We look at it in a positive and celebratory sort of attitude perspective, and that's the way Jane would have wanted it. My wife Sarah unfortunately can't be here today, but we live it every day, and it's good to have a little wake-up call like that every now and then, just to get out and make the most life and enjoy every moment while we can. It's
a nice moment just to share your thoughts, your memories of your wife, for the kids, of their mum, with the rest of the world. Yeah, it's sort of, you always think about sort of telling your story in quite a private, sort of tough time in your life, and we've done that ever since. We are who we are, and to be able to tell our story and live our life in I guess, public way is not always the easiest, but the kids have grown up that way. They've got a great legacy that their mum has left, and they can remember this way, as well as their own sort of personal memories. So it is pretty special. I'm just wondering, 30 years, 40 years down the track, if we'll remember Glenn McGrath as the fast bowler, or we remember Glenn McGrath as that, the guy who got the pink test going and did so much good for breast cancer. Well, you never know, do you? You look at someone like Richie Bano, my generation, and the one since looked at him as a commentator. He was an incredible cricketer as well. So, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. I always said it'd be nice to have something named after me at my home ground, favourite ground in the world. But, my wife has something, so I guess it's still in the family, isn't it? Well, you can share it. Exactly, and it is. This is something that we do celebrate. It is, we live it every day. Like I said, this is about family and. Very lucky. Well, it's a very special day, a very special test. It has been 15 years now in the making, and the growth and the support of the Australian public of this test over the years is testament to just how important it is for all of us. Here we go, 190,000 seats coming up. Oh, I went too early. There it is, bang. Yeah. It's pretty good, Glenn. You're doing a tremendous job, and keep up the good work. Yeah, I feel very, very proud, very humbled. I'm not sure I should be getting too much credit. We've got an amazing team at the foundation, and like I said before, everyone's got a story to tell of a family member or a friend that's been through or going through breast cancer. So they have that connection. That's why they support us, and that's why we've been able to do what we do. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your efforts, and thank you for continuing this incredible journey. No worries. Loving every minute of it, meeting some amazing people along the way, and getting out there and making the most of what we can. So that's what we do, James. Appreciate it.
Glenn McGrath with James Sherry down on the SCG. The scoreboard ticks over beyond 190,000 virtual seats and going. That ceremony has prompted a fresh wave of generosity in the community. pinktest.com.au, so soaring past the $3.6 million. The pity of that is we feel a little bit jinxed at the moment. The heaviest rain of the day fell while all the volunteers and the workers were out there with the silk scarf and sent patrons scurrying for cover rather than being able to fully take all of that in. But that sort of fits in with the way it's all happening at the moment. This session of our broadcast is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. The scoreboard is unchanged, 4 for 475. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate 5G. I think it's very clear there'll be no play before lunch, so 12:30 lunch till 1:10. Our lunch break for Whirlpool kitchen and laundry appliances. And maybe, which one will I share with you of what's been coming in? You are sort of keeping us vaguely amused here. 0433 98 11 16. Just the sheer exasperation in this. Just about over the tests. Got other stuff to get on with. Just abandon it and let the boys go and play Big Bash for Tyre Power big holiday sale. 0433 98 11 16. Going to keep the spirits up during a wait like this, which can feel absolutely infernal at the cricket. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on a huge range of Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions, but you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save. Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Stringer Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StringerMarine.com.au.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe iced coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential supplies on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Go into Tyre Power and say, "G'day, mate, you got 4 for 3 in 2023? And they'll say, "Nice rhyme. The big holiday sale is now on. Get 4 Kumho tyres for the price of 3. I see. Tyre Power, big holiday sale on now.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
At Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals, like a small car passenger service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $240. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au.
LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Crispy, 100% Aussie chicken and creamy Cajun sauce. It's tangy, sweet, a bit spicy. But why try to describe Macca's Cajun Chicken Deluxe when you can just eat it? Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Kicking a goal might get your strut on. Getting the stuff you want gets your Snaffle strut on. Get what you want when you want with Snaffle and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Visit snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rain falling at the SCG. So we are delayed on day 4. We're certainly not giving up on hope, but it is a significant delay for the time being. This session should have been for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. And you'll well know the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate 5G, which reads 4 for 475. The ground staff are just having a meander out towards the middle, but I'm beyond overselling it to you. They are as frustrated as everybody else. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power big holiday sale. Nick from Hoppers Crossing did send this through. It'll be one of our topics for conversation as we go along. Is the DRS starting to introduce more errors than the score review system in the AFL? Oh, Nick, you had me at hello. Jordan Silk's dismissal last night was a horrible decision for BizCover, business insurance made easy. It was so curious to watch, Nick. So one of the contradictions in the cricket process is that the vision and the audio don't need to marry up. And that's because the audio rate is different to the frames that are captured by camera. So it is now just a convention that if there is a ripple, if there is a spike, it must be the ball hitting the bat, despite what the visual evidence was last night, where the ball was nowhere near the bat. But the ripple on the line was enough to see him given out. And it had that really weird moment where Silk was leaving the field and he was trying to review the review, where there's no higher authority. It was high fast, but to hear him speak afterwards, his bat was nowhere near that ball, but there was a rumple on the line and that was enough for him to be given out. So if you set it up like that, you run the risk of absurdist results. And if you are my way inclined that the intervention of technology in a lot of sport has simply shifted the howler, then that was another piece of evidence on that front. So that's up for debate. 0433 98 11 16 if you'd like to make a contribution for Tyre Power big holiday sale. So the lunch break is 40 minutes away for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. We're going to reflect a little bit with more of the This Is Your Journey. So yesterday we played you Wasim Akram, which was a brilliant interview done by Sam Edmund with the release of his book. Part of our expert commentary team, we do collect their stories along the way. For Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Another that falls into that category is the Victorian coach Chris Rogers. He's a long-term member of our SEN Test Cricket commentary team. He is with Sam Edmund here, reflecting on his life and times in cricket.
Yeah, Chris Rogers is remembered for being one of Australia's gutsiest opening batters, a man who refused to take no for an answer and was rewarded with some glorious moments on the biggest stages world cricket can offer. Chris, hello and welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thanks, Sammy. Really appreciate being asked to come on.
Now, I reckon you can sometimes glean a bit from a person's Twitter bio, Chris. You've only got 160 characters to play with, I think, but you've gone with short-sighted, colourblind, redhead.
Yeah. There was I guess I grew up as a small little ginger kid, got a got picked on a little bit. So I don't know. There were times where I thought things didn't go my way, but probably, what defined me a little bit and how I kind of, had to fight a little bit to get everything that came my way. But, there was, I don't know, if I look at it like that, it doesn't sound too appealing, but I think I've lived a pretty fortunate life, to be honest.
I was thinking that is the absolute definition of self-deprecating, but then I got thinking about as you just touched on there, I guess we call it the Aussie battler, don't we? And that was one that you were seemingly happy to adopt, that mentality, and we assume from the outside looking in that it served you well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I always had it. I speak to my parents about what I was like as a young kid now that I have a young child, and I was just, super competitive, a bit stroppy when things didn't go my way, but just always had a bat or a ball in my hand and was wanting to win kind of thing. So I think that's probably stuck with me throughout my career, and in some respects I probably wasn't the most gifted cricketer. I didn't hit the ball like Mark Waugh or Adam Gilchrist or anything like that. But I probably had other attributes, and one of them was to keep fighting.
I wouldn't worry about Gilly, mate. I think he's ruined it for absolutely everyone. The impossible benchmark, if ever there was. But the colour blindedness. I mean, that's been a fascinating topic for people to learn about you over the years, and I can't imagine there'd be too many interviews over the journey that you've done where it hasn't come up. But can I just ask you, Chris, was it something you were born with like most people, or did you inherit that, later in life?
No, you're born with it. It comes through your mother, actually. So if I have a daughter, she'll probably carry it and give it to her son. So, I've always had it, and I think it's something that you just learn to live with. It's not like I can't see colour. I can see colour. It's just I kind of equate it to I'm wearing sunglasses a lot of the time. I just don't see the brightness that most people get to see. So it got in the way a little bit, particularly in the field when you're side on. It's really hard to pick up the ball in terms of the background. And for many years I couldn't wear sunglasses out because the only glasses I understood were the grey lensed one, which would kind of make the grass and the ball merge into one colour. So it wasn't until kind of once I started playing for Australia and OPSM actually got in touch and helped me understand that you could get different coloured lenses that would make the ball stick out. I do that. So little things like that, you learn to live with along the way. But it didn't really get in the way too much. Probably the one time it did was highly embarrassing was the full toss from Graham Swan at Lords in 2013. The ball went above the sight screen and I just completely lost it. So it hit me on the box and was going to be missing the stumps, but I was given out LB. So, that was probably the one time it came and bit me on the arse.
Yeah, and I'm obviously no optometrist, Buck, but short-sighted as well. Does that necessarily mean that your long sight is excellent? I mean, can you spot a fly on the wall from 100 yards, or it's just your standard sight, anything that's not in your immediate field of view is normal?
No, so I can see short-sighted. I can see close. I can't see far. So, it was probably the worst thing about it was if I look back now that when I played my Test debut, I wore these ridiculously bad glasses that I'll always have to deal with because that picture seems to follow me anywhere. But they weren't quite the stylish glasses I should have had in my first Test. So, it was more just dealing with contact lenses and glasses and things like that. But like I said, these are the things you get used to. Yeah.
So I was just going to ask you actually. You wore glasses to field. I think you initially started batting with them too. But did the sweat become an issue there because you moved to the contacts, didn't you?
Yeah. I tried not to bat in glasses. It would only do that if it was like I had 2 overs or 3 overs to bat at the end of the day or something like that. But it was more the sweat. Yeah, if you bat in glasses, I mean, some people do. I don't quite know how they do it, but sweat would kind of run down the glasses and then it become difficult. But the other thing is I found it hard to wear contacts in the field because the wind would somehow get in and just make it all gritty. Whereas, when you're batting, the wind didn't seem to get inside the helmet for some reason. Don't know why, but that's how it played out.
Your career, I guess the peak of it anyway, when you're representing Australia, coincided with the introduction of the pink ball. And there were a few trial matches at the time at Shield level. How did the introduction of the pink ball affect you, Bud?
I only played one game. It was actually, I played for the MCC versus the reigning county champions, Nottinghamshire. I can't remember what year it was, but we played in Abu Dhabi. This was before they understood that colourblind people see the pink ball as a dark colour, whereas normal people see it as a bright colour. So they had a black sight screen and purple seats behind there. So I'm trying to pick up a dark ball with a black sight screen and purple seats. Fair to say, I didn't have a lot of luck. I got hit by a full toss. It hit me almost on the knee. I just didn't even see it. It was by a bowler named Luke Fletcher. And yeah, that was, I think Rachael got 100, so he earned his cash that day, but I didn't get any, and vowed never to play a pink ball game again, and actually retired the year when they started playing Shield cricket pink ball.
So perhaps you got out just in the nick of time, Chris.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I've heard Matthew Wade is colourblind, and he's managed to have some success against it. So perhaps with a white sight screen, it'd be a bit better. But yeah, I mean, even when I commentate with the pink ball, it's really hard to pick up.
So your test debut ends up coming at the age of 30 after an injury to Matty Hayden, which we'll get to later. But you're then made to wait another 5 years before being recalled and going on to play another 24 tests for your country, and you averaged just under 43 with the bat. I wanted to ask you, Chris, the pressure, the scrutiny, the competition for spots. I mean, in a way, did you feel like almost every test would be your last? Is that par for the course when it comes to representing Australia at test level?
A little bit. There was always just that anxiety that, you know, I always probably thought 2 test matches at times. There were 2 test matches. If I failed, I was probably a good chance. I mean, Phil Hughes was you know, this was the time where he was kind of scoring a lot of runs as well. And I know there was a big push to get him back in the side, being so talented. So, yeah, I felt probably on edge. And at times it got to me. I remember in the Ashes of 13-14, I actually finished off with centuries in Melbourne and Sydney. And then we went to South Africa. And I thought it was a bonus I got on that tour. Because halfway through that Ashes series, I probably hadn't scored the runs I needed to. And then we went to South Africa, and that first test, Shane Watson was injured, and Alex Doolan and Sean Marsh both played, and they both scored runs. And I'll never forget, I didn't score any runs in that first test. And then I was reading way too much of social media and the media and things like that, and it was getting me down. And then I missed out the first innings of Port Elizabeth, and I vowed not to read anything, not to look at my phone. And I turned the TV on, and it was their equivalent of our Inside Cricket TV show. And it was some guy I'd never seen before in my life, and he was just saying, they need to drop Rogers straight away and get Watson back into the side. And I nearly threw the remote at the TV. I was just so frustrated. And then I almost just, for whatever reason, I spoke to my dad about it, and I just went out that next innings, and I was almost carefree. I was like, well, if I nick off, that's it. My career will be finished, my international career. I'll go and play some, state cricket, some county cricket. I'll be happy. And I went out, and everything hit the middle of the bat. And it was a great lesson just to kind of realise there's so much that you can't control. You just got to go and try and enjoy the moment, and hopefully the success will come. But it was a tough lesson to learn, but yeah, one that served me well after that.
Yeah, I guess the rise of the pink ball also somewhat coincided with the rise of social media, so you're probably glad to leave both behind you. But you mentioned state cricket and county cricket. I mean, geez, your apprenticeship was long. You spent a decade playing for WA. You moved to Victoria. I think you represented 5 county teams in England over that 10-year period as well. You just couldn't get a look in when it came to the Aussie squad. So I imagine even before getting there, psychologically, you'd been through all the stages by then, the big dream, the disappointment, and then to, I'm sure, thinking you've got to move on and accept that you're perhaps never going to quite get there.
Yeah, there was a lot of that thinking. There were times when I would look at players who were in the team and think, I'm outperformed them. I don't understand why they're getting picked and I'm not. So that was a bit frustrating at times. But you just, you're still playing cricket for a living. I think that was the great thing. And then you just hope that maybe that this opportunity will come along. But and eventually it did, and I was a bit fortunate with that. How that happened. I think probably the one thing for a lot of state players, you just have this burning desire to see if you're good enough at international level. That's the thing. I think you look at it at times and you think, gee, like they're playing on flat wickets. Some of that bowling looks a little bit innocuous. I reckon, I could go okay, but until you actually go and do it, you always have that kind of nagging doubts at the back of your mind that, perhaps you just would fail and wouldn't be up for it kind of thing. So that was probably what drove me. I just wanted to know if I could succeed at that level. Then that opportunity came and it was a bit of a struggle at the beginning, but then there was a bit of success at times as well. So, I finished my career. I was completely satisfied, really, that I'd had a go and showed that I could compete at that level. So I was pretty content.
Do you still have a hit these days?
Absolutely not. It's funny. I don't have any interest in putting the pads on. It's like I carried cricket bags around for 20 years. I played over 300, 4-day games, 4 or 5 day games. Just think how many days that is of my life. I literally have zero interest in putting the pads on. It's one of the things that kind of, when I was getting to the back end, it was a bit, I wasn't sure when was the right time to retire. And I kind of asked a few of the coaches and things like, it was Michael Divenuto, who was the Australian batting coach. And he just said to me, he said this thing, he said, you know when you know, but. And I went, what does that mean? He said, you know when you know. And I didn't really understand it for a while until the moment happened and I realised that I knew. And it was a weird moment. But yeah, until I kind of understood that, I thought he was talking rubbish.
We're chatting to former Aussie opener Chris Rogers. So, Chris, where was home for you as a kid?
I grew up in Perth, in suburbs there. My dad, my family, my parents are from New South Wales, a little bit of Central Coast, and mum's more from Sydney. But then dad was heavily involved in cricket in New South Wales, a bit of a club legend there, and was a selector for New South Wales. He played 5 games for them as well, and then he got the job as general manager of the Wacker. So we moved when I was 3 to Perth, and I grew up in Perth and was really fortunate with life there.
So with your father, John, his playing background and then into administration, as you say, was cricket all you knew after you were born in 77? When did your relationship with the game start? What's your earliest recollection?
I mean, I think I had an older brother as well, so Dave, so he was 3 years older. So we were always messing around, playing, that kind of thing. Funnily enough, we actually went back to the Central Coast and lived in Kincumber for a year. And I played a year for Avoca, I don't know what it was, under 11s or something like that. And Brian Sawyer was my coach, and his son, Matt Sawyer, was my best mate at the time. And that's probably my first experience of playing some kind of competitive cricket. So I must have been about 10.
And you're also a cousin, and look, reading probably a distant cousin, of Ian Rogers, who is 17 years your senior and a chess grandmaster, Chris. You didn't think about picking up a rook or a bishop instead of a bat, did you?
I can fully say to you that is absolute rubbish. I don't know who's put that on Wikipedia, but it's not true.
It's a furphy.
Not at all. But but I don't. I've let that one go on there. I don't really care. People think that I might have some kind of intelligence and some skill when it comes to that, but no, that's not true.
But when did you realise, or perhaps become aware, that you might have had a talent that could actually take you somewhere with this game? Was there a moment or a stage in your journey?
And I reckon it was probably not until I went to England and I was playing kind of club cricket over there that I started to kind of dominate and then started to believe that I was a pretty good player. I was playing so much cricket. I was playing 4 or 5 days a week, and a lot of it was crap cricket, but that's probably where I learned to kind of grind and score runs.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think you were still a teenager in 96 when you played against New Zealand in that under-19s game, the youth test match. And then shortly thereafter, I think you moved to the UK and you played in the Devon League there. And as you say, the runs flowed. What was the thinking with heading over there at a relatively young age, it must be said?
I didn't want to get a job. I think that was probably the main thing. But I loved the game. I was madly in love with cricket. Yeah, I loved it. It was Devon is the southwest of England. So at that time, that was a lot before people kind of were going to Europe for holidays and stuff. So you used to get these touring teams almost every day of the week. They'd come down and play cricket. And for anyone who has been to Instow Cricket Club, it's one of the most picturesque grounds in the world. It's where two rivers meet the sea, and it's got like a sea wall and a thatched pavilion, and so it was just a brilliant setting, and I played, I loved playing cricket there.
Off the field, away from the pitch, culture-wise, was it an adjustment?
Yeah, I was 18 as well, and I was kind of learning about life and learning fast. I'd never lived away from home either, but the one great thing, and it doesn't happen nearly as much now because of visa rules and things like that, but the one great thing was whenever I went over to play cricket in England, I automatically had 10 friends. That was the thing. And because you were the overseas player, that people would go out of their way to help you out. Funnily enough, like a lot of the guys who I was playing cricket with, they all went to the academy in Adelaide, and I was never invited to go there. I don't think they thought I was good enough. But I went to England instead, I reckon it taught me more about life than anything else, and I'm grateful for that.
Fast forwarding, if you like, Chris, but staying on the domestic front. I mean, you left WA for Victoria after 10 years in 2008. Now, it didn't go down well with the locals, I think it's fair to say. The then WACA CEO Graham Wood described it as bewildering. Why did you make the move in 2008 to the other side of the country?
Wow, where do I start? Yeah, I think it was. Look, I was probably just a little bit at odds with how the selection was getting done. I think like Tom Moody's had an incredible coaching career. I think his motto really was kind of, we'll pick talent, and there were much more talented players than me, but that didn't make them better. When I played my test match, the first test match, I played that test. I think we finished on the Sunday and the Monday, and the following Friday, WA were playing a one-day game, and I wasn't in the side. So it was kind of this, weird kind of sensation where I just felt like I was being undervalued a little bit, and that other players were being overvalued. And I tried to kind of talk to Tom about it, but he just saw things differently, really. But the good thing about with us, with Tom, I've done a bit of commentary with him since, and we get on really, really well. I think both parties now reflect back and go, gee, we both could have handled that so much better. But yes, it was probably just a moment where I just felt like I had much more value to give, and without sounding I don't know, bitter. I went to Victoria next year and I won like one day player of the year in the competition. So it was kind of, it was a bit like selection is a lot subjective, and at the time I just didn't think that they were making the right ones, and felt for my own career I probably needed to go elsewhere as well, because it's really hard. I think really hard also to get into the Australian side if you were only playing one of the formats at the time. It was one of those things that if I look back at my career, I came back to play at the WACA next year. We had a one-day game and then a four-day game, and I got 75, I think, in the one-day game. I got man of the match and we won, and then I actually scored 200s in the four-day game, including hitting Adam Boges for a sweep shot four to win the game in the fourth inning. So yeah, it was one of those things. You look back and it was like the stars aligned, and I don't know if that was meant to be or whatever, but it was pretty satisfying. I did one thing I'll always regret though, and Marcus North got 200s in the game as well, and each time he got 100, and we were like best mates almost, and each time he got 100, he looked at me and kissed the badge. And I said to Dave Hussey in the second innings when he did it, when Marcus did it, I said if he kisses the badge this time and I get 100 in the second innings, I'm going to kiss the badge as well. And sure enough, it all played out, and I got 100 and I kissed the badge, and it just didn't go down well at all either. And I regret that. That was a bit of shit behaviour by me, if I'm allowed to say that. I remember that vividly.
Yet ultimately, I mean, the move obviously paid off coming over to Victoria, but we speak about how you had to, fight and scrap for everything. I mean, how close did you think you got to losing your Cricket Victoria contract years later when it was 2012?
Oh, no, I was told I'd lost it. So head selector, I remember this. I was playing cricket for Middlesex, captaining, doing well, came over, and he was in London, and he invited me to come to breakfast with his wife. And I'm thinking, this is nice. It'd be good to see him and have breakfast. And then right there and then, we were having breakfast, and then he told me, he said they weren't going to renew my contract. Like, what do you mean? And then his wife was sitting there, so I don't know if he did that purposely or what, or I don't know, but I immediately after that meeting, I got on the phone to my agent, and I was devastated, and at that stage, I was genuinely thinking of going and playing as an overseas player in South Africa or New Zealand or something like that in the summer, and just wanted to keep playing. I didn't think I was ready to finish, and then Ashton Agar, actually, last minute he went to Western Australia, and the last contract came up, and I took that. I went from being on like the top contract to the bottom contract at the time, but I was just grateful to still be playing.
Chris Rogers with Sam Edmonds. Buck's part of our expert commentary team for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. This opening session of play, which has been lost to rain for MEGT, build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. But the covers have been lifted. And the ground staff is hard at work. They've got the industrial dryers out on the run-ups or on the approach to the pitch at the Randwick end, at the Paddington end from which we broadcast. Phil Jakes told you right at the start of the day that the concern was what had happened around the covers, and indeed between where the main cover finishes and the cover for the run-up was placed, and clearly some water has got through. There's been a lot of suspicious eyes from umpires in particular, a lot of umbrella pointing, and there's a lot of maintenance work being done at the moment. So, everybody's hard at work. It is not raining. In fact, the skies are quite bright for the time being. Craig on the road has got the public sentiment, 0433 98 11 16. For Tyre Power Big Holiday Sale. Gerard, am I the only person who thinks the lunch break during rain delays is a waste of time and the dumbest rule or process in world sport? You mentioned play will not start until the lunch break finishes at 1:10 p.m. We've just lost 2 hours this morning and 6 hours yesterday. If the weather is clear at 12:30, then pee the lunch break off and start playing. Just dumb. No, Craig, you're singing to the choir here. We've been having that precise conversation in the box as your text was arriving, so we're all on the same page. We'll wait to see what happens here at the SCG. This is SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Charlie Battisti & Co., Melbourne's most trusted repairer of prestige German vehicles, is looking for the next expert to join their team. If you have a passion for prestige vehicles, aspire to build an exciting career, are dedicated and have a strong work ethic, then Charlie Battisti & Co. are ready to chat. You'll work on their customers' most prized possessions at the state-of-the-art repair facility dedicated to Porsche, Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Join Charlie Battisti & Co. Details at charliebattisti.com.au.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. Shop now to grab a bargain at your local IKEA store or online at ikea.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. From sports to art and music, Mildura has what you're looking for when it comes to events. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
The legendary reliability of Toro mowers has made them best on ground at Real Madrid and St Andrews. Then there's the legendary toughness of Toro irrigation that makes them best underground too. And now you can rely on Toro for your home ground. Check out Toro Walk Power Mowers, lithium-powered garden tools and garden irrigation systems now available at Bunnings Warehouse and your local Toro dealer. For the home ground advantage, you can count on Toro.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes
to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Look out for a crash on the Princes Freeway for outbound after the Point Cook Bend. In Carrum Downs, Latham's Road is closed between Stevenson's Road and Frankston Gardens Drive, so use Frankston Dandenong Road and Seaford Road instead. And in Parkville, Barry Road is closed between Pelham Street and Grattan Street. Ancestry DNA, the #1 selling consumer DNA kit. Your story could travel back to a fishing village in Norway, or you might match with a new relative. Ancestry.com.au. That's the latest SEN Sky traffic.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. The scoreboard for Mates, make the switch to Mate 5G, 4 for 475. The rope has been driven around the outfield at the SCG, but the real concern is the run-up at the Paddington end where the industrial dryers and the roller are at work, and that's been the subject of a lot of suspicious looks from officials and players alike. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Big Holiday Sale. Gerard, your pet peeve is a bad light. Mine is, why are they taking lunch at 12:30 when there hasn't been a ball bowled in the day? Get them on. Get it going. They have just formally declared lunch is going to be taken at 12:30 till 1:10. The next pitch inspection is at 12:45 just to assess how progress is going. But there will be a formal lunch break for 40 minutes for Whirlpool, kitchen and laundry appliances. So we will sit here watchfully and see how all of that transpires. Chris Rogers, part of our SEN Test Cricket commentary team. Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Part 2 of his This Is Your Journey with Sam Edmund.
So, Chris, it was Derbyshire in 04, Leicestershire in 2005, which is where I wanted to pause for a moment. Now, you hit a 56 and a 209, not against any team. You do it in a tour game against Australia before the Ashes that year. Now, the Aussies have an attack containing Lee, Gillespie, Kasparit, Stewie McGill was bowling that day. What did that do for you, first of all, individually, confidence-wise?
It definitely put my name on the map a little bit. In terms of personally, it was a strange feeling. Every now and then in your career, if you're lucky enough to play for long enough, there's moments where you're batting and it's almost like you can't get out. You can try to get out, but you can't get out. And it happens really, really rarely. I remember Brett Lee in the first innings, because he knew that England were going to bowl a lot of bouncers, and he was almost practicing his bouncers. And so he was running in a bowl. I'll never forget when at one stage, they'd had a leg gully, and he'd run in. I actually managed to just kind of cut a couple for 4. So Ponting kind of moved the leg gully to second gully, and Brett Lee was halfway in his run-up when the guy was still moving. So I pulled back, like trying to say that the field is still moving. And Brett Lee ran all the way down to where I was standing. I said, I'm sorry, mate. And he said, you will be. I'm going to kill you next ball. And he bowled this bouncer the next one, and it was so fast. I didn't even move, and I heard it kind of just fly past my helmet. It was inches away. But then it was just the flattest wicket at Grace Road. Yeah, like I said, I just felt like I couldn't get out. There was even, I got out, caught behind, and it was a no ball of Jason Gillespie. And I don't know if you remember, but in that series, Australia had all these problems with no balls. And I remember at the time, Kasparit he couldn't put his foot behind the line, and the umpire literally couldn't call every one of them because the game would never finish. And he was trying to tell him, mate, your foot's still over the line, but he kept on no balls. They just weren't being called. It just kind of went my way, and before you know, I was about 120 just over 100. And Matthew Hayden said to me, he said, "Come on, mate, time to get out," kind of thing. And there was it was a Sunday. It was day 4 of the Masters or something like that. I can't remember it.
Really?
And then so they wanted to get on the bus and go kind of watch it, that kind of, and the British Open, I think it was. And so anyway, I kind of did. I tried slogging and stuff like that, and I nicked one. I got out, but it was a no ball. And then I just kept slogging, and they kind of, went into holes and gaps and things like that. And then I got a hold of a few. And before you know, I was kind of close to 200, and I thought I could do this. And then so I managed to score to get that 200, and it was just one of those moments where I go, I didn't even know I had it in me. So it was fantastic, and it was secretly great to do it against the Aussies. But yeah, I'm not sure that they appreciated it much at the time. But yeah, it was a great day.
I was going to ask you if that was fact or fiction with Matty Hayden saying you should get out, because you two had a bit of he was never backwards in comings forwards in having a few words to say while you were batting over the years, was he?
No, but I'm not the only one. He was a huge competitor, obviously, and then I think the way he carried himself, there was that bit of that bravado and get in your face and that kind of stuff. So you knew what was coming when you played against Matty Hayden, and he was just so intimidating. But all the Queensland guys were. It all felt like they were about 6'4" plus. It was so intimidating playing against that side at the time. And yeah, he was one of them.
Because there was a Pura Cup game, wasn't there, 99, that I think you've referenced a couple of times since. I mean, it might have only been your fifth first-class match. And he had a pretty pointed remark, didn't he, after you might have hit a boundary in that match?
Did he? I forgot.
I think he said he pointed out that at least this is how it's been reported, that none of your teammates in the dressing room were clapping, and you might have said a short period of time later that it was one of the more telling sledges that you'd actually copped.
Oh, funny what you remember and what you forget, but yeah, I mean that was. I think that was that was a lot of how cricket was played at the time. It just wasn't Matthew Hayden. It was you'd go and play Victoria, and Darren Berry would be especially when he was standing up to the stumps, he would be making sure you felt uncomfortable. But all the sides did. I don't want to just bring up Darren Berry's name because there were it was all the way throughout, and that was just how it was played at the time. And in some respects, that's that toughened you up. It prepared you for Jimmy Anderson and the Ashes.
yeah. And I suppose somewhat ironically, it was Matty Hayden's hamstring that opened the door, didn't it? So 2008 against India, third test at the Wacker. Although, was the baggy green too small, Chris? It'd give you a tremendous amount of headaches on day one, which you'd spent all day in the field, didn't you?
Yeah, it was 40-odd degrees. We lost the toss, and it was literally like 42 degrees, and we fielded all day. It was the day, too, if you remember. It was Sean Tate's last test match, and he had to bowl the over just before lunch, and he was trying to rush through to get one extra over, and he must have bowled 3 or 4 no balls, and yeah, it's kind of where his wheels came off a little bit. And I remember, I think Saywag batted, just unbelievably against us, and Tendulkar got 60 or 70 and was outstanding. But we fielded all day, and then so they presented Justin Langan presented me with the baggy hat, and I have a pretty big head, ironically enough. and so I put this cap on. It was way too small. And so anyway, you don't say anything because you're first. So the day 2 we had to go out and field again, and I put it on straight away. It was so hot again, and I straight away gave me a headache. So I'd done it with some other caps, and you'd go and kind of get some scissors and just snip them a little bit, and then just try and stretch it a bit, and I did it. I snipped it, and then I was sitting next to Phil Jacques, who I was opening with, and I just kind of tried to stretch it a bit, and I ripped it almost in half. And I'll never forget, he just looked at me, and he just said, "What have you done?" Like that. And then Gilchrist came and just looked and just burst into laugh. And then I had to go out and field with Brad Hogg's baggy green on, and someone in the crowd just yelled out, "I bet you slept with that baggy green." I was like, "No, it's not even mine." But so they gave me another one. I don't know what happened to that first one, unfortunately. I would have liked to have kept it.
It was an eventful test for you, wasn't it? I mean, it came 10 days after the second test in Sydney, and the Monkeygate scandal, obviously involving Harbhajan Singh and Andrew Simons, and there was a real simmering tension between the two sides at this stage, and you were, I guess, plunged right into the middle of it. What sort of team talk did you walk into before that third test in Perth, Bharat?
Yeah, we had a meeting, it was like 2 or 3 days before, and it really was just about this incident. It wasn't about the game or, like how we're going to play in the Wacker or anything like that. I mean, the other thing was Australia won 16 test matches in a row, so they were going for the world record 17. So I don't think that they really cared so much about planning because they didn't need to. In most cases, they're just so good. And so we had this meeting, and I was just sitting kind of at the back. I had no idea what was going on, really. I was just, I was kind of a bit in awe of the players who were in the room, and a bit in awe of the fact that I was even there, So, and then, just kind of got on with it. And then I remember it was Matty Hayden had to do a fitness test, and everyone had gone just about. And then it was just him, Adam Gilchrist, and Andrew Simons left, and Hayden came up and just said, "Buck, I'm no good. You're in." And then I remember I went out and I called my dad, and I've never heard my dad cry, but he teared up, I think. It was quite an incredible moment. It was a bit of I remember I've heard Mike Hussey say the first test is just a blur, and it is, especially because it was a home test. I was trying to organise tickets for friends and family and do all this, we got beaten. I got 4 and 15, something like that, and then I was kind of discarded, and no one got 100 in that test match. It was a bit of a tricky whack a wicket, then they went to Adelaide, I think, after, and Hayden came back in. He got 100. It was about 3 or 4 blokes got hundreds. I just thought, and the worst feeling about that was, and I've seen it happen with so many guys like Bob Quiney, Callum Ferguson, all the guys that go play 1 or 2 tests. You spend years trying to climb a mountain, and then you're just pushed off the cliff, and you're at the bottom of the mountain again. Yeah, you look up and you go, I've got to do it all over again. And that's the worst feeling. And it takes months to kind of deal with that. And if you look at the guys who have been through those experiences, generally the next 6 months is pretty poor because you're just dealing with all this emotional baggage. And it was a bit the same with me. I just felt like that was it. I was going to be a one-test wonder, and that was all I'd ever amount to be.
You wouldn't go down as a one-cap wonder, but how did you get back in? It was a real sliding doors moment. Were you just the right man in the right place at the right time? And Ricky Ponting retired, Michael Hussey retired, and I'm not sure, but did selectors decide they just needed perhaps a little dollop of experience rather than some, next-generation talent?
I think you nailed it, really. It was also right after Homework Gate, so there was a fair bit going on within the group. And, I think that they just got to a point where, I was a bit like, we've got a lot of youth here. We could do with some experience. And I think, Brad Haddon kind of came back into the fold, and Ryan Harris, I think, and these kind of guys. So I think they just wanted to strengthen, the side from that point of view. And obviously I had a lot of experience in England in those conditions. I'll never forget, though. So I was playing for Middlesex, and I was living in West Hampstead, and the guys Australia got knocked out of the Champions Trophy early. So half the side then a few of them went and played in the Aussie A game down at Bristol, and the other half just went to London, and they needed a ground to train at. So they trained at Hampstead Cricket Club, which was literally, it was 200 metres walk from where I was staying at the time. So I'd kind of dragged my bag through the streets of West Hampstead to go to this cricket club, and then I'd train with the guys because I was still playing for Middlesex at that time. Mickey Arthur, I had a couple of net sessions. I had a net session. He came up to me after the first net session. He said, "Buck, that was really good." I was like, "Oh, thanks." He goes, "Yeah, I've never seen you bat before."
Wow.
And then I don't think that's true, because I think I played in a game where he was coach. The next day, so we had a good conversation. Next day, he came up to me and he said, "Buck, no, I've just been really impressed with how you've gone these first few days." And he said, he said 2 things. When we get to Somerset, which is where the first practice game was going to be, I want to go for dinner with you. I just want to pick your brain on cricket over here. I've really enjoyed our chat the last few days. I said, cool. And he said, and just letting you know, also, you'll be opening in the first test. And I was like, oh, wow, this is amazing. And funnily enough, I had to get in the car and drive up to, I think it was Lancashire or somewhere like that, Yorkshire, and play a one-day game the next day for Middlesex kind of thing. And I was driving up, and I was in the car with Sam Robson, who played for England, but he's probably more of an Australian. But anyway, and his mate was dating Mickey Arthur's daughter, and we're driving up, and he gets his phone out and he's reading it. He goes, oh, Mickey Arthur's been sacked. I just couldn't believe my luck. I was like, there I was, told I was going to play, and then next thing you know, the coach has been sacked. So, I didn't know how to take that. So, after that, we went down to Somerset and we picked up the Aussie A guys, and Darren Lehman was coaching the Aussie A team, and he came in. And I remember we were staying at the Castle Hotel in Somerset, which is this really old hotel. It was one lift. you could only fit like one person in. So I ended up carrying my suitcase and my cricket bag up 3 flights of stairs. And I always hang my clothes up when I get into a hotel room. So I just kind of opened my suitcase and threw all my clothes out kind of thing, about to hang them up. And there was a knock on the door and he came in and it was Darren Lehman. And he just walked in and just went, "Oh, you're a messy bastard, eh?" And I was like, "Oh, wow, great first impression," kind of. Then he said, "Just to let you know, you won't be playing in this first practice game." And my heart sunk. And he said, "But you will be opening in the first test." And then, it was one of the moments. And I remember he said it to me since. He said it was one of the best moments in his coaching career, my reaction, apparently.
It's just amazing, isn't it? So at the age of 35 this is, and you don't let them down. You average 40.77 for the series. You're Australia's third highest run scorer. You reach a maiden 100, obviously, in the first innings of the fourth test at Durham, I think it was. I mean, family, friends, all those with the intimate understanding of the struggle to get there must have been an unbelievable time for you.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the first test was amazing. It was Ashton Agar when he got 98, and we nearly stole the game. Some of the best batting I've ever seen in my life, and from number 11. And then we fell short. Now we went to Lords, and we got absolutely hammered. That was when I missed that full toss, and we were woeful. And my friend Stephen Peters, who I played county cricket at Northamptonshire, he had a benefit year that year, and in between the second and third test, there was a practice game down in Hampshire, but I was told, "Don't worry about it, just stay in London, relax." So I could go to his benefit dinner. They had a panel of Alastair Cook, Alex Stewart, and Jeff Thompson, I remember. And at the end, I tried to go say hello to Jeff Thompson, introduce himself. He had absolutely no idea who I was. The panel guy got asked what their prediction for the series would be at the end, and Alastair Cook, naturally said, "Oh, look, I don't want to say, anything there," that kind of thing. And Alex Stewart said, "Oh, it's definitely going to be 5-0, that kind of thing." And then they got to Jeff Thompson. He goes, "Oh, I don't know, but our top order is a disgrace. Our number, like 1, 2, 3, are worse than 9, 10, 11 kind of thing." And just completely blitzed me. So I was devastated leaving that. And then that was when I probably thought I had one more test match. And I went up. We went up to Manchester, and we won the toss. And it was just a perfect batting pitch, and everything found the middle of the bat. Thankfully, I think I was 50 or 47 balls, and I was out for 80. Yeah, we went to Durham, and it was going to be a green top. And Darren Lehman, I remember, come up to me and said, "Mate, you are getting 100 this game." And I don't know why, like that just kind of helped me a lot. And then it was one of those innings where I just think everything went my way. You have a lot of bad luck throughout your career, but then there's moments where you know that everything went my way. I must have played and missed 20, 25 times. I was dropped at second slip, had a review that could have been given out. It was all a couple of little things like that. But that 100 is my favourite because it was the first one, and I was actually, I remember Brad Haddon putting his arm around me. I was batting with him, and he just said, "Mate, you deserve this." And then I was tearing up a little bit down the non-strikers then, the next over, but we got through the end of the day.
That century, you're on 96 for how long, do you reckon? Because Graham Swan had you pinned down for what seemed like an eternity. Did it feel like a long time for you to be stuck on 96?
Yeah, I think it was like 40 minutes or something like that. I know it was about 24 balls. So, and I panicked a little bit, and I just couldn't. I'd hit him for 4 to go to 96, and then he bowled a short, wide one that I should have hit for 4, and I clocked it. And didn't get any, and then he just didn't bowl a bad ball after that. I panicked, and I thought to myself, either I do something here, I'm going to get out. So either I take him over his head, but the chances of me going over mid-off and mid-on weren't high, or I just sweep and hope that I don't miss it and get LB. And in the end, he bowled a ball that was right in the perfect spot to sweep, and I hit it. And there's a moment, I think, where you hit the ball and only you know that, where it's gone kind of thing. And so I hit it, and there was a fraction of silence before people realised the ball had, it was going to the boundary. So that was I kind of think that was my moment. But and then it was just pure relief, really.
So the return Ashes series in 13-14, you averaged 46 and a bit, another 2 tons in that series. You had 100 against South Africa as well. And then you said prior to the 2015 series back in England for the Ashes that it would be your last series. I reckon the fact that you retired on your own terms as well, I mean, after everything you'd been through as well, and not many in professional sport get the chance to go out on their own terms. And, geez, what a way to go out. I mean, you lost the series, but individually, highest test score of your career, 173 as well. I think you averaged 60 and you're the player of the series. It was a scriptwriter's dream.
I don't know. It was one of those things where you're just so determined to finish well. Everyone's determined, but I was ready to fight as hard as I ever had, kind of to try and grind them out. And I knew it would play an important role to hopefully look after our middle order. So, and then it started all right from a personal point of view. I think I got 95 in the first innings, but we lost that test. We went to Lords, won the toss. It was pretty flat. It swung early, but it was pretty flat. And then Davey threw away a start, but Steve came out and we batted for the rest of the day. And to bat a whole day in a test is, that's something to be proud of, I think. And walking back through the long room after batting for the day, a lot of the supporters there are the same supporters that go to the Middlesex game, so I knew a lot of them. But walking through the long room to a standing ovation is one of the great feelings, great experiences. And then we won that test easily, and then it all went a bit kind of crap after that. So it didn't go our way. We didn't play as well as we could have, but equally I thought England played some pretty good cricket as well. But it was nice to kind of score some runs in that series. I knew it was time to finish international cricket when Steve Finn bowled me a bouncer in the third test, and I'd had a few problems with concussion at this stage, but he bowled me a bouncer and I couldn't move. It's interesting. People say your reactions slow down. Yeah. You still see the ball as well as anything. It's like my back was stiff and I couldn't move, kind of thing. So usually, it's way out of the way. I just was literally stuck to the spot, and just lucky it missed my head, really. And that was probably it. That was kind of the moment I knew that I think international cricket was truly done for me.
Geez, a lot happened in those 25 tests and so much in the lead up to it, Chris. Honestly, we could talk to you all day. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. I need to thank you so much for donating your time today. I mean, you are living proof that never say never is a phrase worth remembering. You're a prolific run scorer at state, county level. You knocked and knocked on the international door. And then when it opened, you refused life membership to the One Test Club. Certainly nothing came easy, but that makes your journey all the more significant. Hey, well done on all you achieved, and thanks for joining us.
No, I really appreciate that, Sammy. It was nice to reflect.
Chris Rogers with Sam Edmund there. Buck's part of our expert commentary team for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee at the SCG. The Hessian had to go back on. The skies are pretty bright, but there was a little shower which just arrived unexpectedly, such is the nature of things. Those industrial dryers are still whirring away here at the Paddington end trying to dry the run-ups, so that's going to be the source of some concern. pinktest.com.au, more than $3.6 million has been raised, and that is rising sharply. And the lunch break is for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. We're formally in that now. So Dwayne Russell's going to come in with Phil Jakes. And we are going to play the quiz. Bharat has put that together. A $100 7-Eleven voucher is up for grabs. We'll take one contestant on 1300 736 736 as we work our way through. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer from Aitken Partners. I know personally how tough separation and divorce can be. It's daunting, so we keep it simple to help you live your best life. Call us at Aitken Partners, 8600 6000.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Up to 30% off all fishing combos by Shimano, Daiwa, Penn and Abu Garcia. And half-price fishing shirts by Salty Captain, Berkeley, Abu Garcia, Daiwa and Penn. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda!
We're live at the big cricket field in Chatswood. Looks like at the coalface has won the toss and elected to field. Steel Blue has the new ball, bowling now to King G, who goes to drive but gets an edge, and Mongrel Boots there at first slip takes a blinder. Let's get a look at that on the FXD replay.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Winning in cricket is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
I'm a professional Victorian firefighter and I proudly protect you and your family. But it's reached a point where our safety is being put at risk. This means your safety is at risk too. The Andrews government has kept outdated fire trucks on the road and our training facilities are well over capacity. And now we're having to fight for a fairer workplace agreement. We willingly fight fires and save lives, but we shouldn't have to fight the Andrews government for the equipment to protect you.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
This is Ben Reid. Have you tried to sell your home before Christmas but it turned into a complete disaster? It's easy to blame the market, but it might be the quality of the advice you've been given. Ian Reid Vendor Advocates can help you get your property sold. We have experienced advocates working over the holiday period, so call 9430 0000 or download our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed, at ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
It's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. So the Hessian is back off. There's some blue sky emerging over the SCG, which is a good news sign for all of us who want some cricket played today after a day with no cricket yesterday and a morning with no cricket today. Lunch has been taken early if you're joining us for the first time, so they've declared lunch at 12:30, but we will get play by the signs we're getting here at the moment, which is great news. The quiz not far away, but Phil Jacques has been good enough to join me, SEN commentator for Bundaberg Ginger Beer during this little break. Great to have you back, Phil, by the way.
G'day. There you go.
What do you think of the blue sky? Do you like the look of that? Is that sticking around? Are we getting more of that?
I'm starting to look for my sunglasses. It's getting a bit bright up here.
I like it.
The blue sky, I don't know what that is up there. We haven't seen that for a few days, but it's certainly looking like we're going to play some cricket, which is exciting. They've still got the blowers out on that takeoff, but pitch inspection, I think, is any time now. So should be very interesting to see what comes about that. Hopefully a quick start.
Yeah, absolutely. And the unofficial pitch inspectors are heading out there now at the moment. It's Nathan Lyon having a little look at Ashton Agard. So, of course, they're going to have a look because they'll be bowling on it before too long. So that begs the question that I was going to ask you anyway. Presuming we get 2 full sessions today and 3 sessions tomorrow, the weather looks good. What are the scenarios we could still see here? Both teams need to win this test for the World Test Championship standing. So there is incentive for both to try and get a win out of this, even though it's almost impossible for South Africa and it's looking more difficult by the minute for Australia as well.
Yeah, It is looking very, very difficult to get a result in this game at the moment. I think the only real scenario that I can see is that Australia bowls South Africa out twice. To do that, they're going to need to get bowling ASAP. The only other way that you can do it is if South Africa take a chance and declare behind the follow-on and say, righto, Australia, it's in your court, set us a target, and then have a chase.
How often does that get done? It's a bold thing to do, but it would be nice.
Yeah, it happens a lot in first-class cricket. I haven't seen that in Test cricket for a long, long time. But who knows? Like, if both sides are motivated, two captains get together, have a chat, have a conversation, it might be the best way to get a result in this game, other than South Africa folding.
Yeah, so they could declare, and then Australia could obviously send them in again. There is the opportunity where, I mean, Australia's 4 for 475 now, so you do have the situation we've talked about for a day and a bit now with Khawaja on 195 not out. Does he really need the personal opportunity to go out and get the 200? You're sticking with the fact that it's a yes?
I think if Usman wasn't on 195, Australia would 100% declare right now. Yeah. So the question now is, okay, where are the team at? Are they saying, righto, we want to let it dry a little bit more and bat for a little short period of time, let Usman get his 200, and then have a bowl? I personally think we're running out of time now for that, which is incredibly harsh on Usman. He's played superbly, deserves 200. But I think if you took that personal milestone off the table, Australia would be bowling.
So let's say Usman takes 2 overs, let's say 3 overs to get the 200, and then there's a 2-over loss due to change of innings. So we will lose that amount of overs given that scenario. They are taking the industrial heaters away at the moment by the looks of things, which is a good news sign as well. So they have essentially, by the looks of things, dried those bowler landing areas to the point that the umpires are going to inspect them. They're inspecting them as we speak, and hopefully they're going to be passed okay for the bowlers to bowl, which opens up the other question. Okay, when Australia do bowl, how long do you take before you get both spinners bowling from each end?
Very soon. Obviously, we had only two seamers picked in this game. Hazelwood and Cummins, I would imagine, would have a crack with the new ball, and then they'd be looking to try and get at least one of the spinners operating. So it might be a short spell by one of the quicks, and then that quick then follows up the other quick. I'd be looking to get line in the game, see what bounces in it, and then both spinners go about their work if it is turning and bouncing.
And if it is turning and bouncing, do you bowl? You were talking about Travis Head off air earlier. There's an opportunity for some others to be thrown in there, because runs isn't an issue, but Australia can give away runs in essence by luring the batters into playing some false shots to some part-timers.
Yeah, well, the 3 part-timers they've got, Travis Head, Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, are very good. They're very good part-time bowlers. I think it'll probably more be the second innings that they'll come into their own when it really does start to turn a little bit more. It's just going to be really interesting to see how our spinners go about it and how much assistance they get on a wicket that has effectively been under covers for a couple of days.
South Africa, what do they do then? Do they come out and play some shots? What's the mindset of a team if they do lock into playing for a draw 5 sessions out from the end of day 5?
I think it's important that they don't just shut up shop straight away, because they still need to score runs to get past the follow-on. Yep. So that's going to be their first target, is to go, okay, we're going to play our natural games. We're not going to take any undue risks, but we're going to try and get as close to that follow-on as we can to either tire out the Australian bowlers so they go, well, we don't actually want to go to the follow-on. We're going to set them have a quick bat and set them a total. Or they basically straight away, that would be what they'll be looking to try and do. They definitely wouldn't be looking at shutting up shop, because they need to score runs to be able to get that follow-on. But they need to keep their wickets intact, because if they do lose their wickets, obviously there's only 20 wickets, that they have to bat for.
Phil Jakes with us. We'll take a few of your calls for the quiz very, very shortly. Lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. And up next, if you want to jump on that line, 1300 736 736. It'll be the lunch break quiz for 7-11. At number 1300 736 736, you can join Bharat and I. And we need one caller to go head-to-head with either Bharat or me. The theme today is Glenn McGrath, so to be a chance to actually win, you're probably going to have to go up against me rather than the human memory board. Bharat. So Glenn McGrath is the topic of today's quiz, and there's a $100 7-Eleven voucher up for grabs. Today's local club legend for Traveller, like beer, drink Traveller, is David McNamara of the Bentley Cricket Club. David's been club president since the beginning of the 2018-19 season. First joined the club in 05-06, had a break for 06-07, returned for 2011-12, and has been at the club ever since. David has won a couple of premierships with his son Lucas, and he is today's local club legend for Traveller. Traveller, low carbs, mid-strength, great taste. Jump on the line now, and we'll take your calls for the quiz next on SEN Test Cricket. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
You wouldn't use a chainsaw blindfolded. Yet not checking before you dig online first is like digging blind. Avoid high voltage electricity cables and high pressure gas mains every time. Search before you dig online every time, and never dig blind.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
New year, new you, new car. Happy New Year from Neil Phillips and the amazing team at Berwick BMW. With exceptional customer service, start your new year in new wheels when you visit the state-of-the-art Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a dental assistant, a hairdresser, or maybe even a refrigeration expert. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au. And become RTO 4687.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
At Blunston, we believe every minute matters. That's why we've put thousands of hours into the revolutionary new Rotoflex series. That's hours of researching, pressure testing, hours of pushing things harder, then hours of refining, creating the best and most comfortable fit. Because the more hours we put into perfecting these boots, the easier every minute on the job will be. Put our innovation to work. Rotoflex by Blunston.
G'day, Damian Fleming here. To learn what jobs suit you best, talk to the experts at MEGT. They've helped almost 1.5 million Aussies open their career innings since 1982. That means that they know a lot of employers right across Australia who might just have the right job for you. MEGT helps you bowl them over with resumes, job interview tips and all the skills you need. Get some career runs on the board. Call 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au today.
Make your day a cream on top kind of day with a McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. A shot of barista-made espresso with the decadent taste of hazelnut or vanilla or caramel. It's real coffee, real deluxe. McCafe Deluxe Iced Coffee. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie.
A new rivalry is forming and City's World Cup heroes are back at Amy Park. With another big 3 points on the line, City will be fighting to maintain their lead at the top of the table against John Aloisi's Western United. Join the pre-match for loads of free family fun at City Square before the main event as the reigning premiers get set to take on the reigning champions at Amy Park. Tonight, kick-off at 7:45. Tickets from Ticketek. Get yours now.
For Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
The lunch break quiz for 7-Eleven. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Call now on 1300 736 736.
Great to have your company on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket. Also for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. And it is time for the quiz. One contestant head-to-head. Bharat Sundaresan has joined me. And to give you some sort of chance of actually winning this quiz, we're going to allow you to go head-to-head with me rather than head-to-head with Bharat Sundaresan, who will know these answers off the top of his head. So, Jeff in Sydney is our caller. We've got a $100 voucher to give away for 7-Eleven. 5 questions. You and I going head-to-head, Jeff. Welcome to you firstly. Great to have you on.
Thank you.
Your buzzer is your name, Jeff. So do you want to just give it a test, please?
Jeff.
Nice work. Sounding good. And I'm Dwayne, so I'll just test mine. Dwayne? Okay, we're ready to go. Bharat, welcome back to you,
The buzzers are working. Okay. The boys are ready. Let's do this. All right, gentlemen. First question. We all remember Glenn McGrath's amazing catch at the Adelaide Oval. Dive to his left, low to the ground. But which player who would go on to become a legendary captain for his own country was the batter?
Jeff.
All right, Jeff, let's see.
Was it Rachael?
Good call.
Not bad, Jeff. I don't know it either, so you're okay. I'm told it's Michael Vaughan, so that's the answer. I didn't know it off the top of my head, so it's still 0-0.
Yeah, I don't think Virat Kohli and Glenn McGrath, maybe they played in the IPL, but yeah, good job there though, Jeff. Here we go. Glenn McGrath took a hat-trick against the West Indies. Name the player who was the third wicket in that hat-trick. I'll give you a clue. It was a West Indian left-hander who also occasionally captained.
Jeff.
Go for it, Jeff.
Was it Jimmy Adams?
Oh, well done.
Yes, nice work. The pressure's on now. You're one up. You're one up, Jeff.
Come on, we need to carry on this momentum, Jeff. Okay, keeping with the Glenn McGrath theme, of course, it's being test. Glenn McGrath's last international match was against Sri Lanka in 2007. What was significant about that match? It was a big match, to say the least.
Jeff.
Yes, Jeff?
Was it the World Cup final in the West Indies?
Ooh, he's 2-0 up. He's 2-0 up.
Yeah. You
got a bit of work to do. 2 questions left. All right.
All right. Dwayne's lost his buzzer clearly, Jeff, but wonderful. Great stuff. All right, here we go. So Glenn McGrath's best test figures, 8 for 24. Which country did they come against?
Dwayne. Pakistan. All right, I'm in the game. 1 question left, Jeff.
2-1. It's all happening here at the SCG, at least in the SEN box, I must say. All right, last question. Glenn McGrath dismissed which SEN commentator a record 19 times in tests? The most dismissals a bowler has had of a batter. Another clue, he's not here this year. This is the SEN commentator.
Okay, he's not here. There's a clue for you, Jeff.
Jeff. Is it Michael Atherton?
Oh, too good, Jeff. Too good.
Yeah.
Congratulations to you. You've won the voucher thanks to 7-Eleven. Hold the line, Jeff. We'll let you know how we can arrange for you to have it collected. And good to have you on the line. Thanks for joining us for the quiz. It might have rained out play, but it can't rain out the quiz here at the SCG. By the way, the covers are off. Blue Sky and Cloud are having a little battle overhead at the SCG at the moment. Blue Cloud looked like it was a chance to start winning, but the Cloud's just hovering dangerously in the corner. The Hessian's off. I think they're ready to go when lunch does get completed. They did take lunch at 12:30, bizarrely enough, even though we could have taken lunch at 12 and started play a little bit earlier. But we've taken lunch at 12:30, and it will be a full lunch, which leads me to this question, Brad. I've got something to ask you.
All right.
because there's been a bit of talk. Tony Shepherd was in today. I asked Gerard a question yesterday. If you were inventing Test cricket from scratch, starting all over again, what would you bring in to Test cricket? What would you change? And this is on the Twitter as well. So jump on the text machine for Tyre Power. 0433 98 11 16. If you were starting again for Test cricket, reinventing it, Gerard would reinvent the whole summer schedule. So he wouldn't have this test here in Sydney this week. It would be changed from this week. And I get that. The stats are there that it rains 5 times more in the Sydney test period than it does in any other state's test period in the Australian summer. So I get that. He'd reinvent or reshuffle the whole Australian summer schedule. Tony Shepherd mentioned earlier today that he would have a day-night test. He would like it to be day-night. And I get that as well. Tony Shepherd is a night sport guy. He loves his sport at night. He wants the AFL Grand Final to be night. If I was bringing in changes, if I was starting Test cricket from scratch, and I mentioned this yesterday, I don't think they'd have the ball red. I think you'd invent the first ever Test cricket ball with a brighter colour to it. Unfortunately, right now, we've had so many years of a red ball. Every other ball that gets brought in is compared to, it doesn't do this like the red ball. It doesn't do that like the red ball. If we didn't have a red ball to compare it to, I think we'd have a pink ball or a bright yellow ball or a white ball. So I'd change the red ball. I'd have a different colour. I'd change the lunch break, Bharat. If we hadn't had play all morning, scrap lunch, or at least make it the length of tea. 20 minutes. Yeah. Why do we need 40 minutes for lunch? Make the lunch break, if you haven't had a first session, 20 minutes, just like the tea break. I'd change that because it is bizarre. We've had no play, and here we are taking a 40-minute lunch in what is bright sunshine here at the SCG. And another one I'd throw in, I'd bang the stumps in more loosely. I like it when the bowlers used to skittle the stumps. Now, I know it threatens first slip losing an eye, but I think that was one of the great things of Test cricket, when the bowler was able to knock the stumps out of the ground and tumble them. Have you got one to add?
Yeah, I mean, I like the stumps one, but I think with the stump mic and all of that, the broadcasters my head.
Yeah, fair enough.
Look, I'm a man of radical ideas, Dwayne. So I was thinking about it during this extended lunch break, and just on that, I think the pitch looks ready, but there are some wet spots on the pitch right next to it. You can see where the Australian cricketers are stood there, and it's never a good sign when the umpire starts pointing at stuff with his umbrella. It means there are some wet spots that might be concerning them. So we're seeing at least Pat Cummins and a couple of other Australian players. Nathan Lyon, of course, is always there near the pitch. And they're just trying to sort that out. So going back to my radical idea. Look,
so send yours through, by the way, on the text machine for Tyre Power. Tyre Power, big holiday sale on now. 0433 98 11 16. If you were starting the rules of Test cricket from scratch, what would you start?
We're in this era of esports. Esports is in the Olympics.
It is.
Video games are no longer the video games I grew up on, where you just sit in front of a television. It's virtual reality.
Yep, it is.
That's the new buzzword. So, and these days there are so many places where you can go, and the whole setup is in a way where you have an actual bat in your hand, facing an actual ball, and it's set up in a way where it's actually like facing Glenn McGrath. You see an image of Glenn McGrath running in. The ball comes out the same way it would kind of if Glenn McGrath was bowling. So every time there's a rain break, I have a set at every ground and have it conditioned in a way every bowler who's bowling has his own design. You know, like I said, if you can face Glenn McGrath, you can face Mitchell Stark or Pat Cummins or whoever, and continue the game in there. Virtual reality. It's still bat and ball. So you still make the most of, and that can be broadcast to the rest of the world. So you have real cricket.
Yes.
And virtual cricket's you're not like playing it on a joystick. You're playing it with an actual bat and you're facing an actual ball. And extended.
I'm all for having some sort of form of entertainment when the rain delay is on.
This is not entertainment. This is serious Test cricket.
I know it's serious Test cricket. I know that you're completely serious about it, but it was bizarre yesterday to me to sit here all day and watch nothing happen when surely something could have entertained the crowd that was here, 24,000, seeing nothing happen in the middle. But I like your thought. Just a bit of, you're a virtual, I didn't realise you're a video game. What's your go-to game?
No, I'm not. It's too confusing for me. I used to be back when it was simple. But, this virtual reality business, scares me, honestly.
Send your text through 0433 98 11 16. One from Scott, 4-day test with a reserve day for rain. 100 overs per innings would help scoring go up and less boring and a result more often than not. That's from Scott. Another one here, if all grounds had LED lights like the MCG and Optus Stadium, we wouldn't need a pink ball. The red ball would be fine. We did have that issue earlier on this week when bad lights stopped play even though the lights were on, and then we were told, well, the lights can be turned up even more than they were turned up. They're actually turned up higher than they were on day one in the afternoon for night cricket, but they weren't allowed, from what we understand, to turn the lights up to full belt because you couldn't have the unnatural light being overpowered by too much. They couldn't have the natural light being overpowered by the unnatural light, which was a little crazy. So keep your text coming through. If you cross over before the ball hits the rope or stands, you get extra runs. You get the extra run. Scott, thanks for that as well. Scott's got a couple of contributions. You're keeping your eye on the grounds keepers as well. Bharat, what's the latest there?
No, Pat Cummins has just walked off the field with intent, and I can see the fourth umpire just putting the stumps in place, making sure they're all in order. At the far end, I can see Nathan Lyon is already marking his run-up. Could we potentially have a declaration? I'm just thinking, Pat Cummins had that feel about him as he walked off the field. And you can still see Nathan Lyon with a bucket of paint just marking his run-up. Most of the grounds staff have left. The SCG, Paul Rifle, is still in there with holding his umbrella. I think he's sent his partner Chris Gaffney to just have a chat with the South African camp. I saw a bunch of the South African batters earlier go towards the indoor nets for a hit.
There's a man out there with a carpet tile. It's actually not a carpet, it is a grass tile. So he's come out there with a square of grass about the size of a dinner plate, if it was square, and they're replacing what was obviously a piece of grass that was slippery or needed to be replaced because it's right on the second last step of the bowler's run in, and they're jamming that down and thumping it back in to get it replaced correctly so it's not going to cause any problems for the bowler. So that's what's happening at the moment. That might take them a little longer.
Yeah, and you can see the coaching staff's also made their way out to the ground. Looks like what balls are they carrying?
One's a Sharon and the other one looks like a medicine ball.
Yeah, it does, actually.
So I'm not sure what sport they're going to do with the medicine ball other than do a bit of exercise, but they might kick the footy around for a little while there.
Yeah.
So the warm-up's going to take place for a little while. Do you think they may have declared?
I have a sneaky feeling they might have. Just looking at the body language of some of the Australians, especially Pat Cummins, just the way he stormed off the field. And Nathan Lyon, and I think they're going to do maybe some fielding drills, but you might see the bowlers very soon. You can see they're knocking the practice stumps in a few yards away from the actual square. So the bowlers are definitely going to come out for a warm-up very soon. I have a sneaky feeling.
Ground staff continue to work on this little carpet tile they're putting back in.
Yeah, and it's at a crucial spot as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a left armer, you're Marco Janssen, or you don't have Mitchell Stark for this test. It's right where you take off. As you run in as a fast bowler, just take off and get into your delivery stride. So you need that spot to be firm, and you literally can't bowl otherwise from that end. So it's left arm over the wicket.
It's been the only action we've had today or for the last day and a half. The square of grass being thumped in, much to the crowd's pleasure. They're enjoying having the covers off. Every time the covers have been lifted, the crowd's given a roar of approval, and then quite often in the last day and a half they've been rolled straight back on again. So we're keeping an eye on that. We're also watching the Aussies come out for their warm-up, and there is a feel that they may be considering the declaration here. And Usman Khawaja will end up on 195, and Australia might declare it 4 for 475.
Oh, they're definitely coming out for some fielding drills. That looks very obvious. Saw Travis Head walking out. And now both stumps have been put in place for some bowling warm-ups.
So no sign of Matt Renshaw or Usman Khawaja as to whether they've got pads on at all, and no sign of the Aussie players in their whites either. So if they are coming out the field, they'd need to get their whites on fairly soon.
Yeah, and also this tells me that, look, if Australia are batting on, and then if they do declare, they'll anyway get those 10 minutes to do their warm-ups, or for their bowlers to just roll their shoulders or roll their arms over. But the fact that they're doing it now, I could be wrong, it kind of tells me that maybe when play resumes, we'll see Pat Cummins running in with the new ball.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this and bring it to you. We need to take a break just in case we are going to get some actual play here with Australia declaring it 4 for 475, or if Renshaw and Khawaja are going to come out and resume. One here on the ideas if you were starting Test cricket from scratch. Go to the old rule where you could take the new ball when the opposition reaches 200 runs. That's from Dan. Not a bad idea as well. And another one here, bold idea, get rid of the coin toss and replace it with a bowl-off. Each team nominates 3 bowlers who will each get a turn at bowling at a single stump, sudden death style. The winner nominates if they will bat or bowl. So there you go, a couple of left field selections, suggestions to go with it. We're watching here to see whether they have selected to declare or not Australia, and we're still getting no real indication as to whether that's a yes or a no. So we might take a quick break here at the SCG. Still a little bit of blue sky hovering above. The clouds still dominating. It's a little cool, but it's bright seeing conditions, so bad light isn't going to worry us either, which is a good news story. A break, and hopefully when we return, a resolution to whether Australia is going to bat on or not, and then the start of play on day 4. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Critics are calling Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans the best movie of the year. Starring Michelle Williams, Paul Dano and Seth Rogen, don't miss The Fabelmans. In cinemas now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down. Where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym. Where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
With fuel price lock on the My 7-Eleven app, I saved an average of 14 cents per litre last year. Download the app and you could start saving on mobile quality fuel.
Savings not guaranteed and depend on purchase volume and market conditions. See 711.com.au for T's and C's.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultimate Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, all wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
This is Ben Reid. Are you a property buyer sick of missing out at auction, or you're not seeing the homes you'd like to buy? It's time to speak to an Ian Reid buyer advocate and request a copy of our new booklet, Winning Buyer Strategies, The Art of Buying Your Dream Home. It will give you an insight on how we can help you get into your new home sooner. Call us now on 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Buyer Advocates.
Buy your home a better way.
Go on, ring us.
Are you ready to become something new? Box Hill Institute and Jobs Victoria are offering free qualifications and support to get a job in a growing industry. Become a tradie, an aged care or mental health worker, or maybe even work in IT. And they're just some of your choices. You'll get career counselling, mentoring, and we'll connect you to a job so you can earn while you learn. Set yourself up for an amazing future. Places are filling fast. Find out if you're eligible. Book a one-on-one now at boxhill.edu.au and become RTO 4687.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Lawn Hub. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub fertiliser.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. And it looks as if Pat Cummins just had a word to the South Africans and said, get ready, you will be batting. It looks as if Australia has declared. Rachael Haynes has been keeping an eye on it as well. Rachael, what have you gleaned from Pat Cummins' little wander over to the South African players' race?
Yeah, well, I think he caught them by surprise a little bit because Nortje was on his way out in his whites to warm up and have a bowl, and he just let them know that Australia are going to declare their innings. So, yeah, look, I think it's the right decision. I think it's time in this game for Australia to get bowling.
So we'll now have play resuming at 1:45 local time. So that's a good news story. Even though it's been delayed a bit, we could have had a 20-minute tea. As I mentioned, we could have had 20-minute tea instead of lunch, and had play start early. We could have had no lunch at all. We could have done a number of things, but there's bright sunshine at the moment. We could be playing right now. That's the bizarre part. It's as good a conditions as we've seen for a day and a half, but we're taking the full allotment of lunch and won't start until 1:45. They did have to replace the landing points down the Paddington end here on both sides of the pitch, so they have put two big green carpet squares down where it was obviously a little soggy or slippery. So they've done that. They've replaced them, put a heap of sand around it, and hopefully it's going to be okay. But it looks as if Australia has declared it 4 for 475 with Usman Khawaja, who'll finish not out 195, and Matt Renshaw not out 5. And it'll be South Africa to head out and bat, and we'll see how it all unfolds in this bright sunshine. Still no official indication just yet. So the crowd's still waiting. The umpires have had a chat to various competitors. It is official. Australia has declared. So, Rachael, 4 for 475. The declaration has officially come, finally.
Yeah, we've all been sitting all morning and just trying to establish exactly what they may be thinking, what their tactics might be. But as I said, I think this is the right way to go in terms of if there's any chance of a result in this game and Australia trying to get these 20 wickets, I think it's probably now. So, yeah, they'll be looking to start very strongly in this session. It will be interesting to see from this Paddington end whether or not the run-up has any effect on probably the quicks more than anything. I know I've only got 2 in this game, but there could be some issues potentially with them taking off into their bowling actions. But yeah, looking forward to this session after a day and a half of not a lot of action.
A couple of texts coming through suggesting that Pat Cummins has done the wrong thing, given that it's going to be a draw anyway, and he's going to stop Usman Khawaja from possibly getting 200 next to his name, his first ever double century. But at the same time, Pat Cummins will be of the belief that they can win this test. And the longer they've got to take 20 wickets, the more chance they've got of actually completing what is going to be a clean sweep if they get this win. Clean sweep of the whole test series against South Africa and the West Indies. So a clean sweep of the test summer.
Yeah, look, I think, it will be tight. Time is not on their side, but as we've seen throughout this test summer, South Africa's batting hasn't been at its best. So I think this is definitely the best opportunity for Australia to try and get some momentum here and take some early wickets.
Your thoughts on whether they should change the rule if we haven't had any play at all in the opening session? Why we need to take lunch, or whether we should have a tea-length lunch instead of a lunch-length lunch after we haven't had any play?
Yeah, certainly sitting and observing this morning and just seeing what felt like wasted time. There certainly feels like there's probably a couple of conversations that could be had around how we best get the most out of the day's play, particularly when we've missed so much time in this game. We saw light affect day one. We had rain on day three. So, yeah, I think given that, people are paying to come and see the game, they want to see a contest between these two good sides. I think there's definitely a conversation that needs to be had around that.
A couple here talking about Pat Cummins has done the right thing, by the way. So, I'm not understanding what you're saying, Dwayne. If we had a 20-minute lunch, I'm saying we could have a shortened lunch. If they have to take a lunch, then why not take a lunch as a 20-minute shortened lunch? Why do we have to have a 40-minute lunch session? It seems a little strange to me, given this bright sunshine. And the worry, it's getting dark again and there's cloud coming over. So we might have this completely bizarre situation. And there's been some laughable stuff. Almost hard to believe that it's actually happened. But it would be hard to believe we've had a full lunch taken, and at the end of that full lunch, there's a threat that we might not get any play because the dark clouds are coming over again.
Don't say that, Dwayne. Well, we've been through enough this test match. We don't need any more missed opportunities in this game. And look, it's great to see the heavy roller out on that wicket. It'll be interesting to see actually whether or not it's been under covers for a long period of time, if it's changed the conditions of the pitch or anything like that. So obviously Australia, two world-class fast bowlers to open up here in Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood. I'm sure they're two players will be able to find that out relatively quickly.
What do you think our chances are of getting 20 wickets today and tomorrow?
Well, I think this session is pretty crucial to setting it up. If we can get a couple of early polls here, it'll certainly go a long way to perhaps denting some confidence in the South African lineup. They're a batting group who haven't performed as they would have liked over the last little while. So, yeah, if perhaps we can get some early wickets here, there might be some doubt creep into the change room.
Second session is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub Fertiliser. And that weather update, by the way, which Rachael would rather I didn't give you, but there are some dark clouds coming over again. Weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. And by the way, you can help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual seats at pinktest.com.au. It's been a great initiative and really has exploded again. The McGrath Foundation has been doing some fantastic things, and the support from the crowd was phenomenal yesterday for so many patrons to stick around during a day that ended up seeing no play whatsoever. And we don't have a bad crowd in today, so let's hope we get a full two sessions remaining. South Africa's attack in terms of what they will try and do in this last two sessions and tomorrow. Will they get defensive, or will they try and put some runs on the board and believe that there could be... You were talking earlier on as well about this declaration before you even reached the follow-on.
Yeah, well, as Phil Jacques said, we haven't seen that really at this level. even that I could recall. But I suppose from South Africa's perspective, you're just thinking about the World Test Championship and you know, I suppose what they need to do to qualify. A win would go a long way for them, but I think first and foremost they need to start this innings well with the bat. Dean Alger would be really keen to get some runs on the board. It hasn't quite been the series that he would have hoped for, so I think as the captain of this side, he'll be looking for a really strong, stable start to build a base. Much like we saw from the Australians, they were watchful early and then they sort of cashed in as the innings and the match went on.
You're a little surprised that they had to replace the landing spots at the Paddington end on both sides of the pitch, given the technology we've got these days to have covers covering the entirety, or like you can cover as much of the oval as you like. Yeah,
interestingly, I don't know if they were new covers that were put down. We saw that they were sponsored covers, which is something you don't see at a lot of venues. And yeah, just whether, or quite clearly, water has got in between where the run-up cover overlaps the main large cover that covers the whole square of all the wicket blocks. So yeah, it's definitely not ideal, but you know they've obviously done the best job possible to try and make that area of the field firm again. It was quite obviously soft, and they were concerned about the bowlers running in and having to take off, and perhaps what that did to their footing. So they've done a good job, the ground staff here, to try and address that issue, and the proof will be in the pudding here.
Yeah, so we could have started by now, but the run-ups have been an issue, and just clearing the water. We've had an enormous amount of water fall in Sydney in the last 48 hours, so obviously some has crept under the covers. There's been an issue with them, and they didn't realise that was going to be an issue to be solved until they took the covers off, and then it was inspected by the umpires and some of the players, and they realised it was a problem, and that caused an extra delay to the delay, unfortunately, because we are still seeing, you know, a bit of blue sky being covered up by cloud again here at the SCG, even though the conditions are pretty good. The seeing conditions are good at the moment. The lights aren't on, so at the moment they don't think they're going to have to turn those on. Let's hope we're going to get a good couple of sessions of play. The second session for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Gerard Whateley not far away from joining you. Just repeating, if you joined us late, this second session is going to start at 1:45. Australia has declared 4 for 475. Usman Khawaja 195 not out, and Matt Renshaw 5 not out. And the two quicks are warming up as we speak, but we expect the ball to be in the hands of the spinners later on in this second session, and then for a large proportion of the last session.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll see spin a lot earlier than what we're used to with this Australian bowling attack, given there's only two quicks in the lineup. Even though Marnus is warming up, he seems as though he's pretty keen to get the ball in his hand. I'm not sure that he's going to see much of it today. But, yeah, look, it's going to be really interesting how many overs we see from the quicks up front. I suspect they'd want to have a look and establish whether or not there's any movement, anything in the wicket as well from a seam point of view, given that it has been under covers for a little while. We haven't really seen too much of that in general in this test match. We've seen the occasional delivery perhaps rise a little bit more than the batter might have expected, and maybe the odd delivery sort of scoot through as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the Australian bowlers are able to get out of these conditions and this particular pitch. And then, yeah, we're going to see Nathan Lyon and perhaps Agar bowl in tandem.
So stick around. We're going to get some action. No action yesterday, but there will be action straight after this break. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Gerard Whateley to return to call the opening delivery of the South Africa innings after Australia declared 4 for 475. Great to have your company wherever you're listening around the land. Bright sunshine at the moment. Let's hope it sticks around.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Stringer Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StringerMarine.com.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Any day, any weather, Yarrabeen Golf welcomes all players. Tackle the pristine 18-hole public golf course. You'll love it. Also, to fine-tune your game and get better faster, visit the driving range. Receive instant ball flight data on every shot you hit with the magnificent Top Tracer range technology. First-time player, casual golfer or long-time veteran, tee off at Yarrabeen Golf. Just 10 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Yarrabeen Golf is on Melbourne's doorstep. Yarrabeen Golf, Fairfield.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Stringer Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StringerMarine.com.au.
Did you know that right now you can get everything you need to help you move from budget?
Everything?
Everything.
I'll bet they don't have boxes. You always need more boxes.
They have boxes.
Ropes?
They have ropes.
Bubble wrap?
They have bubble wrap.
All right then, I bet they don't have trolleys.
They have trolleys. And you can drive a budget moving van with a car licence. It's easy.
I knew that.
Of course you did.
Money Shot, Freeway, BBW are all available at Lawn Hub, the home of hardcore products to transform your grass into the most splendid looking green, pristine lawn you've ever seen. Lawn Hub quality lawn fertilisers, wetting agents and weed killers come with cheeky names but world-class results. One morning, on any good keyboard, the L is very close to the P, so when typing Lawn Hub into your search engine, watch out for fat fingers. Grow yours with Lawn Hub.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry, super fun for all Australians. We're now minutes away from a resumption in play. This session will be for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub Fertiliser. The skies are bright, it's dry. I feel like we're wasting minutes as only Test cricket can, but at least we're about to see some play. In our experts chair at the start of the session for Anaconda, hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee, Ian Smith. Smithy, how have you survived the big delay?
Boy, it's been a long day and a half, hasn't it? It's like we know that in radio you have to fill, as they say. Village is the modern vernacular. And it's just the same in television. You have to provide a product, of course, for your subscribers or your viewers. So there's been a fair amount of that going on. I think I've pretty much seen the Alan Border documentary 3 or 4 times on Fox, and a number of old cricket games, etc. So, but it looks now, Gerard, the news is good. Can set the scene here at the SCG. They've got the pink carpet out, as you put red carpet, but the pink carpet with the McGrath family standing outside the Australian, the home dressing room. They're going into the field, of course. That's the news. They've declared, so they're going to present their caps to the McGrath family, and then I think they'll move down to what the SEN for the South Africans, being the batting side, would do it as well.
And those caps will be autographed and put up for auction. It's been a phenomenally successful drive so far. The virtual seats 193,596 and counting. So, yes, that's all at pinktest.com.au. We must be well beyond $4 million in what's been raised so far. That, I guess, one aspect to what's happened is that at times it's become a bit of a telethon for Jane McGrath Day yesterday, and then that sort of reenacted again today. There was a ceremony which it's all felt a bit jinxed. Well, the ceremony in the middle of the ground was out, and it prompted the heaviest rain of the day. The poor souls who were just trying to take their moment.
It's like fateful, wasn't it?
Yep.
But the good news is, and there were a lot of patrons disappointed who left yesterday, there's a lot today sitting around. They're going to be rewarded with some cricket, which is fantastic.
So yesterday's crowd, 23,915 didn't get a ball, and we would be in the mid-teens, I think, in terms of the thousands who are in, and I suspect we might get some more because fingers crossed we get 57 overs of cricket today, so that's a really good chunk, and then 98 tomorrow. So in all, 157 overs to take 20 wickets. Now, at the MCG, Australia only needed 138 overs to take the 20 wickets. So this is still possible.
Well, more than possible. South Africa's scored over 200 once in their last 8 or 9 innings. Well, they're going to have to do better than that to survive this, because if that runs to plan and that pattern continues, they'll lose this test. They will lose it. Australia down a seamer. They've gone with 2 spinners, but I think they've got ample bowling, because they will be accurate, they'll be demanding. If they create the opportunities, they're a big chance, because South African batting confidence must be at a very low point.
Phil Jakes is with us as we count down towards play. Phil, welcome back.
Hey, Gerard, how are you, viewers?
It felt like the debate around the declaration just became academic on a few fronts, not just time, but I think the work at the Paddington end is, I don't think Australia wanted the South African quicks to have the chance to say, hey, this is no good.
No, that's exactly right. It's in their hands now. Australia will be bowling on it. They'll be running through it. So, if the South Africans had an opportunity to say, hey, it's a bit slippery, or hey, I don't want to run in on this, they could have delayed things further, given Australia less time to bowl them out. So I think it's the right decision. I know there's a lot of sentiment around Usman Khawaja's 200, and very disappointed for him. It was a fantastic innings by Usman, but definitely the right team thing to do, and gives Australia a real opportunity to win this test match.
Have you ever seen the need to replace a patch of grass at this ground like has been done at this end?
I haven't seen it at the SCG. I've seen it in club cricket before. I haven't seen it at test level. I've seen them actually replace turf on the actual pitch before, but never on the landings or the jump, the takeoff area like they have there. So it's going to be really fascinating to see how much work they're going to need to do to keep that actually playable. I think we might see the mallet a few times through the afternoon. I hope I'm wrong, but let's just see how it all plays out and unfolds.
I think we saw it at the Gabba. I'm just casting my mind, Mac, and it was a Mitchell Starc landing area, and I'm pretty sure we saw a square of turf replaced at the Gabba. And that was because Mitchell had an issue with his takeoff foot, which is his right foot, initially, then into his left foot. So there was an area there, and I'm pretty sure just similar to what we've seen happen out here on the SCG, they replaced it, and it was a successful operation, Gerard, by the way.
Well, so on the left on the approach, there's that square of grass which has been replaced. On the right, there's a sawdust scar. They didn't have to replace the turf, but there is a stretch of sawdust. The Australians are being introduced down onto the ground in their baggy pinks, and those will be handed over to Glenn McGrath, who's got the big silver bowl that each will be placed into. So Tracy Bevan, the kids, the McGrath kids, who are such a welcome part of the day, and Glenn, who will collect each of these caps, and in their 15th year they've become wonderful mementos. They'll get bid on and added to the swell of money that has been raised. So each in turn, and then baggy greens replaced, or white floppies, depending on what each player is going with.
And the really good note about this is Matthew Renshaw can do it. He can actually take off his cap. Yesterday he couldn't. He wouldn't be allowed to be in that line. Yep. But he can take off his cap and hand it to Glenn McGrath, which is a nice touch.
He's got friends again, hasn't he, Smitty? He's got friends again.
And Scott Boland and Pete Hanscom, who are the two substitutes. Oh, how they would love to have Boland in this lineup now. I feel like if they had the 3 seamers and 2 spinners, I'd feel super confident that they would take these 20 wickets. We just don't know what the pitch will do for the spinners.
It's a hell of a talking point, you know. Tomorrow night, let's say Australia get them 7 down in the second innings, right? And the big debate going is, could we have batted Carey at 6? Well, they got 475 without Carey, to be perfectly honest. Could we have batted Carey at 6, the Centurion from the other day? I don't know. Balance to the side, extra bowler, and they need him now.
Yeah, it was an insurance policy, wasn't it?
It was.
I think they were a little bit gun-shy or a little bit spooked by the state of the wicket, or what the wicket looked like, and how it's unfolded. It hasn't been that minefield that they were expecting, I think.
Now the South Africans are marching down As Dean Elgar just hands his bat and his gloves to one of the subs. They come down in their pink baggies as well. So a lovely tradition. So being enacted on day 4 rather than day 3. South Africa with a heritage in this test match as well. And then they've got to get to the business of defiance. And we'll get a glimpse inside their mindset. Are they up for a challenge at the end of a series which has been pretty despondent for them? Or are they thinking about the plane home and SA20 and the new bejeweled competition that awaits them back at home? 157 overs in all to survive. Or to get to 275 the first time through, and that will end hopes right there. So the McGrath family leave the fields out in front of the members and the ladies' pavilion, which still carries the name, the Jane McGrath stand. So shortly we will see. I mean, as much as anything, I'm looking forward to seeing Josh Hazlewood. What sort of nick is he in? He hasn't played since the first test of the summer. We well know he's played so little test cricket over the past 14 months. He's talked a good game. He now needs to live that. And Pat Cummins, who always assumes such responsibility before they hand over to Lyon and Agar.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things for me will be the level of accuracy Hazlewood has got, because that's his trademark. His ability just to land the ball on the spot from ball 1. Now, it's been forever since he's bowled in a match situation. If he's able to bowl 5 out of 6 in this first over on the spot to, basically 2 left-handers at the top of the order, I'll be intrigued. We know he's great. We know he's absolutely fantastic bowler. But is he a bit ring rusty?
You can't replace match practice, can you? And that's something that Josh has struggled to find. Obviously with injury and the break in the calendar with Big Bash cricket as well. He's done a lot of work in the nets, but whether that translates to being on the field and how that rhythm is on the field and the accuracy that you're talking about, Smithy, will be really interesting. Also interesting to see how he goes late in the day, how that engine is, with that lack of match practice plays a part with that or not. I think with 2 spinners in the side, they'll be able to rotate those quicks regularly, and I think that will play into Josh's hands. But let's just see how that whole package is with Josh starting back his test career again.
Chris Gaffney and Paul Rifle make their way out into the middle. The Australians in that collective circle of hope under the Jane McGrath stand, and they will break and head out to the middle of the SCG. No play since late on day 2 when we were sent off with rain. Not a ball bowled yesterday, and a really tricky morning where that Sydney Mizzle fell, and then we got hit by heavier showers, and they tried to prepare the ground and couldn't. A pageant of on again, off again with the covers, and then the work that needed to be done at the Paddington end. I know there is unrest in the community around Khawaja being declared upon on 195. There's more circumstance. I think you have to take into account the run-up at the Paddington end. I truly believe this. If the South African quicks had started from this end and stood on one of those patches, they would have gone straight to the umpires and said, hey, this is no good. I think visually it looks no good. The Australians have taken it into their own hands not to provide that risk, and then the timing. So it'll look in the book like the captain declared on Khawaja on 195, and I know you're feeling that acutely. There are broader circumstances at play here, which I think left Cummins with his hands completely tied.
Interesting that Josh Hazlewood has chosen this, the Paddington end, where we're broadcasting from, and I'm just looking, Phil, at the direction of the flags, and boy, they are standing out horizontal here because there's a breeze blowing and it's favouring going across the left-handers.
Yeah, it's interesting. We were out on the ground actually yesterday, and the flags were going one way and the breeze was actually going the complete opposite direction. So I actually not sure what direction it is today out there, whether it is at his back or whether it is into his face as the flags are saying. But it's a strange dynamic sometimes at the SCG, Smitty. So interesting to see how it goes, see what shape he can sort of transpire, and see how we go.
Three slips and a gully in place. This long delayed test match about to return to action. And Josh Hazlewood in the same way. He comes in right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Dean Elgar's tucked up in defence. Not entirely there for it, but he sees it safely off.
And he has an issue, as we know, around about the hip area. He has been nicking them down the leg side and fishing at them down the leg side. And that now has become a deliberate ploy for Australia to work him over in that area. And this one was in there and just jumped a little awkwardly. It was up around glove height. Just a little bit of anxiety around that. And right from the outset, Hazlewood on the money.
Hazlewood does a bit of stamping on the replaced turf. He's coming directly across it in his approach from the Paddington end. Dean Elgar is in his sights. He bowls out left edge past third slip. Past the dive of Usman Khawaja and down to the rope for 4. Or Dean Elgar's just making that hand gesture of that spat off the pitch. And that's our first hint as to how difficult this might be to survive.
What a start by Josh Hazlewood, hasn't that? Both of those deliveries have really leapt off a length. And that extra bounce and those fresh legs of Josh, I think they may play a part on this. That definitely grabbed and jumped a bit. What a start that would have been if that had gone to hand.
Straight away, after the evidence of those two deliveries, Travis Head goes in at short leg. He's about 4 metres from the bat of Elgar.
Boundary for Rotoflex by Blumston, none for 4. Hazlewood bowls and Elgar defends back to him. Seemed to lean down on that one, so there is a distinct feeling of uneven bounce.
It's in his head now, isn't it? Definitely already 3 balls in. Couple of leapt. He sort of gestured that one didn't bounce a lot. But I think this short leg is a really good plan. He does definitely shut off in that area. His head drifts a little bit. And I think in and around that leg stump, if you can get him to actually just leave him from that line, the outside edge is in play. If it comes back in, the short leg's in play.
Hazlewood threatening with every delivery so far. He bowls to Elgar, who's beaten past the outside edge.
This is your territory.
Wowee. It's all happening here. Josh Hazlewood. What looked like another wobble seam delivery. Sort of grabbed a little bit, left him. Exactly what we're talking about. If the pitches the leg stump and just leaves him and bounces a little bit, that outside edge is definitely in play. There's not much feet moving going on at all there for Elgar. He's a sitting duck at the moment. He has to move his feet. He can't just stand there on the crease and throw hands at the ball. Josh Hazlewood's going to have him for breakfast.
The veteran opener couldn't look less sure with what's coming at him. Hazlewood bowls, pitches up, left alone outside the off stump. There's a little bit of shape about it.
Oh, I challenged him. To be on the money from ball 1 and throughout this over. And he has won the challenge. There's no doubt about that. An edged 4 down to the boundary to get Elgar off the mark was full of good fortune. And that last delivery where he did leave on a slight bit of width was the most positive thing he's been able to do in this over so far.
Marnus Labuschagne trotting around at mid-off, eager to be in the game. All eyes to Josh Hazlewood. He bowls and he beats Elgar past the outside edge. Ooh, every ball a threat in the first over. The scoreboard, the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers reads none for 4. And not just Elgar's demeanour, but every other batter in that South African team who's watching their skipper, their most experienced player. That will all have been quite unnerving, I think.
Wow, 6 out of 6 on the money. Looked like he bowled sort of 5 little wobble seam deliveries that hit and grabbed and went away, and 1 in-swinger just to try and make him play outside off stump and have a fish, and he definitely got that on the last ball. Great start by Hazlewood. Challenged him to be on the money, Smitty. He's smack, bang, wallop straight on the length.
I'm not even going to bother to challenge Pat Cummins, Phil, I can tell you that. We know where he's going to be. He's now got to back up his decision to leave Uzi stranded a wee bit with something dynamic at the start, so people will forget, and I wouldn't put it past him.
Cyril Avea in his 10th test match. 3 slips, gully point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg and fine leg. Pat Pat Cummins from the Randwick ends. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Right arm over the wicket. The skipper's on approach. He bowls and Avea runs the ball past gully. It slides across the turf for 4. Good soft hands. And a Rotaflex boundary by Blunston. None for 8.
Yeah, a little bit edgy. Wasn't 100% convincing, but nice soft hands. Pretty good start by Cummins. Just sort of ran it across him. Ball just came off the outside edge and he sort of ran it through that gully backward point region for 4 runs.
Renshaw's at gully and Lyon, as always, is on duty at points. Cummins bowls and Albert leaves. Bat high out of the way through to the keeper with good carry.
So what's your mindset here, Phil, as you're opening? You know you can't win the game. You know, you're in saving mode this far out. What's your mindset batting-wise?
I think it's important to stay positive and keep looking to score. Obviously minimising the chances that you're going to be giving the opposition. But I think if you just go in there thinking, I've got to survive, your feet don't move, you get stuck on the crease, you feel for the ball a little bit. So I think you've still got to be looking to score, try and whittle that total down.
Cummins in past the umpire bowls and Avea full face of the bat defends to mid-off, no run.
I think the further you get, the more you're actually then going, okay, it's about survival. But I think particularly at this stage of proceedings, if South Africa get bowled out cheaply, it puts Australia right in the box seat. So they'll be looking at trying to get this first innings score down, get to the follow-on if they can, and completely shut the game down for Australia.
Ashton Agar at mid-on. Dynamic fielder, as we've seen in short-form cricket. We'll look to Pat Cummins, who bowls. Wrapped on the pads of air. They were up behind. Cummins pulled out of the appeal about halfway through. It was easy to shake away for Paul Rifle.
Fuller in length, it seemed, anyway, from the vantage point up here. And it was there or thereabouts. It's a question of where it pitched, I suppose, is point 1. Outside leg, no doubt about it. But it was full. He played all around it. It was trying to hit it through square leg. Missed out.
Yeah, that's not far away. Looking at that replay for Robot Building Supplies. Cummins a threat. He bowls. Avea leaves outside the off stump.
It wasn't far away, was it? It was just outside. May have been clipping the outside leg stump, but probably going down. I thought Paul Rifle had his gun out of his holster there for a minute and was just changing the coin over and counting his balls, but he had a little twitch there. Very close.
One to come in the over. Cummins with the crowd at his back. Bowls. Avea turns to leg. He won't get a single as Agar closes in. 2 overs in. None for 8. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies. The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it. Robot's got it. Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling. Robot's got it. Structural steel, timber, insulation. Robot's got it. With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au. ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket, this session for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. The mallet is out, banging down the turf at the Paddington end. So, Phil Jacques, if it was a drinking game, we wouldn't even make it to tea, I reckon.
Oh, it'd be a big day. It'd be a big day. We're up to number 1. I predicted about 8 this afternoon, so we'll see how it lands.
I reckon you could double that on the early evidence. Hazelwood is in from this Paddington end. He's bowling to Dean Elgar, and he beats him. 3rd time past the outside edge in 7 balls.
Incredible bowling. This is a real examination for Elgar, and this, for me, is a really big innings for the Australian captain. He has not been able to take a trick with the bat. He hasn't won a toss. I mean, we're wondering when things are going to change for him. But he is under severe pressure here. Really is. So demanding.
That replay, that was very close to the off stump, not just the edge of the bat. So Elgar just feels like he's got his lines all out early. Looking at that replay for Robot Building Supplies. It's been a miserable time on Australian turf for the South African skipper. He's driving. He'll get runs through mid-off this time. Labuschagne heads down under out position. Hook slide, keeps it to 2. He has perfected that move, and Australian crowds have really risen to it, saving runs on every turn. None for 10.
Nice chase by Marnus. Had a little bit of a peek to see if they were coming back for the third. Good little bit of work. Better shot by Elgar. He's been sort of swiping across the line a little bit. Hasn't been engaging that front shoulder into the ball, particularly on the back foot. That was much better on the front foot, and he'll take a little bit of confidence from that.
Head under the helmet at short leg. Hazelwood over the wicket, bowls. Elgar turns to head on the bump.
The crowd are into this. They've been waiting for some cricket, and they're on the money. They know exactly, and they applauded the Labuschagne chase very loudly. And the reason why they know, because the battle at the moment is between Hazelwood and Elgar. And Elgar was running for his life to get 3, to get down the other end. And Marnus said, no, I'm sorry. You can continue this battle and see if you can withstand the pressure. Yeah. Terrific fielding. If he gets him, Labuschagne gets credit for mine.
Big time.
Hazelwood's got Elgar 3 times in Test cricket for Laurenex cleaning. Google Laurenex cleaning today. A mind to make it 4. Hazelwood bowls. Elgar defends the ball. Full face of the bat to Labuschagne at mid-off. No run.
Already seen more shape and more seam from these two bowlers already, haven't we? Particularly Hazelwood. It's been getting it to just jump and bounce and leave the left-hander. I think Elgar's making it look pretty good as well by coming across the line of the ball, but you know, Hazelwood's start, considering he hasn't been playing any cricket, has been world-class so far.
The Saturday afternoon crowd with the wind whipping across the SCG and really lifting the flags. They're not only outstretched, they're beyond the horizontal. Hazelwood bowls and Elgar, full face of the bat, defending out of the stumps. Labuschagne again.
In terms of the slip cordon, interesting to see Renshaw has gone into gully, the Cameron Green position, where he's been brilliant throughout the summer with his big wingspan and his ability at 6'6" to get down to his bootlaces so quickly. And we know Renshaw is a terrific behind the wicket fielder, so like for like there.
Warner, Smith and Khawaja in the cordon. Warner and Khawaja are wearing the cable knit sleeveless sweaters. Hazelwood making Elgar sweat. The captain is beaten. He's a long way forward in his defence. Bat desperately searching for ball. He's so lucky to be surviving. None for 10 at the end of 3. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Stop dreaming and start boating. Visit Stringer Marine's showroom packed full of Quintrex and Yellowfin boats. You'll love your new Quintrex or Yellowfin. Stock is available for delivery right now. Stringer Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. StringerMarine.com.au.
Which Oil has been trusted for over 150 years. Managers and operators running a fleet of B-doubles, they know. Drivers who need to make on-time deliveries, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Our experts for Anaconda hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil Jakes, Ian Smith watching Pat Cummins come in and bowl. 2 are there outside the off stump and through. Dean Elgar's played, well, this is his 82nd test match. He's made more than 5,000 test runs. He averages 38-ish. He could not look less set in his technique right now, Phil.
He didn't look like a batter with that record in that last over. Josh Hazelwood's giving him a firm examination at the moment. The feet really aren't moving. It was all hands pushing out of the ball. His contact point is really early. He's not waiting for the ball to come to him. And he needs to get sharp and fast, otherwise Josh is going to have his wicket.
Cummins in operation from the Randwick end. He bowls and Avea leaves. He's found that line that Cummins bowls on 5th stump. And
you look at this batting record, this career record of the South Africans. He's still the player that averages the most with 37.89. And when you look at the form that they've shown in the previous 2 test matches, admittedly it was hard for both teams at the Gabba. But Australia, look at that. Urvia averaging 24, Bavuma 34, Zondo 16, Klaasen 5. I mean, you've got to be thinking, we can do this.
Yep.
We can do this twice.
Arvea faces up to Cummins. He's beaten. Oh, that's a good ball. Smith always likes them. Cummins has got his hands on his head, wondering how on earth that missed.
think he actually thought it hit the stump on the way through.
Yeah.
It was just gesturing through that he thought maybe it's clipped it on the way through. It was very, very close. Beautiful delivery by Cummins. Just a little bit of shape, late shape, and just went straight through between bat and pad. There's a little bit of something on the way through, but I think it might have been his back leg.
Yeah.
Very, very close indeed.
It certainly doesn't marry up on the DRS big biz cover. Business insurance made easy. It'll be unnerving for the batter to be cut in half like that. Cummins comes at him again, and Avea is able to leave with the ball wider outside the off stump.
It's all happening, but no wicket so far.
I'm not being disparaging here to Mitchell Stark, and if he's listening, I certainly aren't intending to be that way, Mitch, but this is more accurate than you would get because Stark is a little bit more wayward. His scope is a little wider, his range is a little wider, but that makes him so difficult because his good one is unbelievable. But these guys, this is predictably accurate for me anyway, this combination. Incredible stuff.
Cummins working away. Avea is leaving outside the off stump.
And that is what you get with Mitch, though, isn't it? You get those unbelievable world-class deliveries that you just think there's no chance you're going to hit that. These two are a lot more consistent. They are a lot more reliable, no question about it. But the wicket-taking ability of Stark is also, unquestioned, really. And, that's what he's in the team to do, is to break that early one open and then these guys to go about their work and really build that pressure and strangle them.
Last ball of Cummins over as he racks up the dots. He's in and bowls to Avea, who edges, well fielded by Renshaw, diving away to his left in the gully and keeping it as a maiden over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers, none for 10.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Businesses needing lubricants for all farm equipment, they know. Farmers with harvesters and pickers, they know. And when you think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
The action is enthralling after such a long break in play. Do you need a break? Head to Mildura next long weekend. None for 10. Elgar is 6. Hazelwood is in and at him from the Paddington end. He bowls. Edge didn't carry, or did it? Smith on the dive in front of first. Oh, we've seen this in the test match already. What controversy these moments can elicit. Has it carried to the dive of Smith? The Australians think yes. Hazelwood is giving the hang tens. Dean Elgar's fate hangs in the balance.
He's not going anywhere, Elgar. I'll tell you what, if this is a catch, if it is a fair catch, it's one of the great catches. You have no idea how hard this is, this catch from Steve Smith. If it, in fact, is a legitimate catch, they're saying soft signal doesn't count, but they're also saying get rid of the soft signal.
That's right. So as long as there's a replay, we know it carries no weight.
Front foot checked, it's a fair delivery.
And we're back with Richard Kettleborough.
The best angle for your catch, please.
The Australians have no right to be indignant in this moment, given what happened on day one. All eyes to the replay for Robot Building Supply. Smith, low down, right hands. Ball is into the hand. That first blush, that looks out.
That is out. I'm telling you that's out. And not only is it out, it's the most incredible catch. When you've been sitting in the dressing room for a day and a half watching the rainfall, I'm telling you right here and now, that's out. If that's not given out, then I suppose the South Africans feel as if there's justice. But you've got to give that.
Just roll that back again,
please. You have to give that out. Surely, Phil.
Roll it right back, please.
That's out for mine. Steve Smith is a freak.
Keep it going forward.
He is an absolute freak.
Fingers underneath it there, but it looks like the ball might be on the floor there.
Oh,
do you have anything from side on at all there, please?
There's going to be a bad reaction.
No way.
Yeah.
If that is given not out.
No, that's a bit...
So the bulk of the ball is between the first and second fingers, and then the thumb sort of wraps around. So if you stretch your finger out to the right angle, that's where the ball is. So there is a portion of the ball which may or may not touch the ground on the turn, but he has got his hand underneath and the ball wedges in the hand.
You watch the machine light up now.
Keep that rolling.
Folks, get in with your opinion on this. We want to hear out or not out. But I'm telling you, whatever happens now, it's a headline tomorrow morning.
His fingers are under the ball. There's no two ways about that.
I think Richard Kettleborough is going on his form from day one. He's going to give this not out.
Yeah, that's
Gerard.
Anything else from front on, please? Let's just go back to front on from like we had at the first.
I think in the conventions of cricket, that's out.
Yes.
As was the catch on day one.
Could please.
I just think it's gone. It's out. To me, that's from that angle there. Straight in the mitt.
Straight in the mitt.
Keep that rolling through, please.
Keep denies him this. It's one of the great slip catches denied.
But then,
nah, mate.
Looks like the ball may touch the floor.
Oh, no.
Let's go to the one from behind, please.
No.
He does realise that the grass sits an inch or two off the ground, right? And you can get your fingers underneath there. Like his fingers are underneath
please.
the ball.
Yes, thank you.
I'm gobsmacked.
Smith diving away in front of Warner at first slip. Ball is caught in the hand, and then as the hand turns, does any part of the ball brush the top of the grass? That's where Richard Kettleborough has got lost.
Keep it going forward. One frame, and freeze it there. No, take it back one frame, please. There. Freeze that there, please. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
It's going to hit the fan, folks.
0433 98 11 16.
Incredible.
As this comes back as not out. Get your snaffle straight on at snaffle.com.au.
Well, Phil Jakes and I both lost for words, and on radio, that's a bad thing to be.
So bad. I don't know what to say about that. His fingers are clearly under the ball. He's scooped it up.
My colleague Mark Waugh is working in Fox, and he's big on these issues, being a slipper. He's big on these issues. I'm dreading going back down there. Keep me here, please.
He's denied one of the true hangers. That is one of the best catches I've seen live, and he's been denied.
Yes, I feel both are hugely unsatisfactory. Harmer on day one, Smith on day 4. Both given not out by Richard Kettleborough in the TV booth. Hazelwood bowls. Elgar finally is able to leave with some comfort.
Does he have access to the close-up high-definition camera from the other day? That's the question. Because on the vision there, for me, that was just clearly out.
What do they say? 2 wrongs don't make a right. He knows he was wrong the other day. The last replay showed that.
You're calling square up, Smitty?
I'm not calling a square up because I don't think that's the kind of man he is, and I would never even intimate that. But I don't think either decision was right. I can say that, can't I?
Yep. Hazelwood bowls to Elgar, ducks the bouncer. Yeah, so plenty of controversy and a lot of thoughts pouring through initially. Both ways, these are passionate debates and they break both ways. Everyone sees what they want to see sometimes. Tyre power, we
need our eyes tested. You and I, Phil, we should resign and never commentate again. The ball's clearly hit the grass.
Clearly, yep. I'm going to the optometrist tomorrow.
Yes, I'm with you. You booked the Uber.
Hazelwood to Elgar leaves outside the off stump.
But make sure it's our Uber because we clearly can't see if it is.
We won't drive there. No.
Hell no.
The most compelling notion cameras. If Labuschagne's was not out, then Elgar's is also not out. It's hard not to be struck by that. But it doesn't mean these decisions were right. Tyre power, know your tyres.
Both out. Anyway, let's move on.
We move on.
Elgar has to, and Hazelwood has.
Bright sunshine at the SCG. Hazelwood is all over Elgar. He bowls and he fends the ball down to fine leg. A risky play to get it away and to get himself off strike for the moment. He's 7. It's none for 11. Hazelwood's had him pinned on strike since they walked out there together.
He deserved that wicket, Hazelwood, I thought, the way he started. I think he's going to continue to create chances, though, if he keeps probing where he is. He's consistently hitting the seam, getting some nice movement. He's there and thereabouts. You can put a blanket over, a little towel over where he's landing the ball at the moment.
Hazelwood bowls and Avea forward and defending. Smithy, you're due back on Fox Cricket. We'll see you a bit later. None for 11. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Get on to Jimmy Brings this summer. Jimmy is reliable, easygoing and can adapt to any type of situation. Blokes gathering at their mate's place to watch sport, birthday parties, or even a girls' night watching the latest rom-com. Jimmy Brings is in town. Get wine, beer, spirits delivered in minutes. jimmybrings.com.au. Download the Jimmy Brings app now.
Get Jimmy, get Jimmy. Get it, Jimbo.
18 plus only, always drink responsibly.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. This session of play for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Your thoughts? Something needs to be done about this third umpire and DRS. It's a debacle. It's ruining cricket. 0433 98 11 16. A little change in the experts' chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Damian Fleming, welcome back.
G'day, everybody.
What say you, Damian Fleming?
If we had the Classic Catches Award, we brought that back. That's the catch of the summer. That's an unbelievable catch.
Cummins gets a look at Elgar. He's around the wicket. It's sliced away, past gully and down to the boundary for 4. A Rotoflex by Blunston boundary. Stability meets the freedom to move.
That's their scoring zone. Outside edges down to third man. And, yeah, you hope there's none of that squaring up, indecision, or I might have got wrong this one, or I'll hedge it up here, because that certainly just looked out, as was the previous catch was out.
Is he joining us in the optometrist Uber? Me and Smithy. We're both
okay.
We're both in the Uber, the optometrist tomorrow.
Cummins around the wicket, bowls. Elgar leaves the ball that's angling at the off stump.
We both fought out. We both fought out here, and yeah, we're
just even seeing the replays, just slow-mo replays straight on, it just looks out. Because it actually goes into his hands clean, doesn't it?
Ball wedged between the first, second fingers and then the thumbs wrapped around it, and clearly takes the ball above the grass. And then the question is as he turns, does the outside portion of the ball, which is poking out between the thumb and the first finger, touch the top of the grass? Cummins bowls and Elgar plays to point.
Well, what did the hotspot say on the grass? Is that where we're going to have to head? Oh, there's a little hotspot on, little 1 millimetre on the grass, not out. So and it hurts this one, because this is like one of the great slip catches of all time. I cannot believe he actually even got his hands under it.
And a great working over by Josh as well. Like Josh has completely worked him over. Great catch by Smitty, diving forward. Hanger. Denied.
Elgar faces up to Cummins. He pulls top edge, head, couldn't get there. It just tantalisingly hung in the air at the side of the pitch. Head, who was initially backing away, understandably, then lunging forward and couldn't quite reach it on the dive.
As a short leg fielder, when a guy goes back to hook, you've got to go down. You've got to go down, Trav. Yeah. He went up. He was running backwards, thinking, I'm going to get pinned here. And then he's on his heels. He couldn't get forward, and then denied that short leg catch.
I knew you'd be all over that, Casey. That's why I left it for you.
The great David Boone always said, you've got to go down and you've got to always be coming forward.
Replay for Robot Building Supplies. Cummins bowls, Elgar leaves.
For someone of limited fielding ability, that was somewhere I had to make my own.
But that's what Booney did.
That's exactly what he was brilliant.
I was just limited.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
The same. I was exactly the same. So you have to make some place your own. You've got to make a difference somewhere. I remember picking David's brain about that when I first started.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was one of the things he was sort of saying. Give yourself enough space that you can see the ball, which he's done really well. He's at a decent distance to the pace bowling. But yeah, he came up. You've got to go down.
It's like the slips, isn't it? Stay low.
It's action-packed. Cummins bowls and Elgar knocks it down to Head, who fields and shies. He misses the stumps.
That was better.
None for 15 into the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. Dwayne Russell coming in.
Hello, It's Emma Martino from State Transport. If you have a truck, crave a work-life balance and the option to work your way, become an owner-driver for State Transport. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. An industry super fun for all Australians. And the cricket gods are messing with us for sport at the moment. The scenarios that have played out in this test have been crazy. Hazelwood is in, and this one's defensively pushed for a quick single. Labuschagne shines at the stumps, and you'd normally back him in to hit it even off balance, but they scramble through for just the one, and Urvea happy to add another to his tally. None for 16. Rachael Haynes and Damian Fleming with me. Welcome, Rachael. Would you have given that out?
I thought it carried. I was up with everyone else in the box here. It just... yeah, it looked like he got his hand under the ball. It didn't look like he then moved his hand for the ball to drag face on the ground.
Didn't look like the ground helped him retain the ball. I mean, to me, it looked like he controlled it, and it might have clipped the top of the grass, but that's it. Hazelwood is in and tucked on the leg side for a single down to fine leg. So they continue to rotate the strike. So Elgar adds another to his total. What did you think, Damian?
The Marnus one was worse because I know the soft signal has less significance now, but it's still blurred, all that stuff. There wasn't enough to overturn that. That was just out. And this one, I'm disappointed because, I've said it, this is one of the great slip catches of all time.
Hazelwood into Urvea, who allows it through to the keeper. Stays none for 17.
And the whole soft signal, Rach, just is intriguing. I'd like to know whether, if there was no DRS, what the decision would have been.
Yeah.
He couldn't have comfortably thought that bounced.
Well,
but you can hedge your bets, can't you? You can hedge your bets by saying, I'm not going to give it out because we can go up to the DRS.
Yeah, it was almost like the square leg umpire was unsure, and so that's why they went with the soft signal of not out.
Hazelwood to Urvea, who outside half of the bat squirts along the deck to point no addition.
But yeah, it's almost as though we've just disregarded. Yeah, the soft signal doesn't stand for anything anymore because the third umpire is going to make their decision of what they think anyway.
Was his decision at all tempered because there was an element of doubt for the first one? And
well, are you bitten from that Marnus one though? That's just what I'm going is like, I think we're better off not giving it out.
Yeah, so
and just putting it all on the third umpire.
Has the discussion been, well, there was 1% element of doubt for the first one, so maybe there was 1% with this one as Hazelwood whizzes this past the top of the off stump through to the keeper again, and we know that it has to be definitive. It looked as if it wasn't definitive and the first one, but this one looked definitive to me, that the ball was controlled, even though the top of the grass might have been clipped by an edge of the ball as he was about to whip it off the ground.
This one on first slow-mo looked a clearer catch than the Marnus one, but then obviously we saw the Channel 7 footage that said that was clean.
Hazelwood to Urvea, 3 slips gully waiting, and he pulls this, and he pulls it down to deep backward square along the deck, couple of bounces, and he middled that. That was nicely played, rifled in at his throat, and that's the end of that over. We'll continue this discussion for Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. South Africa, none for 18. Elgar 12. Urvea 6.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test cricket for host plus. That's a plus. They're not messing around, the Aussies. They're going to continue to keep the foot down. Nathan Lyon is going to take the ball. So if you're after a change yourself, you can head to Mildura Planet. Or visit to mildura.com.au is where you can find out more. Are you surprised by the change this early, or was that always going to happen?
I am. If I wasn't the captain and I was taken off, I'd be disappointed, but the captain's taken himself off.
Yep.
So he can't be disappointed in himself.
So they're going to crowd away, you would think. Only the one slip in and short leg, so not as crowded as I thought it might be.
But, yeah, what they'll do is obviously Camo will come after Josh when he's finished his spell and let Nathan work his magic down that end.
So they've been on the ropes from the outset, the South African openers, but they've weathered a bit of a storm and they're still none for. That's the bottom line. We can argue whether the catch was out or not, and most of us arguing that it was, but in the book right now, they're none for. Line in, and it's turned on the onside, off his pads, maybe a little edge in it, and they run one, and then a no, don't come back for the second, none for 19. And it was by, so didn't catch anything. Thought I might have clipped a little bit of power on the way through. Elgar now on strike to line. One slip in, Steve Smith. Short leg in still. It's Labuschagne in short for line, as it has been. And this one's driven down the pitch defensively to Line, who fields off his own bowling.
Come on, Nate.
Bright sunshine. You can hear the come on, Nath. Blue sky starting to dominate the cloud for the first time in 2 days. Line in again. And it's whipped off his pads by Elgar nicely through mid-wicket. They'll get a couple here. Won't give a third any thought. No, as you can hear in the effects mic as well, confirms that. So another couple added. And there's still none for, despite the arguments coming through. You can keep your text coming through for tyre power.
What's the general gist of our tweets and responses about that catch, Dwayne?
There's a few that are nasty about it. There's a few that are making light of it, so it's nice. Line in, and it's the defensive push by Elgar for no addition.
But if it was a poll, do they think it's out or not out?
Well, we could actually just do a poll. We might actually put a Twitter poll up. But, yeah, keep your text coming through. It's not a great catch because he didn't catch it. Line in. And this one's just the oohs and ahs. So already he's getting it to bite a little bit. That squeezed its way toward Gully. In fact, toward that shorty's third man, I should say. One slip in, and Gully is way back. So for that late cut shot. And Line is in. It's turned on the onside this time by Elgar. That backward square, and he dances his way through for a single. So none for 22. South Africa trail by 453 at the end of that over for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Want to save big on beach gear? Anaconda Stocktake sale is on now. Save $300 off the Pure Air inflatable stand-up paddleboard. Play more and pay less with Anaconda.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Rachael, Haynes, Damian, Fleming with us. More text coming through. Smith is not denied anything because the ball kissed the grass. And I'm not denying the ball kissed the grass, but I think it was controlled at that time with a finger
if it's
under
touched the grass, it's not out.
Touched the grass?
Yeah.
All right, well, it's not out then. Hazelwood in, and he fires this in and off stump, and it's defensively pushed
I'm just
back down the
questioning
pitch.
whether it actually touched the grass.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the other thing, just about the body position of the fielder. So Smith took that catch in his right hand and then was able to get his body to turn and get the back of his right shoulder onto the ground, to roll. So that suggests he's been able to get under the ball. It's really hard to do that if you haven't got under the ball as a fielder. So if you take the ball,
it's almost
on
a scoop
top,
up motion.
Yeah, you're scooping the ball up. That's right. Yeah, which
Hazelwood in, And this one's pushed defensively off the belly button.
Which I'm not which I'm not suggesting you can't do off a half volley, but the vision from mine showed that ball went in clean.
Definitely.
As a catch. And given that it didn't then, in my opinion, touch the ground, go down again, he's been able to scoop that up and get under the ball.
It was actually a blueprint, great technical catch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because of that role you're talking about.
Another text coming through. Catch looked out on radio. This is right down your alley.
That's
Damian, so you're painting a good picture. Hazelwood is in, and Elgar didn't know where that was. He kept it out, but he almost got whiplash trying to find out where the ball was after it hit the splice.
I like that feedback. I feel like we're doing a good job.
Yeah, well, you don't want your cricket vanilla. That's what you don't want. You don't want your sport in general vanilla. But we've been twisted by the cricket gods a little too much in this test. The weather gods, the cricket gods. Richard Kettleborough has done our head in a couple of times as the third umpire.
The Sydney swimming ground.
Soft signals, non-signals. Hazelwood is in, and Elgar allows it through to the keeper. None for 22 it stays, and yet that is still the score, none for.
And they bowled well, haven't they? You know, particularly, Josh got a couple just to go through the top early, but it's been when the cricket bowlers have bowled full that has messed with the left-hander's footwork. So one thing is, we're thinking they're just going to get blown apart. That, you know, they're really getting in behind the ball. They're showing a lot of determination here.
So Elgar survived. Can he prosper? He's on 15, on strike. Hazelwood in, 3 slips waiting. He went to pull it. He has it. He's caught. Caught behind. Carey had to rise, but he took it. He was equal to the occasion, and Elgar's out for 15. Caught behind off Hazelwood.
Well, he's got his man here, hasn't he? We've just been talking about the catch that wasn't at slip, but he's just keep nibbling away. Again, at the body. He's come around the wicket, targeting the body of Elgar. Cramped him up. Elgar's attempted to really try and get out of the way of it in the end, as opposed to actually play a pull shot or anything like that, and it's caught the shoulder of a close-face bat and straight through to Alex Carey just down the leg side. Yeah, it's great bowling, isn't it? Because I said they were getting trouble with the full deliveries, so Elgar's obviously concerned by that. But that's a short ball that's right on the money. I think his first inclination was to take it on, and it got big on him. Brilliant stuff from Josh Hazelwood, who looks like there's a bit of pent-up energy and frustration in his bowling. You know, he's missed Test cricket for 12 months, really. He wants to cash in here at the SCG.
So the first wicket has fallen. Australia, if you're unaware, declaring 4 for 475 today. Rain washed out the opening session as it did yesterday. Usman Khawaja stranded, not out in the end. His captain declaring on him with 195 next to his name. Matt Renshaw, 5 not out, 4 for 475. South Africa sent in, and they're 1 for 22. And the new man in is the new man in. Klaasen has been brought into this lineup for this test. Heinrich Klaasen, and the 31-year-old in just his second test has a big test coming now.
He certainly does. He's got a fired up Josh Hazelwood here, who's bowling beautifully. He's going to look behind him, and there's 3 slips, a gully, there's a bat pad, unwelcoming body language from the Australians, and the fast bowler who's missed so much Test cricket. He's got just over 1 day to bowl. You know, he wants to fill his boots here, Josh Hazelwood, and get a big haul.
So Hazelwood has 1 delivery left in this over. Klaasen on strike. Slow hand clap as Hazelwood winds his way in with 3 slips and a gully waiting. Klaasen waiting, and he drove it straight down the pitch to Hazelwood, who flicked it past his ear on the way back to the keeper, and that's the end of a wicket taking over from Josh Hazelwood. South Africa 1 for 22 on the Liberty Loans for Free Thinkers scoreboard.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down, where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym. where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Avaya on 6, and he's facing Nathan Lyon and defensively pushes it back to Lyon.
Yeah, Lyon probably just got a fraction too straight in his first over. A couple of deliveries just going down that leg side.
He waits again. Avaya for Lyon, who's in, and from the back foot plays defensively, almost jammed it down into his own toe.
Rachael, I wouldn't mind short cover just coming in as a catcher early on in the innings.
So Labuschagne in at short leg, crouching. Lyon in, turned off the bounce to Labuschagne, who fields.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly when the Australians are searching for wickets. You know, that's an opportunity. Batters a bit nervous in their innings, getting caught out in front of themselves while they're getting the pace of the wicket.
Lyon to Avaya again. And it's hit on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. Turned down. They all went up, the Aussies. And Carey is quick down the wicket to Nathan Lyon for a chat with Pat Cummins. It's an intense chat. The timer is ticking. They're considering it, and they walk away and say no.
I never felt like Nath was totally confident there. And he generally gets his DRSs right. Carey liked it, though.
The keeper sometimes a little blindsided by exactly which part of the pad it hit, but Lyon is in. Allows it through to Carey.
He's really working the angles here, Nathan Lyon, coming quite wide of the crease as well. So maybe on that previous delivery with the shout, he felt like it was potentially going down leg side, which we're just seeing a replay on the big screen. It's umpire's call.
Gee, by a millimetre, maybe. As this one strikes him on the pad, Labuschagne dives. It bounced ahead of him, but a little bit of bat, a little bit of pad, a little bit of half appealing. And he survives. End of the over. Liberty loans for free thinkers. South Africa 1 for 22.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think picking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Keep your text coming through for Tyre Power. Tyre Power, big holiday sale, 0433 98 11 16. One here from Dean. Alex Carey is good at high catches because of his time playing AFL, and it did look like an AFL kind of full forward coming out and grabbing it. Hazelwood is in, and Klaasen defensively pushes it away. Have you seen that ever, Flem or Rachael, the keeper taking one over the top of, with his back, over the top of first slip, with his knee into the back of first slip, taking it high over first slip? You haven't seen one of those yet?
I think it used to happen back in the 1930s.
Did it?
Yeah, mainly with Victorian players, South Australian keepers. I think Barry Jarman.
Did he? He would have.
Or was it Gil Lindsay? There was one Australian keeper that played one game for Essendon during the World War II.
I think the most goals ever kicked on the Adelaide Oval were kicked by a cricketer. Hazelwood is in, and this one's tucked on the onside by Klaasen.
Okay.
Someone will send that through. Who's kicked the most goals in a game at the Adelaide Oval? It is a famous cricketer that did it, but it just skips my mind at the moment. Klaasen is yet to get off the mark, by the way. Avaya is 6 not out, and Hazelwood still has the rock in his hand.
Be interested in that.
0433 98 11 16.
I think Keith Miller was mainly a full back.
Okay.
Was it an interstate game or a Sandford game?
Sandford game for Port Adelaide.
Port Adelaide.
Sure? Yeah.
Oh, I reckon I've got... Well, there's two big options, isn't there?
Hazelwood into Klaasen.
Okay.
3 slips gully. Klaasen waits, plays, pushes to that shortish point. No addition to the score. What happened there? A little tumble?
I've got two options, so I'll give it a couple of more balls. Are we getting anyone nibbling
Not
at that?
yet. They'll be coming through shortly.
Most goals
in a game at the Adelaide Oval.
In the
It might be
sample.
16 from memory.
Port Adelaide, because there's two
it's Port
significant Port Adelaide Australian Test players, isn't there?
Know this guy. Never ask a question you don't already know the answer to.
I do.
Hazelwood in. That catches him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. It's turned down. Klaassen survives. They might go to the DRS. Was there an inside edge on it?
Is it rating line? I'm happy with height.
Big discussion. A 7-man discussion.
I'm happy with height. Did he hit it? Like, I love the process.
Copy, Chris. Player
So they're
review for
going
LBW.
to
Original
the
decision is
DRS.
Not out. TV umpire
Original
director,
decision not
player
out.
Review for LBW. Original decision not out. Front foot checked. Fair delivery. Move on to front on spin vision, please.
So the 31-year-old in his second test brought in Heinrich Klaassen, and he's in trouble from the outset here. We're waiting for some replays for Robot Building Supplies.
Just
Robot's
take that
got
back
it.
a couple of frames, please.
It's gone under his back.
Batter's clearly clipped the top of the pad there.
So
we're going to need to see hot spot. Do you have it from
Has
front
it hit
on
the
or
toe?
offside if
The bottom
available,
of the
please?
toe. And can
It's
they
not
get a
going
hot spot?
over, is it?
Can
No,
they get a
and-
hot spot off the bottom of the toe?
Maybe-
Is there a camera underneath?
Yeah, maybe even just a question if it's just outside the line as well of off stump.
Just roll that right back, please. Roll it back. Back clearly clips the pad there with the hot spot there. Take it back.
The Australians here look like they've given up on the appeal.
Nothing
They've gone back to
definitive
their
there.
fielding
Let's
positions.
go to Snicko, please, when available.
I think it struck outside, do they?
I'd say so.
Roll that through, please. Take it right back, please.
So there's a suggestion that it may have
clearly
hit
clips the pad there.
the toe of the bat underneath the bat.
Roll it through. Roll it back one frame, please. Back one frame and forward, please. Okay, the ball has gone past. Take it back again.
Watching
Please.
multiple replays
Let's
for
just go
Robot
back to
Building
hot
Supplies.
spot just to
Robot's
confirm
got it.
there's no bat here,
Richard
please.
Kettleborough's going to take as long as he likes with this one. There's a hot spot on the
Take that
bottom
back
of the
again,
bat
please.
due to the fact the bat hit the pad. And whether hot spot can then
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
determine whether
yeah,
the ball
Yeah.
hit the bat if it hits the same hot spot.
Yeah, I don't
Keep it
know
rolling
about
through.
that. I think
Keep it rolling.
If the bat
Yeah,
is
if you've got
already
another
right
angle,
in that
please.
spot from hitting the pad, how can they determine, other than Snicko, whether it hit the bat?
yeah, I think they'll probably look to Snicko for that.
Roll that back, please. Roll it back.
It's a big call.
Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through.
As Rachael mentioned, being outside the line's an issue as well. Once they work out whether it's sticked to the bottom of the bat, inside of the toe or
Take
not.
it back. Take it back, please. Roll it through. Roll it through. Roll that through, please. Chris, I have no conclusive evidence to say if this is bat or pad first. I'm going to get you to stave your original decision of not out. Stand by.
Not out. Original decision of not out. They are sticking with that. And the Aussies kind of felt that. They were in position fairly quickly. Klaassen survives, but he's still yet to get off the mark. Hazelwood in. And his defensive pushing no was the call as it rolls its way to point.
I know we've spoken about this a lot at the start of this innings, but Hazelwood's just been so good early on in this match. His first spell, he's been relentless, really, in terms of his lines and his lengths, asking plenty of questions of the batters.
Bharat Sundaresan joins us. Bharat, what have you made of the action-packed hour we've had?
It's been all about the umpires.
It often is. Hazelwood in, and this one's defensively pushed down the pitch off middle stump. But an eventful over again from Josh Hazlewood, whose figures are 1 for 10 from 6 for Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. South Africa 1 for 22.
Prime Video's documentary series The Test returns for a second innings. Witness the journey of the Australian men's cricket team after the exits of captain Tim Payne and coach Justin Langer.
Tim Payne has stood down.
We pull back the curtain to see the inner workings of the team as they navigate their way through scandal, discontent and an uncertain world.
We want to be number one in the world.
Watch it all play out. The Test Season 2 is coming to Prime Video on January 13. Start your 30-day free trial today.
Hazlewood told it was a no ball, so he was sent back to go and bowl it, and the players were sent back to position to wait for it. So it's been negotiated by Klaassen, who remains on naught from 8 deliveries. Bharat, back to you.
It's been a really good start from Australia, Rachael. Hello, by the way. And good afternoon to you as well, Dwayne. Josh Hazlewood, we spoke to him, didn't we, before this test match that I did for SEN, and he spoke about how hungry he is to play test cricket, to the extent he said that in the next couple of years, even if it means I compromise some of my white ball duties around the world.
Nathan line into Avaya, and he pushes back down the pitch defensively.
And I compromise on that because I have to bowl a few extra spells in the nets to prepare for a test match. I'll take it up because he's played 4 test matches in 2 years.
Line in, and Avaya dries, but it's fielded off the bounce at cover.
And you can see that, right, Rachael? The way he's running, saw him at training, and just the moment you realize Pat Cummins has declared, he was out in the middle warming up.
Avaya waits for line. This time he sweeps him, but not with any conviction, and maybe not with any bat. It may have been all pad. He scrambles to the non-striker's end and brings Klaassen on strike. There was a little bit of bat in it.
Yeah, you can almost, it's almost he's taken it a bit personally that he's been injured at the wrong time. And he spoke about that a little bit leading into this test match, that he actually feels like, you know, physically he's been in good condition, he's been in shape and had all the workloads behind him, but he keeps just breaking down at the wrong time in the Australian summer. We saw that through the Ashes last year as well. So, yeah, he's a world-class bowler and makes such a difference to this attack when he's fit and firing in all forms.
And they're crowding Klaassen, so silly mid-off, short leg, leg slip and slip in a star around the new batter at this end, facing line for the first time. And he kept it out. By the way, Neil Hawke, Port Adelaide player, kicked 15 goals at the Adelaide Oval in 1957. So that's the cricketer who Damian, Fleming and I were trying to find the name of. Klaassen, in the meantime, turns it on the onside. Off the bounce is fielded by Labuschagne. No addition.
I thought it was a late Eric Freeman. I thought that if I got that right, I would have marched straight to the immigration minister and said, I want my citizenship right now.
What a great man Fritz was as well, and it was a pleasure to be in his company for so many years at Port. Line in, and Klaassen is defensive, and this is a sight to behold, this cricket at the moment. It's fun to watch. It's been eventful, and that's the end of the over for Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. South Africa 1 for 24.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN and Bingley are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bingley, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Got a few texts coming through that the ball did touch grass. I'm not denying the ball. I think it did touch the top of the grass, but I thought his fingers were under it and he controlled it, Steve Smith. So your thoughts, Bharat?
Oh, no. The moment it touches the grass, it's not out.
Even though you've got control of it and you've held the catch at that stage.
Yeah.
If you rest your hand back down after taking the catch and it touches any top of the blade of grass.
Anything but your hand, it's not out.
Okay.
So,
I thought if you controlled it and owned it and then leaned down after, that it was fine. But Obviously not. Cummins is in. And this one's played and pushed to cover. No addition. Avaya on strike on 7.
And just to explain it further, because he was still in the act of catching the ball, and if the ball touches the grass, it is... At the end of the day, all laws are based on the umpire's interpretation of it. But if it touched the grass at the point when he's still in the act of catching the ball or bringing it under his control, then it would be not out.
Even with fingers under it?
Yeah. Because it isn't deemed that he's in complete control of the ball.
Yeah, I don't think the ground, well, we can argue about it, but the ground had any impact on whether it was in his grasp or not. If his fingers were under, Cummins delivers. But we're going to see multiple replays for Robot Building Supplies and stills. So the still shots and the replays will continue to come. So the opinions will continue to alter. And I might even alter mine based on some still shots and super zooms that Richard Kettleborough didn't have at his disposal, obviously. 1 for 24, the bottom line, though. And caught behind in the end was Dean Elgar, so he was out eventually after bowling of Hazelwood. Cummins is in and driven uppishly, rolls its way to mid-off with no addition to that 1 for 24.
And as a batter, you feel like you've just gotten through that Hazelwood spell. That you can breathe a sigh of relief and know Pat Cummins is now running in, asking plenty of questions.
Yeah, this is the beauty of this Australian bowling attack in the last few years. It's so relentless. There's no break. There's absolutely no leeway at any end.
Cummins just 2 slips in at the moment, and it's allowed through to the keeper.
Just going back to Josh Hazelwood, Rachael, yeah, you can see it just in his body language and his celebration as well. We've spoken a lot about the catch, but he was up and about. He'd set, you called it absolutely, he'd set Elgar up. It was a beautiful spell of bowling to him, and he deserved that wicket. He eventually had to wait 3 more overs to get him out. It's just a brilliant comeback to Test cricket for Hazelwood.
Cummins all dots so far in this over to Avaya, and he waits and he bounces him and he pulls it off his hip, gets it down toward the boundary, cut off just inside the rope. Well fielded just inside the rope by Travis Head. Nicely done, and he rifles it back to the keeper. 1 for 25. Avaya on 8. 1 delivery left in this over.
I think as well, just going back to that Hazelwood wicket of Elgar, so he caught that outside edge which didn't carry to Smith, and from coming over the wicket, and that was the angle he worked with, trying to work Elgar over, across him, and then he changed the angle, came around, cramped him up for room.
Last delivery of the Cummins over, and he bowls to Klaasen on strike. And he plays it nicely, actually, off the full face of the bat, back to the bowler. End of the over for Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. South Africa 1 for 25.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Rachael Haynes and Bharat Sundaresan still with us. Nathan Lyon, ball in hand. Avaya, who, like the patrons here, has weathered the storm. We've all weathered another storm today, and he sees it through to the keeper. He's on 8 from 34 deliveries, so he's kept his wicket intact.
Guys, come on, lads.
He's done it a few times series where he gets through the new ball. This is the danger period. This is when he gets out.
1 slip in, Smith and slip, short leg in as well, Labuschagne, and he's defensive again.
Yeah, well, one thing I would add as well, just in terms of Lyons bowling, he's bowling quite quick through the air here. He's bowling 91, 90 k's an hour. That's pretty quick for a spinner. So, but he's still extracting a little bit of movement. But whether or not he's just trying to pin the batter on the crease.
And he's in, and Avaya pushes That shortish cover, no addition.
Yeah, Harmer was much slower, wasn't he, Rachel? He was bowling 79, 82 was his average, and he got a lot of purchase.
Yeah, there'll probably be some stage this afternoon we'll be talking about whether Australia should have played an extra bowler, line in, and Avaya pushes to that same spot, that shortish cover.
Yeah, just it shows you the different tactics between bowlers. So, you know, both right arm off-spin bowlers, but going about it in different ways. Lyon's also got a newer ball in his hand.
In he comes. Avaya's patient and defensive again. It's all dots so far.
So whether or not he's also thinking there could potentially be some natural variations. So the ball skidding through. He got one to hit the pads early on in his spell.
Line in. Avaya, from the last delivery of that over, plays defensively again, so survives a maiden. Klaasen yet to get off the mark from 12. Avaya 8 from 39. And on the Liberty, Loans for Free Thinkers scoreboard, South Africa 1 for 25. And drinks for Bundaberg ginger beer coming on the field. The one man out today was Dean Elgar, caught behind by Alice Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood. His return has been spectacular to watch. If you're unaware, earlier today Australia decided not to allow Usman Khawaja the opportunity to bring up his double century. Pat Cummins deciding to declare after the first session was washed out at 4 for 475. Khawaja finishing on 195 not out. Matt Renshaw 5 not out. And to tell you a little bit more about it, Bharat, Sundaresan. In fact, we'll take a break. Gerard Whateley to join us and more from Brad. Stick around. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now with 30% off all clothing by The North Face, Helly Hansen and Columbia. Plus save 30% off all footwear by Skechers, Asics and Adidas. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Is drinking costing you more than money? Alcoholics Anonymous provides a free and anonymous recovery service to anyone who wants to call it quits. Join millions of other alcoholics worldwide and take your first brave steps towards a new beginning. There are thousands of AA meetings happening every week across Australia. If you'd like to find your closest meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or have any questions regarding this tried and tested treatment for alcoholism, call 1300 AA. That's 1300 222222 or visit aa.org.au.
When do you get your strut on? Is it kicking the winning goal for your team? Hitting the winning runs? Or snaffling new stuff on Snaffle? With Snaffle, you can get what you want when you want and pay over 1, 2 or 3 years. Get your Snaffle strut on. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Edge didn't carry or did it? Smith on the dive in front of first. Oh, we've seen this in the test match already. What controversy these moments can elicit as this comes back as not out. Yeah, he's around the wicket. It's sliced away past gully and down to the boundary for 4.
Hazelwood in, 3 slips waiting. He went to punt. He aimed it. He's caught behind. Carey had to rise, but he took it.
So 1 wicket taken in that first hour of play. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. South Africa 1 for 25. Elgar caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 15. Our experts for Anaconda hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Bharat is in place. Jonty Rhodes is back. Hello, Jonty.
Gerard, Bharat, everyone, good afternoon. Good to be back. Live cricket. Not talking about myself for a change. Damn, what am I going to do?
Everyone has to tip their hand. Where are you on the Smith non-catch?
He caught the ball. His hand went underneath it. But then you see the super slow motion. There's a chance that the ball could hit the ground. So from that point of view, I really thought it was out. I thought it was a great grab. It was dipping on him. He came not only to his right, but forward as well. Tough chance. I thought he took it cleanly. I was really impressed. But yeah, technology, we've got to use it, and it's consistent. That's what we want.
Klaasen yet to score. He's been under pressure. At the pads goes Cummins, and he gives him his first run as he leans on the ball to mid-wickets. Klaasen has won. It's 1 for 26.
Yeah, like everyone who's seen that catch has said, Jonty, we've also now been robbed of a great replay. Because it was deemed not out, I don't think we'll be seeing that catch over and over and over again, because you could put it in a promo, you could put it in the highlights reel, in the build-up to next summer, but it won't happen because it was deemed a non-catch.
That is true. It was spectacular, really. When you saw it, live and in real time, sure, they slowed it down a couple of times and then ran it again. It was sensational.
Arvea, the left-handed opener, faces up to Cummins, who's around the wicket to him, and he leaves outside the off-stump.
There's such a difference here with the way South Africa's bowlers have operated, and we've harped on about it. Australia only have 2 seamers, and I'm not counting Marnus Labuschagne as much as he probably wants to be counted as the third seamer, but very much, I think Australia have shown that if you consistently bowl those good areas from both ends, the batters eventually they know that nothing is coming for them. They have to make the play. Sadal Ervier, he hasn't got many runs, but he's looked way more composed at the crease in defence, leaving the ball, defending the ball. But when he feels like there's half an opportunity to pounce on something, he's got out caught in the slips.
Renshaw's gone to a straight mid-wicket. Cummins bowls, and Arvea plays in that direction. Renshaw with a dive, didn't haul it in, but Hazelwood fields in behind, no run.
And that's where I think South Africa's their downfall. I mean, Australia have been so patient when they batted because they knew that there was going to be runs from one end or the other, and not runs as in 4s and 6s, but comfortable 1s and the occasional 2s, and just keep the scoreboard ticking personally and for the team, and then never feel like you're bogged down. And the Australian seamers have just been spot on from ball 1 this entire summer. They really have been an outstanding attack, team attack.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Arvea faces up and leaves outside the off-stump.
Yeah. And on the other hand, South Africa haven't batted like a team. Bauma's faced over 50 balls a few times. I noticed something, Jonty, 2 days out from the test. They all had a hit, as always, in the nets. And then suddenly all the batters, and it included Marco Jansen, they got into a little huddle. Dean Elgar did the talking. And then they started putting their pads back on and had another hit, just 15-20 minutes. Maybe just motivating themselves.
Cummins bowls, Arvea drives, and he's placed that well through cover. It'll race across the turf down to the members' pavilion. It pulls up right at the last, and Marnus headlong in to do the fielding. The relay throw comes up through Renshaw. It's not entirely clean in the way that it's done. They take 3.
But spectacular. Marnus is involved. The ball is not going to reach the boundary rope, but he's dived full length, as Marnus does anyway. But in his defence, the outfield has probably been a little bit heavier because of all the rain we had here. Did I mention the word, the R word? And it looked like the ball was just going to end up short, but Marnus doesn't like to end the day's play with his white still white. No. So great effort, full length dive. But a great, again, Arvea, when you bowl straight to him, he's very composed and very different to Dean Elgar. He's got quite a precise trigger movement, Sadal Ervier, and he's quite still as the bowler releases. Dean Elgar looks like he's trying to stand still, and then he actually moves as the bowler, and then from there he can't go anywhere. So a great cover drive, extra cover drive from Sadal Ervier.
Klaasen faces up and he defends back to Cummins. So at the end of the over, 1 for 29. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. Jonty, the form of Dean Elgar, so 3-2 in Brisbane, 26-0 in Melbourne, and 15 sort of almost taking evasive action in the end. He shaped to hook and pulled out off the glove and through to Carey. Technically, particularly against Hazelwood, he looked all at sea for an opening batter of such experience. How do you see his game at the moment?
Well, it wasn't, I mean, Josh Hazelwood coming back from a layoff and then hitting the first on target, that first over, the first 7 deliveries were almost, within a hanky sort of area. He asked the right questions all the time. And Elgar really struggled, but I think...
Line begins his new over. Arvea sweeps down to fine leg. They have one as Hazelwood gets around. They'll come for the second. Hazelwood throws it into Carey. It's all well judged. Carried on to line at the non-strikers end. 2 taken, 1 for 31.
So Dean Elgar's non-form is I think, has been attributed to the fact that he doesn't take much of a trigger move. He's stuck in the crease. So that whether to leave the ball or come forward, Australia bowl in good areas. Should I come forward or should I go back? If you make the wrong choice, you're still making the choice. Dean Elgar is just not making a choice, and sometimes that's confidence.
Line around the wicket, though stands up and defends.
Or even lack of confidence. I mean, you got half a pull shot when you got out. So, if you get out pulling and you get a top edge caught, that's fine. But if you're not sure whether to duck or to play it or to leave it, I think that sums up Elgar's summer and possibly even his year, where he's played on a couple of tricky surfaces, but you can't blame that.
They are back to cut, under edge, goes nowhere.
So, I'm not sure if you guys have seen anything else, but he really is stuck in the crease. He doesn't come forward. He doesn't go back. And because of that indecision with the footwork, you just can't be concise or precise with your shot selection. You don't know where you are.
Lion bowls. They plays back and misses on the cuts into the gloves of Carey. His numbers as captain are unflattering for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. His captaincy has been poor. This is a graveyard for visiting captains. I feel like Elgar's at a crossroads with his cricket. I don't know whether it continues on quite like this. Arvea defends the ball to cover.
Because that's the thing too, because you talk about his captaincy and at the crossroads, he came here talking aggressive, stand up and be counted as a touring team. And he is a player that likes to lead from the front. He has to, because he's not really inspiring with his speeches and his talks.
They defends the last ball of Lions over. We'll pick this up in just a moment. 1 for 32. Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now with 30% off all clothing by The North Face, Helly Hansen and Columbia. Plus save 30% off all footwear by Skechers, Asics and Adidas. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price pay guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The session for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. South Africa 1 for 31. Klaasen is on 1. Hervé is on 13. Pat Cummins is about to start his 6th over. He is bowling from the Paddington end. He's none for 13. So Klaasen, the 3rd batter. South Africa have tried at number 3 in 3 tests. And he's defending the ball back down the pitch. Jonty and Bharat pondering the quandary that Dean Elgar is in.
Well, I'm not sure whether it's a quandary. I just think, firstly, it's technical from from what I'm watching, and it's again easy game from the side. But if I compare him to a Sardal Ervia, who really does make a similar, or makes a trigger movement is then steady, and then that foot movement forward or back is decisive. Dean is not there, and he's the kind of player, if he's not a flowery spokesman and an inspirational speaker, he has to lead through his performance.
Come on, Mr. Klaasen down the leg side. Carey takes it on the bounce.
And to do that, you have to be scoring runs in tough positions. I mean, kind of hoping that the MCG, when he got run out by Marnus, he really was battling. I mean, Steve Smith, when he faced his first 30 balls here, struggled. He looked like inside edge, outside edge. He could get out at any time. But once he was through, it looked like every single ball hit the middle of Steve Smith's bat, and it probably did. Whereas Elgar, no matter how long he stays for, the Australian bowlers still have an opportunity to nick him off because he stands dead still, or LBW, or even bowled.
Some faces up. He's playing the ball from his pads defensively to mid-on, no run.
And I think he's also been up against arguably the best overall attack in world cricket. You've seen him a lot, Jonty. He's always been an ugly batter. He's never had a great technique. He grinds his way through. He'll struggle. He'll get beaten outside off stump. But when he gets his runs, I'm not saying he's got his runs only against weaker attacks, but against this attack, there's just no leeway. Even if he survives, even that one time he ran himself out, but every time he tries to just get over the line, there's just someone else at him.
Wilson faces up to Cummins and he turns him away through backward square. Head gets motoring. And up comes Agar from the deep. He actually is granted right of way. A single taken. Klaasen is 2. It's 1 for 32.
And I don't like the language that's come out from the South African team about their batting issues. I mean, they've you can say it a couple of times. They've constantly spoken about the tough batting conditions in England, the tough batting conditions at the Gabba. They were tough conditions, but when that's the conversation or that's the commentary coming out from the dressing room, you can see there are a lot of frazzled brains in that dressing room, especially in the batting department.
Yeah, because in England, when they were struggling on supposedly sporty surfaces, England still managed 400 against them in the one test that South African batters failed.
Arvea pulls the short ball from Cummins. He dragged it down to fine leg and takes a single, 1 for 33.
But yeah, that is the conversation. So, and the same thing arose at the Gabba, the post-match press conference. He kind of just said, well, you know, he's not going to be upset with his batters and himself. He's not concerned because that's not really a surface that you can be expected to score runs. Travis Head took the game away. I know the other Australian batters also seemed to struggle, or did struggle. The ball went past the bat often. But no one was saying, oh, it's a sporty wicket. You know, South Africa used that to say, well, that's one of the reasons why we didn't win the game.
Clarkson faces our big drives. Cummins knocks it down and his follow through, no run. 2 from the over, 1 for 33. Our apparel sponsor at SEN is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer.
And I can see very dainty facial hair, Jonty. It's looking really good on you. It's changed since the Gabba, and the only reason I bring it up is the batting consultant, Justin Salmons, did the press conference. And I asked him at the end of it, what happened to your beard? He had a brilliant full beard. And for some of us who can't grow a proper beard, I was envious. And he said, well, I started growing it in England. Then our batting started flopping. I said, okay, hopefully we'll sort it out. So they get to 200 somehow with Lungi Ingiri hitting some sixes. So he decides to go for the razor and he thinks they've turned a corner.
Line to Arvea, start of the fresh over, defender to off.
So you started growing a beard, he's taken his beard off. We'll see between all that if South Africa's batting comes good.
He might have to work on his chest hair too if he wants the team to get past 200 consistently. I don't think the beard will be, just the beard itself will be enough.
Second helmet being deployed here. So Head comes into a silly mid-off. Labuschagne is at bat pad. Smith's at first slip and keep up. Here's Carey under the helmets. Lyon, this is his 6th over. None for 6 in what he has sent down so far. Just fine leg back. Arvea is on 14 and he's playing back. That's dangerous as it's fired through by Lyon. He kept it out.
And the reason I brought up that huddle with the batters and them going back, you can do all that and just keep spending a lot of time in the nets, but often that's not good enough, is it?
No.
Line bowls Arvea forward and defend.
Because you can talk it up as much as you want, but firstly you have to believe it. So, you know, it's one thing just saying it, but saying it with belief and everybody as a batting unit, but then batting together. I mean, we had similar discussions in England in 1998, but our discussion was that none of our players had a test double 100 at that stage in 1998 when we toured England.
Line bowls, Arvea back and cuts well. Through point for 4. It crashes into the rope under the O'Reilly stand. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Arvea is 18. It's 1 for 37.
This is a really beautiful shot. It's not that short. Nathan Lyon is good areas, as we know. The GOAT likes to bowl it, but decisive back foot movement gives him a little bit of room that he needs. He doesn't overhit it and just caresses the ball. A little bit of turn and bounce for Nathan Lyon, but Arvea's a tall guy, so he rides it well because he's played with a nice straight bat.
Line on the follow-up. Arvea leaves. He's bowled. He took the off bail. Arvea goes down looking. Nathan Lyon strikes. South Africa 2 for 37. So after a splendid cut, Arvea watched his stumps get disturbed. He's gone for 18.
Oh, well, he's worked him over.
On the replay.
He's worked him over. He's bowled much quicker in this spell, Nathan Lyon, than he usually does. He's bowling with the newer ball. Rachael Haynes called it as well. He's been trying to pin him on that back foot, He gave him some width. He cut him for 4. But this one just skid on.
I can't believe he's left it. I mean, it's not wide. It has come back, but most of the balls have come back. The last one did hold and bounce a bit. Sadel Erveer goes for 18. And he's almost been through the hard part. You know, he's got a good start again, and you can't say sure, great bowling, and you can't say it's a bad shot. He didn't even play. My dad used to phone me, Jonty, what kind of shot was that? You know, we keep talking about there's two types of leave. Gerard, a good and a bad leave, and that's a bad one, especially when he's, you know, playing the ball like he is. No danger of, there shouldn't have been any danger of concern of forward defence. But yet he's been outthought by the GOAT, and that's probably why he is the GOAT.
I can't remember seeing too many left-handers who've been bowled leaving the ball when an off-spinner is bowling around the wicket. You're right, it is a bizarre leave. But once again, another South African batter gets to 50-odd balls, and then it's almost like a switch just goes off.
Yeah, because your mistakes there, we just watched the replay. His front foot came down off and middle stump. You know, if you're leaving the ball, sometimes you'll get out, you know, judged bat pad. You haven't played a shot outside or on the line of off stump. But there you could see middle stump and off stump. So his front foot has come down the line almost off middle and leg, which when you're playing is, you know, when you're playing spin, you want to get your pad out the way so you don't play bat pad. But it's not like he should know where his off stump is at this level. For somebody who's left the ball so well for the first 40 minutes or that he's batted, it just is unfathomable.
It's a what not to do replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it 2 for 37. Temba Bavuma, the diminutive right-hander, is at the crease.
Yeah, and the only difference between a good leave and a bad leave is you can have many good leaves, you can have only one bad leave.
Just the one.
Lions over the wicket, bowling to Bavuma, who's back and covers his stumps and defends. And suddenly the danger just looks a little more pronounced. 2 for 37 into the over. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
It's time to wake up to sleep at the 40 Winks Stocktake sale and save up to 50% off store-wide. Save up to half price on leading brand mattresses, including My Side, Serta, King Cole Chiropractic, Sealy Posturepedic and Temper, as well as bedroom furniture, kids' beds and more. Exclusions and T's and C's apply. Don't miss the chance to get up to 50% off store-wide. But hurry, the 40 Winks Stocktake sale is on for a limited time only. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Of the day rights up for grabs thanks to Bing Lee. Hazel with the first, Lyon the second. Cummins is trying to do his bits. Clausen's on 2. It's 2 for 37 at the SCG. As Cummins sets in right arm over the wicket, he bowls to Clausen, who defends the ball to leg. No run. Bharat, Sundaresan and Jonty Rhodes for Anaconda. Hit Summit for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Going back to that 98 tour, you said, Jonty.
All right. So we as a South African batting unit sat down, but it wasn't Hansie Cronje telling us. It was Gary Kirsten, who was actually the captain of the batting unit. They said, guys, one thing we have to change, because we actually played against Michael Hussey in a county game, and he got runs again. And he had an incredible summer, not just hundreds, but big hundreds and double hundreds playing county cricket.
Cummins to Clausen, who jams down in defence, knocks it down the line of the leg side, no run.
And Gary Kirsten kind of looked around the dressing room and said, guys, this is too good a unit batting-wise not to have a double test 100. There was Gary, Herschel Gibbs, Hansie Cronje, Darryl Cullinan, Jacques Callis, and then that Rhodes guy. He was down the order. And it wasn't me who got the double 100. I mean, it was, you know, Jacques Callis, Gary. Hansie got 117 in one of the county games. So suddenly we were not just thinking of scoring 100. It was a total mind shift to, once you got 100, double 100 is where you need to get to.
Cummins bowls, and Clausen wrapped down the leg side into the gloves of Carey, and he has tucked the bat under the arms, and the number 3 is being dismissed for 2. Under the armpit, and all he could do was help it on its way to Carey. Cummins gets in on the axe, and it's 3 for 37, and as we've seen with South Africa, it's starting to happen quickly.
Yep. Wickets fall in clumps. This is well directed under the armpit. Clausen's quite a big unit, so for him to duck out of the way would be quite tough. He keeps his gloves high. Instead of dropping his hands or getting underneath that delivery, it was short enough to go under. And his very patient knock, again, 2 of 22. He's not a natural number 3. He is a player that likes to... So from a mindset point of view, he is a player now who's almost tucked away his natural game, and he's gone for 2 very patiently, but sadly, not enough. Clumps, wickets, South Africa, it's happening again.
To quote Gerard Whateley, we've seen this movie before. It's played out. It did at Brisbane. It did at man bird, and here we go. Before you know it, you're into Kaya Zondo and Temba Bauma batting together. But you're right, Jonty. Andre Klaasen, big hitting T20 batter with a very good first-class record. He just looked out of place, just like Dwayne at the MCG. He wasn't sure where he was taking this innings. And Hazelwood and Lyon had struck. It was only a matter of time before Cummins added a 1 to the wickets column.
Got himself all tied up, and then in the end he's not even looking at the ball. As it's virtually evasive action, just parrying the ball through off the glove.
It's interesting because he's a good player firstly of spin, we know that, but short pitch bowling, he's, you know, when he's a middle order batter, and he is somebody that is quite aggressive. But now when you're in this mind frame or mindset of, I'm now up the order, I'm batting number 3, I've got to see, you know, I've got to be more patient, I can't give my wicket. You actually end up giving it away by playing a non-shot. So not being decisive on, if it's short, let me hit it. That's my game. As I said, if you get out playing your game, what can you do?
Zondo, the new man in, he rides the bounce and defends 2 off. So 1 score in 4 innings for Zondo. Started with the duck, 36 not out. Then 5 and 1 in Melbourne are his numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Yeah, when Pat Cummins declared, had minimum of, if there is no further R word, 157 overs left at that point. It's 20 more than what South Africa have faced as a team in a test match so far during the series. So this game's not over yet.
Cummins in, bowls to Zondo. Again, he gets up, peak of the bounce, got it off the high end of the bat, safely to the offside.
Yeah, and watching Hazelwood bowl that first over, you kind of thought, well, you know, the covers have been on here for a day, and maybe that's the reason why. But sadly, I just think from a technique, he did bowl that first over to Dean Elgar, and Dean Elgar made him look unplayable. But, you know, he bowled the ball in really good areas. It's a tough first over to get as an opening batter, but that's your job. He almost made it look like it was seeming like back at the Gabba.
Exactly.
You know, so we kept saying, well, maybe the covers, maybe it's sweated underneath there, but just great precision bowling from the quicks.
Cummins to Zondo, beat him on the outside edge. Oh, this has been...
Not bowl him, sorry, I'm watching the replay. Oh, I'm grateful, sorry, I'm not saying how.
Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers, 3 for 37. That's from 19 overs. Bharat, you just looked at the replay. Cover your eyes.
Amazing.
So they're 3 lovely balls, aren't they? 2 up on the splice, up, and then sliding 1 through at the off stump. The replays for Robot Building Supplies. Bump, right up on the splice, and then the last one. Lovely angle. Zondo's a bit wafty with the bat.
Zondo's wafty with the bat because his feet don't move. You have to waft the bat. You know, the only foot movement that he made was the right foot going further outside the off stump, which opens you up as well, and he's been done every time. He got the 30 at the Gabba. He had almost nothing to lose. He had a good partnership with Temba Bavuma. But at this stage, weaknesses in technique being exploited by the Australian bowlers.
Line in, bowls. Bavuma covers his stumps, inside portion of the bats off to bat pad. So they're right around him now. Silly mid off, bat pad, leg slip. Phil Jakes rejoins us for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Phil and Jonty together. Tough times for South Africa. Line in and bowls, and Bavuma covers the stumps and blunts it to leg.
G'day, Jonty.
G'day, Phil.
Listeners. Jeez, I've missed some action in the last hour.
Last 3 overs. What do you mean? We're very much a 3-over kind of team.
Just don't go too far for a cup of tea. Bavuma back, knocks the ball out into the offside, takes runs through cover. Cummins strides out as they complete 2. Now, these 2 have a bit of poor history. They're decisive as they turn for their 3rd and make it home safely. So Bavuma's first runs and sees South Africa to 3 for 40.
Definitely a little bit more going on with the fast bowlers, isn't there? That ball from Cummins last over was a beauty. Did make it look good, though.
He did. But well set up. 2 short pitch deliveries. South Africa bowl short pitch deliveries, and it's kind of waist height. It's a nothing. And generally, the Australian batters get off the mark. So you have to keep the batter on strike to set him up for that 3rd delivery. And if it's between the... I know Zondo's not a tall guy, but every ball that he defended was on his shoulder, not on his hip.
Lions over the wickets as he bowls to Zondo, who's back and defending out of the off stump.
And that's a good point you make. On these slower wickets that definitely that aren't as true as a normal wicket like the Gabba, you do need to be armpit or at the throat. There was so many balls between shoulder and waist high from the South Africans.
Australia closing in. Lion bowls. Zondo is forward, punching the ball to mid-off. No run.
Closing in? On the close of play? Oh, closing in the people, physically, literally. You're making me nervous. I'm going to, what have we done again?
even the language around everyone's just on edge as Zondo defends the ball to the offside. Even if it's not about to take a wicket, they're making it feel like a wicket.
I'm on edge.
It's about to fall. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty Loans for free thinkers, 3 for 40. The leading run scorer in the Test match, Usman Khawaja. Australia had to declare at 4 for 475 after so much play was lost. So his 195 stands for Victoria Police made for more. South African side of thing, Nortje 2 for 55 was the leading wicket taker for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. One for Hazelwood, one for Lyon and one for Cummins. At the start of, 20 wickets, 3 taken, 17 to go. Was the draw the favourite or was Australia the favourite in your mind?
Australia.
Okay.
And that's a sad truth of how we've... Well, I think the only thing in our favour is that they selected before 2 seamers. And you know, I think where Australia have been so good with the 4 seamers who bowled superbly as a unit, South Africa have just had no release.
Cummins bowls to Bavuma right in at the stumps, driven back. The bowler knocks it down in his follow through.
So then now I've got, you know, Hazelwood has had his spell and come back on. And then interesting to see Agar because, you know, we know what Lyon can do. We know that Nathan Lyon is a wicket-taking bowler. He doesn't just keep it tight. He does pick up wickets. There hasn't been much bowling on it. It's a sort of day 3 wicket, really, in essence. So he's going to have to use all the skills that he has. There's been no big, tall left-hander bowling, left arm over for him. So making some boot marks on a good length for him.
Cummins bowls, Bavuma defends down the line of the leg side.
And, you know, I think from a South Africa's point of view, we do know that once Carl Verheyen is in, he's a great player, but also he's someone who likes to get bat to ball. He does create or give you opportunities, and with the Australian bowling attack, they just don't give you balls to get off strike easily. If you're going to score runs, you almost have to take a risk. So I think that's the difference with South Africa's bowling attack, is that they put you under pressure for 2 balls, but there is a release that allows you just to get down the other end or even take runs in a boundary.
Cummins bowls, Bavuma on the back foot, to get high up on the bat, gets it safely to ground on the offside. We were talking about Avaya while you were, just before you came back in, Phil, and his capacity, so he gets himself established. So in Brisbane, 3 from 20. It was 10 from 37, and his first innings went after a wide one. 3 from 23. Everyone gets forgiven the second time through. In Melbourne, it was 18 from 31, 21 from 41. And today it's 18 from 55. So as an opening batter, once you have done the graft, that's when he's getting out. Bavuma forward defending, runs it to point. Agar fields no run.
Very incredibly frustrating when you get starts as an opening batter. It is the hardest time to bat at the start of an innings against a new ball, and to get that start and then get out, you know you're only 1 score away or 1 lack of score away from being right under the pump, aren't you? Like, I mean, you're only averaging 20 anyway, but if you get a duck or you get a score under 5 as well, then all of a sudden you're averaging 10, and then you got the selectors knocking on your door, and that's the problem. Problem that he's got there. He's got to make a score. You've got to make a substantial score when you get that start.
Cummins working away, full. Bavuma drives straight to mid-off. Hazelwood fields no run.
And like you said, Jonty, it's not just making a 50. But 50s don't win games. The 150s, the 200s win the games, and that's what has set Australia apart from South Africa in this series. Really, is those substantial scores, those big scores, like Usman Khawaja's in this game, like Davey Warner's in the last one. They're the ones that win the games of Test match cricket, and then the other little scores, the 50s and even the 70s and 80s, they're the ones that supplement those.
Last ball of Cummins over. He bowls to Bavuma, who sways out of the bouncer, which threatened to follow him. 3 for 40. Dwayne's going to take you through to the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. This session of play for real lawn fanatics. Use Lawn Hub Fertiliser.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Bright seeing conditions, sun half out. A star of fielders around Zondo and line in as he sweeps. Rolls its way to square leg and will be cut off for a single. 3-4-41. Phil Jacques still with me along with the boob shoed Jonty Rhodes. It's great to be with you, Jonty.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Provided you with.
I like them. Good reading too.
Good reading. Nathan Lyon in and was poked away by Bavuma dangerously, a few oohs and ahs, but he's getting some movement, Nathan Lyon, and getting some confusion amongst the batters.
It'll be interesting to see Nathan Lyon when he bowled to Bavuma and Zondo at the Gabba. They brought the sweeper up to save the one at the umpire. The square leg suddenly became, because Zondo does like to sweep.
Zondo with that open stance just pops it on the onside, but there is that short leg slip, and silly mid off for Zondo.
Because if he can use the sweep just as a release to get down the other end and away and prevent Nathan Lyon bowling him 4 or 5 balls and over, it's a good accumulator for Zondo.
Line in, Zondo pushes back down the pitch for Nathan Lyon to field off his own bowling.
Do you think with the bounce that Lions get, Jonty, do you think that leg slip is a position, though, that the Australians will be hoping that he does sweep, maybe catch a bit of glove with a bit of bounce, or do you think he'll take that on?
I'd probably put him at 45 for the top edge sweep.
Zondo waits and pushes to point for a single. 3 for 43.
So yeah, that's a good point. So if you want him to sweep hoping there's a bit of top edge, he's going to sweep hard, and possibly it will loop over the leg gully or the leg slip and maybe put him on the 45 saving one for that particular top edge sweep.
Bavuma on strike and he drives this to cover for a single. Rotating the strike this over the pair. 3 for 44, and that is the end of that line over for Liberty. Loans for free thinkers.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
And a change in the bowling. If you'd like to have a change, you can head to Mildura. Check out mildura.com.au to find out more information of what Mildura has got to offer. You can head down there next long weekend. So a break here for the bowling change. Zondo is on 2, Bavuma's on 5, South Africa 3 for 44, and Agar with the ball in hand.
What is he like, Phil? It's quite a tall guy. Does he get a lot of turn and bounce as well? Is he more of a slider, kind of undercutting spin bowler?
Yeah, no, he'll get it up and over. He'll bowl it quite quickly, I think. But yeah, he does adapt depending on the conditions. So I think he'll bowl quite quickly. He'll try and bowl wicket to wicket as much as he can. Try and land the ball on the stump line, and then hopefully one turns and bounces or goes straight on.
One slip in. Labuschagne at short leg, and Agar is in. And is cut away toward the boundary, and it shouldn't get there. Just in front of point, it's fielded very nicely, by the way, by Travis Head. And he cuts that down to a single.
That looked like a nervous start, didn't it, Ashnagar? That looked like a man that hadn't played Test cricket for a little while.
It looked like a cold start.
Get down there somewhere. Get down there somewhere. No, this is something I really look forward to actually seeing, just to see how Ashnagar does cope with Test cricket again.
Zondo on strike. Agar into him, and that's pushed along the deck through point.
And just what he'll actually bring if he is on that Indian tour. I think he's right in the frame. Obviously playing this Test match with India in mind. I think it's a really good opportunity for the selectors and for the coaching staff and for Pat Cummins to see what Ashnagar can bring to the table.
Bavuma now after that single. Off the back foot, late attempt at a cut. Missed it completely.
Phil Jakes, what did you say? One will turn and bounce, or one will... There you go.
There you go. That's the one we were looking for.
Great delivery. Bavuma's not a tall man, but that kicked up past his shoulder almost.
Wow, that's good signs.
That's what they brought Agar in for. See if he can do some damage here. He's in. He's had a couple of deliveries to settle. This one's defensively pushed away, so handled well enough this time.
When a ball does that, it just gets in your head as a batsman, doesn't it? It's like, oh, can I get forward to that? Do I sit back a little bit more?
Do I leave it? Yeah, Oscar startle have you.
Bavuma waits, back foot again, cuts, just forward of point for another single. So at least they've got it ticking. 3 for 47. Bavuma 6, Zondo 3.
But that's also where the straight ball comes in handy, isn't it? Once you get one that bounces like that, the straight one that doesn't necessarily turn, whether he means it or he doesn't mean it, it just scoots on a little bit, a little bit squarer.
Agar to Zondo with that open stance, pushes his front pad down the pitch defensively and negotiates the final ball of that over. Liberty loans for free thinkers. South Africa 3-4-47.
Sustained performance in cricket is more than just one great innings. It's about performing consistently day after day, match after match. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index, August 2022. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare, Host Plus today.
Jonty Rhodes for Jacques with us. Great to have you with us. South Africa 3-4-47. Ball back in the hands of Nathan Lyon. Bavuma on strike. Silly mid-off. Short leg. Leg slip. And slip in position. So a couple of field adjustments. 3 men out. Dean Elgar for 15. Avea for 18. Klassen for 2. Was 3 for 37. They've taken it to 3 for 47, this pair. And Bavuma on strike. Line into him. He's off the back foot. Defensive.
Tall Paddy Simcox, our off-spin bowler for a long time for South Africa. He had that same theory, though, Phil. Just, you have to turn one, Joe. All you have to do is get the batter in a little bit of doubt. That's all he wanted to work with. Didn't try and rip every ball. Just turn one.
Bavuma waits. Defensive. Forward defence. Compact.
Even if it's a rock. It doesn't have to be a genuine... No. Just hit a rock or do something.
Nothing to do with his skill. Chip something loose in the surf. Just something.
Lyon to Bavuma and defensive, pushing at it. He stretched forward a little there. Can't do that for a day and a half, Gaz, not on you, was the call.
Come on, lads. It's getting chirpier in there, isn't
it? It is.
It's getting excited.
Bavuma. See if he's equal to it. And he pulls this off his hip. Back with a square leg for a single, but just for a fleeting moment. Marnus Labuschagne was in danger under the helmet. 3 for 48.
That's quite interesting because I think that talk is getting to him. I've been really impressed. Temba Bavuma, his shot selection throughout, other than when he got out at the MCG. Just back of a length, the ball hurries him.
Is that one way to keep Marnus Labuschagne quiet? You smack one towards... I mean, that was, it was catchable height.
No, he wanted to be smacked at him, Marnus.
Catchable height, but Marnus had no hope of getting it. Zondo on strike. Line into him. Marnus crouches. And Zondo, outside half of the bat, squirts along the deck to Smith at slip. Action aplenty here.
That's the line. So I say, sorry, for that's a line. Nathan Lyon is so dangerous. That just outside off stump where he does turn and bounce the ball, but the one that goes straight on. Steve Smith got Kyle Verreynne in the first test. brilliant line and length from Nathan.
Warner's changed spots as Zondo drives. This is catchable. It ricocheted off the foot of Travis Head, who yells, "Ow!" And as it looped off his toe, it was catchable for a fleeting moment. In the end, it's the end of the over. 3 for 48, Zondo 3, Bavuma is 8. Let's hear a bit more from Phil Jacques as Jonty Rhodes departs.
That one looked like it hurt right in the shin. No good. Yeah, we did see a change of the field there to Zondo, as Jonty was sort of talking about. The leg slip went to a square leg for Nathan Lyon. Maybe just thinking, try and get him to think about something else rather than that sweep shot that he was probably going to be looking towards. But interesting to see what Ashton Agar does here. I think he'll be looking to try and vary his seam position. He'll be bowling quite a few square seam balls, which means you're coming down the side of the ball, which then some grip, some don't, and then some will go over, and then he'll go over the top with a few, which will get a bit more loop on the ball.
Rachael Haynes back with us. Agar with the ball back in his hand, and he delivers a dot.
And on a wicket like this, that's how you create that natural variation in a spin bowling, and it's something that Ashton Agar will need to do a lot of when he goes to India in a few weeks' time.
Agar to Bavuma again, and he allows it through to the keeper.
Yeah, the only other thing I'm thinking with this field for the Australians as well, Pat Cummins looks as though he's given Ashton Agar a little bit of protection out on that offside boundary. Just with South Africa, 3 for 48.
Yeah, it is the shorter boundary as Agar is in. He's playing off the back foot this time, Bavuma, and they're giving Ashton Agar plenty of encouragement, the Aussie fielders.
Yeah, whether or not it's just worthwhile bringing that one up, just to try and make the South Africans hit through the field as opposed to getting an easy single.
Agar to Bavuma, and he flights this nicely right in at the off stump and kept it out.
I'd be thinking just let him settle into his spell a little bit, Rachael, maybe. Also, there's a thought, maybe he might just try and work it a bit squarer than normal as well into that gap, but I'm with you. I like him up. I don't particularly like the deep point.
Bavuma waits, and he tries to lap sweep this around his body, and he does it okay. He gets a single for it. It did meet the meat of the bat, but he had to scoop it a little higher than perhaps he wanted to. Bavuma moves to 9. Zondo is on 3 for 49.
Some proactive, just rotating the strike, little lap sweep.
Zondo on strike now. Line in, and he's forward in defence, compact. Keeps it out, end of that Agar over. SEN Test Cricket for Host Class, that's a plus. Our stats have been coming to you from Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Elgar out, caught Kerry bowled Hazelwood for 15. 1 for 22 at that stage. Avaya bowled Nathan Lyon. He left it, 18 of 55. 2 for 37, and then Heinrich Klaasen caught Kerry bowled Cummins for 2 of 22. It was 3 for 37. It's now 3 for 49. Now from Rachael Haynes and Phil Jacques.
So good to see two spinners bowling in tandem. You don't often see that in Test matches in Australia.
Long may it continue with the SCG.
Lyon to Bavuma. In. Bavuma again in defence. Pushes back down the pitch to Lyon. And Warner still in that shortish square leg position, catching position. Looked like he moved himself there as well, with no question to Pat Cummins. Should I move here?
Just went for a walk, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and then settled there. As if I like it here. Line in, and Bavuma outside half of the bat. That's why they're using R's, but he kept it out.
What it does do, having that square leg in position as well, it does keep him on strike. It takes away that easy work to the leg side off the stumps.
Bavuma waits, watchful, and he's forward in defence and not convincing.
The other thing as well is just with his paddle, which he used last over against Ashton Agar, might put a bit of doubt in his mind about whether or not he can use that shot against Nathan Lyon.
South Africa still trail by 426 runs for the record. Line in, and Bavuma a long way forward. Met that nicely. Another dot. Two balls left in this line over. 3 wickets of the 20 required down for Australia. Line in. Bavuma Squared up, back foot, defensive. Another dot. It's all dots so far in this line over.
It's good pressure. I'd like him to be bringing him forward a little bit more, I reckon. So we can get him defending on the front foot, getting lunging out, bit of bat and pad together with those catches and around the bat.
Last delivery of this over to Bavuma, who off the back foot whips it on the onside, but they don't get a single because guess what? Dave Warner's waiting for it in that position. He flicked himself to end of that over. 3-4-49. Zondo's 3. Bavuma is 9. Rachael Haynes with Phil Jakes.
That's where Nathan's bad ball goes. When he does miss a little bit short, he's just that little bit short of a length, and that easy work on to square leg is where he goes for his run. So Nathan will be having him in there to try and keep him on strike as much as possible to be able to build pressure, leading into the breaks. And just bowling in tandem, they're really trying to build a partnership, these two, where they can't score and they feel smothered, and then they have to do something a bit different.
Zondo on strike. Agar in, and he drives along the deck back to Agar, who fields. Licks his fingers, Agar, and quick to the top of his mark. Back in, and Zondo says it down the leg side. He tried to whip it down to fine leg, but it scooted past him before he knew it, and Carey took it well.
I feel like he missed out there. Easy scoring option.
Carey crouches again. Agar in, and Zondo forward, compact in defence. Another dot, so they are keeping these guys at the ends they've been at. All dots from Agar after a maiden last over from Nathan Lyon.
I'd love to see David Warner or someone else come in on the offside around the bat, have two around the bat rather than the one.
Yeah, now Agar's settled and he's in. This is driven, and to Warner, who does field at cover, keeps him on strike. But
that's where if you brought your deep point up, you could have both of those guys. You'd have a guy on the drive and a guy underneath the bat. You can attack.
Agar in. Zondo pushes back down the pitch to Agar. Crowd's getting a little restless. They're looking at trying to whip up a Mexican wave, but they're very spread, the crowd. It's a hard Mexican wave to get going when there's only 16,000 in the house. Last delivery of this Agar over. He's in, and Zondo pushes back to end an over that is 2 maidens in a row now.
I think just on that field as well, Agar looks like he's settled into his spell a little bit. He hasn't really missed. That was the end of his third over there. So, yeah, it could be an option as well just before this next break, this tea break, just to try something a little bit different, make the batter feel a bit under pressure.
Absolutely.
Having a mid-pitch discussion down there at the moment, the Aussies, as well as to what they are going to do to play with this last, what have we got, 8 minutes until the tea break. Stats brought to you, by the way, by Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. If you just flicked on, Australia didn't bat on today. First session washed out, declared it 4 for 475, left Khawaja not out 195, Matt Renshaw 5 not out. Lyon now about to send the first one down to Bavuma, playing off the back foot. More oohs and ahs. No run again.
Is it too early in proceedings to maybe bring one of the part-time wrist spinners on before tea for the token over before tea?
You've been a Travis Head fan all day, haven't you?
Well, he's an off spinner, but yeah.
Lyon in, and Bavuma pops it straight at his own toes.
Travis Head's a second innings specialist. I'd like to see Steve Smith or Marnus have an over, and just Marnus with a bit of banter, get in his face, bit of wrist spin, bit more bounce.
I like the way Hazelwood was sending them down. I'd give him one more before tea, but that won't be happening. Bavuma waits, and it's turned on the onside to Labuschagne, who off the bounce taps it back to Carey.
Marnus had his pace bowling going in the warm-up, though. He was in a different mindset. Everyone on this wicket's thinking spin, and he's... He
kills me with his medium paces.
See if we can get back-to-back maidens here. Lyon is in, and Bavuma's watchful, and it's another dot.
Smithy must have jumped him on the part-time leg spinning front, having bowled in the last game. Pulled a bit of rank, but he is the third seamer here, Marnus. Heaven forbid if we need him. I'd love to see him bowl his wrist spin. I love his wrist spin. I think he's a wicket taker.
Line has 1 for 18. He's in. This one's pulled by Bavuma. High over square leg. And he's got it over the boundary for 6. Take that.
Well, that's that error ball you were talking about with Nathan Lyon, just dragging it down just fractionally. Bavuma right onto it. Getting it all the way over that boundary for 6 on the short side at the SCG. Oh, sorry, it's just hit the Toblerone on the full.
Oh, has it?
I think so, yeah.
Snuck in there. Yeah, that was a free hit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Too short.
Won't be a maiden now. Line in. 2 men in. Creep in a little further, and Bavuma keeps it out. And that's the end of that over. I'll race to the other end, but we're 4.5 minutes away from tea. Australia declaring it 4 for 475. South Africa 3 wickets down for 55. Elgar out for 15. Avea out for 18. Klaasen out for 2. And these two have negotiated a few overs together now. 3 for 55 after it was 3 for 37. And who's getting the ball here is still Agar to continue. Cummins having a little word to him about where he'd like his field now that he's settled. Still 9 minutes to tea, I should say. 3:55, not 3:50. So a chance for a few more overs.
Come on, Pratt. Bring another fielder in on the offside. Get another one round the bat.
Yell that out through the window of the box. Agar is in and pushed back down the pitch by Zondo who fields. So just the short leg in, one slip.
Nice, Larry. Nice, Larry.
Gully's deep. For that late cut. And Warner's at the shortish cover. And he waits Zondo when he drives, and Warner should field. He does off the bounce.
Again, just good pressure here building. Really good partnership bowling here from the Australians. Agar's getting good shape on the ball.
Yeah, the 4th over in a row where it's been all dots apart from that 6. Agar in, and it's loose, and it's pulled toward the square leg boundary, but fine legs come around to cut it off just inside the rope, and they only get their way through for 1. Bavuma's 15. Zondo is 4. He's 4 from 24. Bavuma is 15 from 37. Agar none for 5 at the moment, and Bavuma allows it to pass through to the keeper. That was a tight leave.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
Coat of varnish in that one. I think Carey was trying to make it look like it went over leg stump as well by the way he ran down the leg side, but it was very, very tight. We've already seen that once too, haven't we, already, at the other end?
That was a baseball catcher's tape by Carey. He took it and whipped it towards the stumps to make it look as if it was closer when Bavuma swiveled his head around just to make him a little more scared than he already was. But it was a pretty good leave in the end, as opposed to the leave by Avea, which was one of the worst leaves on 18. Clean bowled by Nathan Lyon, watching it hit the top of off stump.
Yeah, well, there's only 2 types of leaves in this game.
Agar, last delivery of this over. Zondo drives. No chance of a run, though, and they keep the pressure on. 3 for 57. Zondo 4. Bavuma 16. South Africa still, by the way, trailing by 418 runs after Australia declared 4 for 475. With Usman Khawaja stuck on that 195. Been some talking points today for a day that had the first session completely washed out. Smith catch that most people thought was a catch but wasn't. That score, by the way, for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers. But it's been a good day's play for Host Plus. That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. It's had plenty of controversy. It's had some action finally after yesterday was rained out and the first session rained out. And now the Aussies trying to grab another wicket before tea.
Come on, lads.
Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Great to have Host Plus on board. Line in. And this one's... Well, he didn't play at it, Bavuma. Appeal for leg before. He just fended it away. And they're having a look around the Aussies. He was a long way outside and a long way down. Long consideration. It would be a huge gamble to go to the DRS for this one.
No, Nathan Lyon didn't like that one. He always gets down on his knees and begs when he knows it's out. Okay. He was only pointing the finger that time. I think a little bit too much to do with that one, though.
Bavuma looked confident that everything was sweet. Line in, Bavuma plays at this one, dabs it down on the onside for no addition.
Tell you what, though, we're just starting to see as this ball is getting a little bit older, just a little bit more grab, a bit more turn.
A bit more bounce too, which is great.
1 for 24. Nathan Lyon is confident. He's bowling to Bavuma, who rocks back on the back foot, pushes it out to point, no addition.
Love to take one with us here, wouldn't we? Into tee.
Yeah.
4 down at tee. Australia would be wrapped with that. I think they'll be happy with 3.
Line in. Bavuma waits and he's driving back down the pitch line. Fields off his own bowling. How many replays for Robot Building Supplies? Robot's got it. Do you think we'll see during tee of that Smith catch again? How many super slow-mos? There'll be some other cameraman in the crowd who's got home video footage. There'll be a shot from the moon to show that it touched grass. Line is in. Bavuma pulls this high over square leg and it has cleared the rope for a 6. Another boundary. There's been a couple of 6s in amongst the dot balls. Boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Yeah, just that similar missing length again from Lyon. Bavuma capitalising. Just one more. I just want to go back to that appeal from Nathan Lyon as well. It just looked like it might have ballooned off almost Bavuma's glove too when he left it.
Ooh. Line in. Bavuma is watchful off the back foot.
Or just caught his glove. So just Travis Head in close there on the offside. He would turn around and was appealing already.
Could have gone for the catch.
Potentially. Marnus was certainly onto it, but
3 for 63. End of the over. That score for Liberty. Liberty loans for free thinkers. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. An industry super fund for all Australians. Great to have Rachael Haynes and Phil Jacques with us, and we will get one more over in before tea. Full session, which is good news after it's a bit of drama when we thought play was going to resume, with a couple of patches at the Paddington end, landing spots for the fast bowlers having to be replaced by squares of grass, carpet square of grass on each side. That caused a delay to the delay. And now we're seeing a delay as the field is being reset for Ashton Agar, but they can take as long as they like here with tea looming, and this being the last over before tea. Only the one man in close though still. Phil Jake's not getting his way, still short leg in, but that's it. Nothing on the offside. And Bavuma and Zondo have a mid-pitch discussion just to make sure this over will get us to tea. Oh, they're probably discussing real stuff, but it won't hurt in terms of time. And that open stance from Zondo as Agar comes into him. He's into his leg, hit the pad.
Bit of a change of angle here from Agar as well, coming over the wicket. Seen a bit of a change of field, so the mid-wicket has gone into a 45, so short fine leg position.
Agar to Zondo. Again, it's down the leg side. Kerry doesn't take it cleanly, but he throws the leg out at it and stops it from being a bye.
He's probably doing this just to see how much rough or how much that rough is actually going to play or going to be in play moving forward, so he can then work out what strategy he's going to use post-tee. So just a little bit of a change-up.
Forces Zondo to open that stance up and face him. Agar in and comes across him, defensive, as it sort of jumped into his splice as he pushed it away.
And Carey's just signalled there, we need another one in close. So he now has come into that position on the offside under the lid, which I was begging for last over, even from round the wicket. But I think from over the wicket it's even more relevant because there is some rough there, and if he gets one just to land in the rough, we should see a little bit more bounce and potentially a catch in close.
So Travis Head now at silly mid-off. Short leg in as well, and this one's whipped off his pads. Agar didn't hit the right spot there with that delivery, and it's whipped back to the keeper. Zondo moves to 5. Bavuma is 22 from 45. A couple of big sixes, but he hasn't seen much of Agar. He's been facing Nathan Lyon the whole time. So head stays in. So Silimidov still there. One slip. Steve Smith. Labuschagne short in on the leg side. Under the helmet as well. 2 deliveries to negotiate for Bavuma. Seeing Lyon here for the first time. The Agar in for the first time. And he pokes it on the offside and he gets himself a single. Warner hunts it down. Will they come back for 2? They do. So starting to see them okay. Bavuma, a couple of big sixes off line, and now when Zondo hasn't been getting them away, he's 5 from 29. He's at least keeping the score ticking, 24 from 46.
Just missing a bit short there, Agar. He needs to get it right up there. Get him going forward. Defending on the front foot. Put a bit of pressure on before tee.
Almost a no ball from Agar, who is into Bavuma and nicely flighted. Bavuma rolls it along the ground to mid-on. No chance of a run. One delivery left. It was a no ball, by the way, from Agar. Being told to wait. Agar looks at Bavuma and he sends it in a little shorter. He plays it off the back foot. 3-point. It might roll all the way to the rope. It does. A 4 to end the over and a 4 to end the session. Tea has been called. So a tea break here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. South Africa 3 for 71. Bavuma 28 from 48. Zondo 5 from 29. The men out for South Africa. Dean Elgar caught Carey Bolt Hazelwood for 15. It was 1 for 22 when Elgar fell. We thought he was out a couple of overs earlier when we thought he was caught by Steve Smith, but third umpire Richard Kettleborough told us it wasn't the case, that it might have, even though it looked like it was controlled in the fingers, caught a little bit at the top of the grass. Sorel Urvea bowled Nathan Lyon, leaving for 18. 2 for 37. Heinrich Klaassen caught Carey Bolt Cummins for 2. 3 for 37. And these two have taken it to 3 for 71. We're going to take a break shortly, but for Liberty, those scores, Liberty Loans for free thinkers, and the stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. We'll hear a little from Phil Jacques and Rachael Haynes.
Good session by Australia. Happy with their work there, Rach?
Yeah, I think they'd be happy to pick up 3 wickets in that session. It's a good start. Perhaps they would have liked to take one with them as well, but having said that, I think everything that they could have possibly done to get the game in their favour, they did do. We saw Nathan Lyon get into the game really early as well and pick up that early wicket too. So, yeah, I think the Australians would walk off this field feeling as though they're in a good position.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'd love to see them getting them to play a little bit fuller to the spinners, especially Nathan Lyon was getting that odd one dropping short. I don't think runs are the vital thing, but keeping them under pressure, getting them playing that forward defence as much as they can. I think that's going to be the key towards them actually putting some pressure on from a spin bowling perspective. And Agar a little bit the same. He's got to make sure if he's coming over the wicket, he's got to be hitting the foot mark. So often varying up his line and his length and challenging that front foot defence as much as they can possibly do.
Who gets the ball straight after tee?
I'd start with Nathan Lyon and probably one of the quicks.
Yeah, I agree. I think keep Nathan Lyon going and just see whether or not Hazelwood and Cummins can try and pick one up after this tea break.
So 3 for 71 at tea, day 4. Bavuma 28, not out after a couple of big sixes, hitting the boundary for a Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. The other not out batsman at tea is Zondo on 5, 3 for 71. Gerard Whateley to rejoin you very shortly, so stick around. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. An industry super fund for all Australians.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Imagine a place where every time the sun goes up, your power bill goes down. where you'll hardly need to lift a finger again, unless it's at the complimentary gym, where transport costs are driven down with free electric cars and bikes, and the only rates you'll pay are to your mates. A place where living expenses disappear as quickly as cocktails by the pool. Downsize and live it up for less at Lifestyle Communities. Homes start at just $410,000. Visit lifestylecommunities.com.au today.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge,
Robot's got it.
Next day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
You put your right spoon in, take your right spoon out, and then you put that crunchy, hokey-pokey and creamy soft serve right into your mouth, don't you? Macca's Cadbury Caramel Hokey Pokey McFlurry. That's what it's all about. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Are you ready to make your dreams a reality? Visit Streaker Marine in their undercover showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. We love boats and want to make sure you're going to love your new Quintrex or yellowfin package just as much as we do. Stock available now and ready for immediate delivery. Stop dreaming and start boating. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. And online at streakermarine.com.au.
With summer here, the forecast at Chadstone Mitsubishi is looking brighter than ever because right now there's stock available for immediate delivery. Find great offers across the Mitsubishi range, including the bold new Mitsubishi Outlander and the tough Mitsubishi Triton. With expert service plus finance options, the Chadstone Mitsubishi team are just so easy to deal with. Stock is available for immediate delivery. To secure yours, go and see the champion team today. ChadstoneMitsubishi.com.au, LMCT 11716.
Ever dreamt of owning a horse? My Racehorse and the Same Racer app can make it a reality. Every week, there are 10 microshares to be won in My Racehorse's exciting new 2-year-old colt by first season sire Grunt, trained by Anthony and Sam Friedman. To enter, download the Same Racer app and submit 2 multis to go in the running to be crowned Punter of the Week. And it's all thanks to My Racehorse and the Same Racer app. T's and C's apply.
Become something. At Box Hill Institute, be someone who uses your hands. Hands-on and hands-in. Be someone who uses your voice. Design, create, make, and care enough to make it count. Be future-ready, whatever you want to be. Come to Box Hill Institute. Register now for our talk and tours, January 17 and 19. Visit boxhill.edu.au. RTO 4687.
Anaconda's massive stock take sale is on now. Up to 50% off all tents by Austral, Spinifex and Tune 4-wheel drive. And 50% off all sleeping bags by Mountain Design, Spinifex and Denali. Play more and pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply.
Anaconda! If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultimate Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
He's caught behind. Carey had to rise, but he took it. Bowls and back and cuts well. Through point for 4. It crashes into the rope under the O'Reilly stands. Follow up, and leaves his bowls. He took the off bail. O'Reilly goes down looking. Nathan Lyons strikes. South Africa 2 for 37. Bowls. Nelson wrapped down the leg side into the gloves of Carey, and he has tucked the bat under the arms, and the number 3 has been dismissed for 2.
Line has 1 for 18. He's in. This one's pulled by Bavuma high over square leg, and he's got it over the boundary for 6. Take that. Line is in. Bavuma pulls this high over square leg, and it has cleared the rope for a 6. Another boundary. There's been a couple of 6s in amongst the dot balls.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
South Africa 3 for 71 at the tea break. Bavuma is 28. Zondo is 5. It was the flurry of wickets in the middle of that session and a little bit of steady batting toward the end of it. The tea break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The fall of wickets for Valvoline, which oil ensures that you're never caught out. You know, Valvoline are the original engine oil. 22 and then twice on 37. Bharat Sundaresan is part of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bharat, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Good afternoon.
So we got some cricket, which was much needed, and we got some pretty lively cricket too.
Absolutely. Josh Hazlewood's return to Test cricket, a good one, a brilliant one. It was bowled a spectacular first over to Dean Elgar. I think should have had him caught at second slip brilliantly by Steve Smith. Of course, we've debated that enough. Richard Kettleborough making second controversial call, you could call it, saying not out after multiple replays. And then Josh Hazlewood did get his man. And then the rest of the movie we've seen before. Jared's away, bats time, doesn't score runs, finds a way of getting himself out. Today he just left the ball, facing an off-spinner bowling around the wicket bizarrely and was bowled. They bring in someone at number 3 who looks completely out of depth in that position, especially at Test level. Heinrich Klaassen was a big hitting stroke maker, bats like a shotless wonder, and then just tucks one round the corner to Alex Carey, and he's gone. And then we see a partnership. And generally when we see a partnership, Gerard, that means there's another collapse coming.
Yeah, they have been the team of the one partnership in each innings. Is almost as if they've been on rations. Elgar's in trouble in his Test career at the moment. He's out for 15 and just sort of a half-hearted he was going to pull and then he decided not to, and he ends up just bumping off gloves through the carry.
Yeah, I think also at this level, if you keep talking about tough conditions and the tough conditions that you faced as a team, as a batter for a long period of time, then you start playing these conditions in your head. He comes out to bat like he is, Gerard. He's battling all these demons in his head, because even the way he played that first over, it was a really good over from Josh Hazlewood. But it's still a dry Sydney pitch. It wasn't the Gabba. It wasn't the pitches that they played in England, or even some of the pitches they play back home. Like, he's the kind of opener you don't want in your side, because the middle order batter, you're like, clearly this pitch is doing all sorts. Yeah. And it wasn't. He just did not look like a Test level opener, even after having played so many tests. And he could have got out in so many different ways. And like you said, it was a nothing pull shot, or attempt at a pull shot at best. He has lots, and he's talked a tough game. He's just saying that, he's mental scars in the Australian heads after taking 4 wickets when defending 30 runs. He's just said all the wrong things and then done all the wrong things as captain. And its batting there's a problem there for South Africa.
The leading run scorer in the Test match for Victoria Police made for more, Usman Khawaja, so not out 195. By the time the decision had to be made, were Pat Cummins' hands tied?
I think so. I think if we'd got any amount of play in the first session, or what was the first session, maybe he would have given him a couple of overs or so. But by the time you realize that we won't see play before, after 1 o'clock, Pat Cummins had no... And he spent a lot of time in the middle, Gerard, if you'll remember. Once the covers went off, studying the pitch. He obviously had the pitch doctor, Nathan Lyon, with him. Some question marks about the landing area there for the fast bowlers. They replaced that patch of grass just where all the fast bowlers take off at our end. And from his body language, you could make out that he was just waiting for the umpires to just say go. And that he ran off the field and had his whites on, and Australia realized that they still have a chance, and that's how poor South Africa's batting has been. Even though you just have less than 5 sessions left in a Test match, you back yourself to take 20 wickets.
the leading wicket taker for Valvoline at the original engine oil. Hazelwood 1 for 11, Cummins 1 for 15, Lyon 1 for 30. I actually want to talk about Ashton Agar. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. So these are his first test overs on home soil. Hasn't played in a test match since 2017. And I like Phil Jakes' description of his first ball. It was just a bit of a, just get it down there somewhere. It was an awful ball to start off with. What have we seen in Agar so far?
You know, he said it best, Ashton Agar, when he spoke to us on day one or on day two, I think, where he said that, I don't know where my test bowling is. I haven't played long-form cricket in so long. It's been like he's played 3 matches in the last 3 years. I saw him play most of those games in Adelaide during the Adelaide Hub of the Sheffield Shield in 2020, where he got runs. He didn't bowl too flash. I mean, I don't remember him taking too many wickets or bowling too well. And he's kind of rediscovering his bowling at this level. He bowled a lot in the nets in Pakistan. They took him there as the third spinner. And there was that one ball that ripped and turned where Alex Carey took the ball near his head. And that's the ball. That is the ball why they want a left-arm spinner when they go to India. It's not often because with the left-arm spinner, what you want from the left-arm spinner in those conditions is someone accurate who's going to hit that spot over and over again. And it's often not the ball that turns, that ball, the one that ripped and turned. He doesn't have to bowl that too often. After that, it's the straight ball that gets you wickets. Yeah. So I think he's still settling into his spell. He hasn't really done anything else of note, but he'll take time, and obviously he'll take time, and it's good to see that Nathan Lyon's bowling well at the other end.
The player of the day honours up for grabs thanks to Bingley. I wonder could it be Temba Bavuma? Could he come up with a big score and defy Australia right the way through this final session of play? He is 28 not out. So 3 for 71. Thanks, Bharat. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Nicklum and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
2 100% Aussie beef patties with melty cheese, fresh tomato, tangy sauce and delicious sour cream. Macca's El Macco. It's good to have you back-o. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Join a celebration of regional Victoria and enjoy a great family day out and the chance to support the local community. The Country Cup Carnival is in full swing, with cups running regularly through until the last race, the Mildura Cup on April 18, 2023. Catch all the quaddie action with races 5 to 8 live and free on Trots Vision across all Country Cups. So let's celebrate Victoria. The Country Cup Carnival. Savour every step at thetrots.com.au.
We know Victoria has been hit hard with extreme wet weather and flooding over the past few months. But conditions can change quickly, and the increased rainfall has caused vegetation to grow, so there's more fuel on the ground. It's important Victorians plan and prepare this fire season. To learn more, go to vic.gov.au/no-fire. Plan, act, survive. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Calling all spirited travellers, your next adventure awaits at sea. It's time to enjoy the breathtaking scenery, soak up some fresh air and set sail aboard Spirit of Tasmania. Once on deck, sit back, relax and quench your thirst with a Tasmanian wine, beer or cider, while the kids explore all the ship has to offer. Share the experience of sailing with your loved ones, because the greatest joys can be found in the most unexpected of moments. Visit spiritoftasmania.com.au. golf24australia.com.au. Be a spirited traveller.
A new rivalry is forming, and City's World Cup heroes are back at Amy Park. With another big 3 points on the line, City will be fighting to maintain their lead at the top of the table against John Aloisi's Western United. Join the pre-match for loads of free family fun at City Square before the main event as the reigning premiers get set to take on the reigning champions at Amy Park. Tonight, kick-off at 7:45. Tickets from Ticketek. Get yours now.
Golf24 Australia is the leading indoor golf simulator centre using TrackMan technology, designed to give golfers access to the most cutting-edge indoor technology 7 days a week, 24 hours a day for members. Practice, play and compete with more than 200 world-famous courses available and real prize money up for grabs. Work with one of Golf24's PGA professionals to better your game and drive your handicap down. The brand new Golf24 facility is now open at Princes Highway, Oakley East.
If you've been thinking about buying a luxury SUV, you'll definitely want to consider the Volkswagen Touareg, which comes with an impressive 3-litre V6 turbo diesel engine and 4Motion all-wheel drive. The Touareg 170 TDI is now available from $94,990 drive away with a free 5-year care plan. The only downside is you'll be kicking yourself for not getting one sooner. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit Volkswagen.com.au.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus South Africa on SEN Test Cricket. Third session. Before you dig, lodge a free inquiry online.
More than 220,000 virtual seats have been sold to help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA insurance pink test one to remember. You can buy that virtual pink seat at pinktest.com.au. South Africa poised to resume at 3 for 71. This session will be for Dial Before You Dig, or just for Before You Dig. Lodge a free inquiry online. We don't dial anybody anymore. Peter Lalor, Chief Cricket Writer from the Australian. Hello to you, Pete.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Whateley.
Resplendent in your silk tie from San Francisco?
Yeah, Haight-Ashbury district, where all the hippies used to hang out.
No, I know
yeah.
that.
You've been
up
up there?
The kids there a fair few years back now. We stayed in that district. It was beautiful.
Did you? Yeah, we stayed in a hippie commune hotel just for the laugh of it. Terrifying. Terrifying. But it's kind of intoxicating atmosphere, strangely enough.
Are you a couple of reds in? You don't have to tell anyone else.
No,
just tell me.
no, I'm not. No, I was very disciplined. I wouldn't have minded.
In the Trust Suite today.
Up there with Mr. Howard. We're talking cricket with Mr. Howard.
Very nice.
Because we had him on the Cricket Etc. podcast recently. Great cricket fan. But we were just discussing, I was just saying to him that we need to do a tour around my house because he took a sixfer at Tempe Reserve. That's his best bowling figures in cricket, which is quite close. It's where I walk my dog.
Oh, nice.
It's not far from Gough Whitlam Oval, and it's just there's a bit of an imbalance there. Maybe Tempe Reserve needs to be called the John Howard Oval just to have a little bit of balance in the inner west. But it's always fun to talk cricket with Mr. and Mrs. Howard. They're the biggest cricket fans. They've been here every day of the Test match.
Yep.
Planning to go to Lords, probably trying to work in Headingley, thinking about the World Test Championship, you know. And it was Mr. Howard who backed David Warner to shut his critics up with a big innings. And guess what? He did it.
Came to fruition. Yeah. The Test Season 2 follows the Aussie cricket players behind the scenes on Prime Video from January 13th. Everyone's on their way out into the middle. Have you read Ben Horn's piece
about the
sponsored covers?
Yeah, I was hearing a few.
How they might have failed.
Hearing a few whispers there. Yeah, the seams weren't waterproof where they'd sewn the logos on. So you wouldn't be very happy if you're the curator, are you? You've got a perfectly good set of covers down there. But the marketing department says, no. We've got these ones. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah.
And how ironic that the covers that sport the name of an insurance company which profoundly helped the community through the floods, those battered covers failed and let the floods through near the pitch.
Well, we became alarmed this morning when we were on air this morning. I was pointing out that they had the blowers out on pitch number 2 and pitch number 5. So the only way the water could have got to 2 and 5 is if it somehow leaked under the covers. And that's right in the heart of the covers area, isn't it? Yeah, there's a maddening game that we follow.
It is.
It
just finds
insane.
a way, doesn't it? It finds a way.
You can take a catch and it's not given out. That's become ridiculous.
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's a dead set catch. You know, Stephen Smith and the fans here have been denied witnessing one of the great catches in Test cricket, one of the great slips catches.
Yep.
But no.
Travis Head is going to open up after tea. So it's spin of all sorts of varieties in this Australian attack. This has worked before. Zondo drives the first ball, pounds it through mid-off and races it out toward the rope. Only the slow outfield will see it overhauled by Lyon, and they'll turn for 3 as the throw comes into Head at the non-striker's end. Oh, that's 6 wickets in his Test career, 4 for 10. Somewhat memorably, his best bowling performance.
Creative captaincy.
Yes, it requires creativity when you've only played the 2 seamers. 3 for 74. Australia's quest is for 20 wickets across 5 sessions. Bavuma has defied. He's on 28. This is flighted by Head, and it's knocked away across that rough-looking square. A single taken as Cummins comes out from mid-off to field. 3 for 75. So,
I don't think he's in for a long spell. I think maybe just switching ends.
A slip and a bat pads in place for Zondo, who plays the full ball out to deep cover. And it'll be fielded by Lyon. A single taken. 3 for 76.
Did Lyon bowl the last over from that end? I think he did.
I think Agar bowled the last over from this end, so Lyon was bowling from Travis
I think they're going to
yes.
swap ends with Lyon.
Yep. Bavuma clips off his toes straight to mid-on. Won't get a run. We'll pick at the threads of the day once it just settles as to what they're going to do. Whether they're going to have a quick from one end and spin from the other. As leaning forward is Bavuma, defending Head back down the pitch.
Arna Slabashane providing words of encouragement from short leg.
As ever. Deep square, a sweeper at cover, and Bavuma is playing in that direction as Lyon trots in from the deep, and they take another single. So Bavuma, he's well in. He's 30. It's 3 for 77. The scoreboard in this session for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. So a lot to work with today. Did Pat Cummins have any alternative, Pete, in your mind, other than to declare when play finally was given the all clear? First the weather and then the repairs to the ground, which were lengthy.
Absolutely no alternative whatsoever. He had to. I think there was, winning a game of cricket has to come ahead of a secondary milestone, let's call it the 200. I think even Usman would accept that without complaint. It's not like he nipped him off on 95. No. It's 195. But they've got plenty of time to bowl them out. Do they have the bowlers? And I'm confident. I'm not embarrassed to say this now because I said it earlier. I think that they were wrong to pick Renshaw. I think they needed to load up the bowling attacking. I don't know what they were frightened of, frankly.
Yep. Lyon is around the wicket, starting his spell from the Paddington end. It's defended by Bavuma. So you're right, the switch in end. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. There's a slip, a leg slip, a bat pad, and a short mid-wicket where Agar is 4 pitches away. Lyon's around the wicket, Bavuma bat pad together as he defends back down the pitch. So let's work our way through the Smith catch. So Ian Smith and Phil Jacques were both adamant that it was out in the moment that it happened.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Richard Kettleborough was searching for a reason why it wasn't out. The soft call in the middle was not out. Bavuma knocks the ball back to Lyon. And the contention is, so there's a portion of the ball, so he's got it in the first 2 fingers and the thumb wrapped around it. And there's a portion of the sphere which is bulging out between, and then it's whether that in Smith's roll after he's clearly caught the ball, then touches the grass. Bavuma defends to off. And Richard Kettleborough, from the moment he saw that, was always giving it not out.
Really? Could you hear what Richard Kettleborough was saying? Because I didn't have
He was searching for the reason, and he saw it early, and he just wanted to convince himself that that was going to be not out from that moment.
I don't know what you're thinking, Richard. It was out. It was clearly out. As was more so than the first decision earlier in the game.
Two in the deep on the leg side. Bavuma plays straight back the line.
The more you look at these things, the more, confirmation bias, you've got it in your head that it's out, it's out. So in real time, it looked out. First replay looked out, it looked out. And I didn't know why they kept looking, but I knew once they...
Bavuma knocks the ball to the short mid-wicket. I'll pick this up with you in a tick, Pete. That is a maiden over. 3 for 77. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
Spinners have switched ends. Host plus, that's a plus. Ashton Agar will now be bowling from the Randwick end. This is his first test match on home soil. We well remember his Ashes debut in 2013. He played at Trent Bridge and Lords, and then he played 2 tests against Bangladesh. He has 9 test wickets to his name at an average of 45.5. He has sent down 5 overs so far, none for 14. And this is a really important test match for him, just to get a feel for how he bowls with the red ball, having done precious little of it in recent years.
There's plenty to aim at there with those foot marks on the on and off side for the right-hander and left-hander, obviously.
Bat pad, and curiously, 2 covers. This ball's played off the inside portion of the bat away from bat pad, and a single taken to start the over from Zondo. He is now 10. So does the game have a problem with the adjudication of the low catch?
Oh, obviously, doesn't it? It always has had a problem with the adjudication of the low catch. Seems like we can't leave it up to the 2 teams to decide between themselves.
They go around the wicket. Bavuma drives. He won't quite beat mid-off, but he goes with a stroke and takes the single. 3 for 79.
But if we'd left that one up to the field umpires, it was not out anyway, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so...
I must admit, my first instinct was it didn't carry.
Really?
But the first replay, I thought, no, I'm happy for that to be out. Zondo was back and trying to cut. He missed.
It's got some good bounce there, some steep bounce, Ashton Agar.
So you've got Renshaw and Warner, who would be 4 strides apart, maybe even 3 strides apart, at 2 covers. As Zondo plays in that direction, and it finds Warner on the bounce. It's difficult to deal with off that very rough square.
Spin. I think spin's going to play a really big part tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even in these conditions, this wicket has dried out significantly.
Zondo back cuts. He finds bat on ball this time and plays it out into the deep, where he takes a single. Hazelwood's on duty.
Pitch it out a little bit wider into that rough and get the batsmen throwing their hands at the ball. It's going to bring those covers into play, isn't it?
3 for 80. Bavuma drives. Warner fields. It's on the bounce, though. A little bit of a thrill for 17,260 who are here at the ground. Into the over. 3 for 80. All the stats and facts for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Massive savings in the New Year New Gear sale at Golfbox. Up to 50% off clubs, up to 60% off clothing, minimum 20% off bags and gloves, plus free delivery Australia-wide. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Nathan Lyon is bowling around the wicket. Zondo comes down the pitch and defends the ball to mid-off. 0433 98 11 16 to have your say for tyre power, your tyre experts. Everyone sees what they want to see with these catches. I'm glad someone from our SEN commentary team actually thinks Smith's slips catch was a legit catch. Tell it how it is. That was BS, excuse my language. Zondo defends to the offside. I haven't heard anybody say they don't think it was a catch in our team yet. And it's not out because it's not out. You're denying that the footage of Smith's catch clearly shows the ball kissing the grass. So, polar opposites. Zondo defends from the stumps to Smith coming out of slip.
Well, where's he going to get him here, Lyon? Is he going to get him in that leg slip or short leg position, or is it that straighter one that's going to go through to Smith, the fine edge? I think that's probably the more dangerous delivery.
It's the favoured way through the years, isn't it? Lyon bowls. Zondo was in short and he was there to swat it down the leg side. And it's taken down at fine leg by Hazelwood and a single added. It's 3 for 81. So what's your gut feeling? Do you think Australia will get these 20 wickets?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
What's budget tonight? Lyon to Bavuma, who leans on the ball with a straight mid-wicket. Agar Fields, no run.
If they can go in with 7 down,
that's what I had
that's what I'm thinking
down as well.
Yeah.
South Africa's tail has been poor, so if they could get 4 in this session, to give themselves a look. Lyon flights the ball, but it's down the leg side, and it's well dealt with by Bavuma as he bangs it out into the deep. Renshaw gets around a backward square to field and heaves it in. So a couple of singles from the over. 3 for 82. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss. Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
SEN Test cricket, this session of play for Before You Dig Australia. Spin from both ends as Agar is in operation from the Randwick end. 3 for 82. Bavuma's 32. Zondo is 12. Agar is around the wicket as he bowls, and Bavuma back pad together defends to the covers.
Do you think we'd have had the declaration if we had a batsman as captain of Australia?
I think they're just so under the gun time-wise that I do.
Yeah.
I do. Agar bowls and Bavuma lets it go by.
So pitching that one out wide there, looking at those foot marks.
Yes, what I do think is if Boland was in this team, Australia would be certainties to take the 20. But they're going to have to do it in an unorthodox way to get there. I'm just not quite sure what it's offering for the spinners at the moment. Agar bowls and Bavuma defends.
Yeah, that rough area is just a little too wide outside off, isn't it, to pitch into. The batsman doesn't necessarily have to play at anything out there because it's not coming back.
Agar bowls. Bavuma went to drive. He just pulled up on a diffraction and blunted away to cover.
It's a good test for Bavuma. Struggled to compile long innings as he struggles with his concentration.
38, a 29 and a 65 on this tour. And he watches it past the off stump. Rave reviews from Marnus.
Gorgeous. Yeah. But the telling stat with Bavuma is I think he's 1 century in his entire career. It's a long career.
Yep. There's 20 half centuries, but just the 1 conversion. Agar is bowling to him and Bavuma is cutting. He beats the dive in the infield from head and it slides out under the Jane McGrath stand for Hazelwood to deal with. I'll take 2 at the end of the over. 3 for 84. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XTT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. So a little experiment with spin from both ends after tea, but now to pace we go. So the bowling change is coming at the Paddington end. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au, and it is going to be Josh Hazlewood to take things up. He bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. He started splendidly, and he quite rightly deserved the wicket of Elgar Court-Carey for 15 when it fell and the score was on 22. Pete Lawler is in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit some of her 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Jonty Rhodes is back to join us. Jonty, welcome back.
Thank you, Gerard. Good afternoon, Pete. Everyone.
If South Africa have been working to a quota of 1 good partnership per innings, this has the makings of it. Bavuma's 34, Zondo is 12, and it's Zondo who faces the music as Hazlewood begins his work, and he's pitched it right at the body. It's defended to leg, where Head, who's under the helmet, does the fielding.
Yeah, generally the partnerships always come too late. It's come at the 4th or 5th wicket partnership. So Australia were always just 1 wicket away. I suppose they're still 1 wicket away. Carl Verena. We know South Africa, we're always struggling with that balance. Should we go 6 batters and 5 bowlers? And every time we end up with an extra bowler, we've certainly needed, in retrospect, and hindsight is fantastic vision, kind of so, didn't we need an extra batter more than an extra bowler?
Hazlewood strides in. He bowls Zondo on the back foot punch straight to point. Agar Fields, no run.
Because an extra bowler for us didn't do a great deal at how many? Kawaja's got more than we got on his own most of the summer. So our extra bowler's not working either. Anyway, back to the seriousness of Test cricket.
Well, it's a big game for Josh Hazlewood. Needs to reassert his rights to this place in the bowling attack, doesn't he? They've pulled Scott Boland out, who was almost the incumbent. Well, he was the incumbent, wasn't he?
Hazlewood bounds in, he bowls, and Zondo defends from the stumps.
It's always an interesting point because you know, the discussion in the build-up to the previous test where should he play, and then he made himself unavailable because the side injury still wasn't ready. And the thought was that if he is ready and he's good to go, then he does deserve to be back in. And I think that consistency in selection, as tough as it is for the player that comes in and excels, it just means that in this international setup, that the unit is so strong because players believe in that unit and they believe in the system. I don't think we can say the same for South Africa, sadly.
Hazlewood bowls and Zondo jams down on a ball that's zeroing in at the stumps.
Well, they said about the great Australian sides, it was harder to get out of it than into it, if you know what I mean. Poor journalists never had a selection story to write for about a decade with Australian cricket. You just couldn't get a spot there.
I think the difficulty is, and obviously with the succession planning and taking players on tour. But these days the problem is that you don't play any warm-up games. You just arrive and you play the test and you leave. So if you're a youngster, you're not getting in any of the matches that would be happen generally on a tour program. And the only matches are the international games. But it's good to be around the international squad as long as possible.
Zondo leaning down and flicking at a ball down the leg side. It's through to Carey untouched.
You're right, isn't it? There's the case where you're taken around as the intern and you're just getting used to how international cricket works and, you know, the nets work and all that exposure. But you don't want to be the intern for too long.
No.
Because, you know, you're almost good enough to play cricket, but you're not playing any cricket. You're almost good enough to play international cricket, but you're not playing any cricket because you're just following the caravan around the world.
That is a good point. Think of JP Dermody back when he replaced Ashwell Prince in Perth Test.
Hazlewood striving away. Zondo leaves outside the off stump.
JP Dermody on his debut managed to get 50-odd and then on 100 at the MCG.
That's maiden over. 3 for 84. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Chadstone Toyota, they're keeping you safe and on the road with some brilliant deals. Like an SUV service plus 30-point safety inspection for just $320. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. LMCT 8169. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Guess who's been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances for over 110 years? Whirlpool. Using patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au.
Our apparel sponsor at SEN, Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Nathan Lyon had a look at this Paddington end, but no, he wants to bowl from the Ramper camp. So he has relocated down there. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 32. And back on the job in this session for Before You Dig Australia.
Can you see any trouble for the batsmen out there with those foot marks where they are? I think the umpire's done a pretty good job in marshalling the bowlers off the wicket there, even after their initial step.
I think they're pretty much, this day and age, are on that all the time. And then also, this is still really a day 3 surface. So from that perspective, South Africa would be a lot more comfortable as if it was a day than if it was a day 4 surface.
Line to Bavuma, who's beaten past the outside edge in the lunging defence.
But that line from Nathan Lyon is actually the perfect, because if it doesn't turn, if when he bowls too straight, he kind of takes away the outside edge to slip. The bat pad, obviously, he wants to see, but that is I think that just outside off stump is a great line and length for Nathan Lyon.
He bowls and Bavuma this time leaves.
He's aiming at those footmarks out there, and in that previous delivery took up a chunk with it. He'll probably get out a little bit wider for at least 1 or 2 balls in the over. Let's watch his positioning.
Slip, bat pad, short backward square, deep square, and then really a short forward square more than a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, and a backward point. Lyon to Bavuma, bat and pad together as he defends to cover.
Oh, he's stump to stump there at the moment.
I must say, I would still bring another back under the helmet there if you've got Temba Bavuma defending at that silly point under the helmet.
Bavuma back, clips the ball just past the bat pads. Marnus couldn't get himself into a position to leap up at it.
Yeah, there's always something happening with Nathan Lyon. Temba Bavuma happy to go back. Slightly fuller delivery, but quite a quick pace.
And a sharper turn on that one. He's put more revolutions on that ball. Forced the batsman to play at it.
See on the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Lyon tries again. Bavuma clips off his toes, wide of mid-on, and he goes with a stroke to take a single. Khawaja tumbles in to do the fielding. 3 for 85.
Now, what's he going to do the last ball of the over? Is he just going to...
There's certainly a little bit of a disturbance in that surface, so they are searching for those foot marks on outside off stump. Still a lot of talk. They won away from Kyle Verreynne, they know that. Just mentioning it to Kaya Zondo. Can't afford to get out.
Encouraging Zondo to play through the offside here, aren't they?
Yes. Short, straight, mid-wicket, really a catching position. They've opened the covers right up. Smith bowls. Zondo reverse sweeps, but he picked out Hazelwood, who was a backward point, and then, you know how it works on the reverse. Straight to him, no run. 3 for 85. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. 3 for 85. Bavuma is 35, Zondo is 12. Josh Hazelwood is bowling from the Paddington end where the running repairs were required, and just an extra staff member or two is in the wrong spot around the sight screen. So the umpires have set things up. Josh Hazlewood now ready to begin his over. He bowls to Temba Bavuma, who's nicked it straight to the gloves of Carey. Hazlewood gets his second, and Bavuma's resistance ends at 35. Classic metronomic Josh Hazlewood fast bowling. South Africa 4 for 85.
It's quite interesting because the previous over, Josh Hazlewood bowled quite straight. A lot of the balls were at the stumps, maybe because it's slightly uneven or there's looking like a bit of reverse swing. But that first delivery, Temba Bavuma, not sure whether to play or leave it. It looks like he was undecided. And again, a South African batter gets a good start, done all the hard work, and he departs.
Pitched that sort of fourth, fifth stump line and came back at him. And he just had to push his bat out. A very disappointed Temba Bavuma. He's set himself a task here to get through to three figures at least a second time in his career, to improve his concentration. But he's let himself down a little bit there. But excellent bowling. Doesn't give you a break, does he, Josh Hazlewood?
But that's a frightening thing because none of them ever do. When you're facing the pace bowlers, they certainly work so well from either end. And you've got Nathan Lyon on the other side compared to a Kesh Mahara. South African bowlers seem to be leaking runs always on one end.
I think there might have been a hint of reverse.
Yeah, it did
in that delivery.
It
did something a little odd. And if you look at Josh Hazlewood, he's holding the ball, hiding the ball in his run-up.
Definitely hit the seam, so that plays some sort of role. Studying the replay for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
It started to hint that it was ducking back in and forced Bavuma to play there.
Because the interesting thing, Temba Bavuma often plays, he defends and leaves the ball, but with his bat, it kind of takes his bat away.
Inside,
and that almost looked like the ball came back and tracked that bat that he just not hangs there, but he leaves it. He doesn't drop his hands out the way. He just leaves his bat inside the line of the ball. So possibly sideways movement just enough from Hazlewood to scrape the outside. I mean, literally just flick the outside edge of the bat.
2 for 11 for Josh Hazlewood.
Paying his way.
Yep, this is what you do if you want to replace Scotty Bowler. you got to take wickets.
And it wouldn't hurt to take 2 in 1 over.
No, don't say that.
Verena with scores of 64 and 0, 52 and 33. There's been much to admire about the way he has applied himself through this series. His numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. The challenge, though, is Josh Hazlewood is in and at him, and Verena is jamming down on a ball that is appreciably moving in toward him. This is on, Pete, I reckon, in what you've just hinted at.
Yep, I think it might be. It's just what Australia needs. And that is that it's interesting that we had all this rain, but it's dry out there. There's no issue with that ball getting wet in the outfield. And despite the rain getting under the covers, that square is abrasive.
Yeah, Verena's had some good innings, but he does start a little bit scratchy. He also tends not to move his feet a great deal, and Josh Hazlewood can exploit that.
Hazlewood to Verena. Jamming down on a ball that's zeroing in.
Swinging in at the right-hander.
Yeah, I think he might be setting him up. Yeah. Couple in, one that goes straight or just one that holds its line.
Seam up, movement in the air.
Quite a bit of movement back on that replay.
And it is reversing, isn't it? They've got that ball looking pretty good, actually. Shiny on one side, roughed up on the other.
The 39th over, reverse swing is in play. Hazlewood bowls and Verena defends confidently to the offside.
Dead straight, that one.
Yeah, I think that was the one he was hoping would go slightly away or straight on, and Carl Verena expecting the ball to come back at him. We're hoping he's batting number 6 because he can pick those differences of which side the sort of shiny side is and which side Josh Hazlewood is trying to swing it.
We're behind him here, but I think he's holding the ball in the other hand, isn't he, when he's running in, so disguising it a little bit. Yeah.
2 left in the over. 2 slips and a bat pad ready themselves. Hazlewood bowls. Verena defends from near the off stump. Labuschagne races up to do the fielding.
Yeah, that in itself is a skill because you transfer the ball from the left hand to the right hand. No. Perfect seam position, almost as you gather yourself to to deliver.
I was chastised by my cricket coach as a kid for doing that in a game once. It's a fair point too.
That's a hard enough skill as it is to get it right when you got the ball in the correct hand from the outset.
That's right, yeah.
These blokes are genius.
Do you think this would prompt Cummins to come back from the other end or wait out Hazelwood at this end? Like, how long will it reverse for, and how do you maximise?
You have to leap on it.
Yeah. Hazelwood, last ball of the over. Verena keeps it out of his pads. It's a wicket maiden from Josh Hazelwood's. 4 for 85. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. Dwayne Russell is coming in.
Every time I enter a house fire to save life and property, toxins leach into my skin. Over my career, they've given me cancer. It's impacted my whole family. Fortunately, special laws allowed firefighters like me to receive medical help. But the Andrews government has trashed these laws, putting me and my family at risk. I'm asking Premier Andrews to reverse these changes to protect sick firefighters.
Help the firefighters who protect you at underfire.com.au. Authorised P. Marshall, United Firefighters Union, Victoria, Melbourne.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Johnny Rhodes, Pete Lalor have stuck around. The crowd's stuck around. And if you've stuck around, you might actually get a reward, because this might be a nice couple of hours to be here for. Even though we had no play in the opening session, it's starting to liven up. Line in. Zondo off the back foot. Screamer catch it. Ball rolls to the feet of Labuschagne at short leg.
Well, Hazelwood's getting the reverse in the air. But Lyon should be able to use this stiff easterly to get a little bit of drift away from the batsman and then bring it back in. See the flags there on top of the stand indicating that's a strong breeze.
Zondo waits, squared up a little, but met it with the full face of the bat defensively.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of turn. So that drift that goes away drags you outside. You almost get too far across, and then the bat pad comes into play. And if it doesn't, if it just keeps drifting, Steve Smith at first slip, he will gobble it up.
And he's waiting to gobble, and it doesn't get in his wheelhouse here. Zondo rolls it out to that shortish cover that cuts it off. Back Cummins.
I think I'm with you. I've got a second player under the lid here. I'm a bit surprised, but they're just encouraging him to hit through that offside field, aren't they?
I think they've seen his batting technique. He's quite open in his stance. He does come across the ball, has a tendency.
Line in, Labuschagne crouching, and he pulls it high. It's almost caught just over the outstretched arm, and it's 6. Delightful shot in the end, but boy, he had a little scare, I reckon, on the way over the rope.
Yeah, all the Australian fielders have got their hands on their heads. He hasn't picked out the shortest of fielders there. Who's down there? Is it Agar? Is it Renshaw?
Renshaw.
Yeah, he's a tall bloke.
4 for 91. He waits for this one, and off the outside half of the bat, it scoots past where third slip would have been and quickly whipped back to the keeper.
It's unusual to see Nathan Lyon bowl a half tracker like that. It gave the batsman plenty of opportunity to get under it and pull it.
That boundary by Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
Yeah, I think Zondo and Temba Bavuma certainly showed earlier on that because of their sort of shortened stature, it's easier for them to be aggressive on the back foot. And let's face it, you can't just defend for 120 odd overs. You still have to put the pressure back on the bowler when you can.
Yeah, spot on. Verena waits for the line, and he turns it off his hip. Little bit of glove. A couple of screams of catch it. The ball rolled to the feet of Labuschagne, who fields, and there's action aplenty at the moment. End of that line over. Score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. South Africa 4 for 92.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Yes, right now at National Tiles, we've slashed the prices on all Australian-made tiles by up to $30 per square metre. Absolutely no exceptions. But you'll have to be quick. This is the biggest Australian-made tile promotion in National Tiles' 43-year history. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Pete Lalor and Jonty Rhodes been watching the replays for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. What have you picked up? Off the slow-mo.
Oh, picked up that this reverse is at play here.
Hazelwood on fire, and he rifles this into what would have been middle stump if it hadn't been kept out by Zondo, who's on 19.
It's tracking a long way in, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a really skillful bowler. Josh Hazlewood, not out and out pace. We know Scotty Boland, the same sort of thing. He just bowls in the great area. The great Glenn McGrath did that impeccably. Sean Pollock for South Africa played a similar role. Just kept asking the right questions. And you only got chance for one wrong answer.
Hazelwood's got 2 for 11. In he runs, and it's just outside off, and it's driven but not past cover. They won't get a run. Keeps Zondo on strike, keeps the pressure on Zondo on 19.
It was interesting. He gave that one a bit more air, didn't he? But it didn't seem to move in the air. Challenged the batsman to drive at it, which they did.
He's been on the money since his first ball. Hazelwood as well. He's looked...
Generally is, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's been a delight to watch.
He's not... And that's a no ball, is it?
Yeah, it's a late call, no ball.
Even better, he gets to bowl that one again. Hazelwood in, 2 slips gully, waiting, and fended away to point. Yeah, the call. Quickly went back to the keeper. Carey takes the bails off. A mad scramble. Verena looking at Zondo, looking at Verena, saying, what in the hell?
Ooh. Yeah, I think he's safe. If it had been a direct hit.
Striker's end. See your best side angle, please.
Had to be a direct hit.
Yeah, I think so. Short leg. I think Travis Head came in very quickly to collect the ball. There was no chance Alex Carey getting there. Ashton Agar, can't believe he actually missed the stumps.
So they've gone, obviously, to the third umpire to see if Verena has made his ground. But it looks like he has. But as Jonty and Pete told you...
Keep that rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through, please. Keep it rolling through. Thank you. Back grounded behind the line. Ready with my decision for the big screen.
Direct hit, and he was gone. And Ashton Agar is making like Maxwell Smart there. Missed by that much. And he's absolutely correct. It did. Nothing in it. Carey gave it a chance to hit the stumps because that was...
Yeah, we've spoken about the awareness of the South African batters in their partnerships when we lose important wickets. It's almost a case of just 1 more over, 2 more overs, build this partnership for 10 more minutes.
Because, Jonty, you wouldn't have made it.
He's left-handed.
Hazelwood to Verena. And you think something's going to happen every ball at the moment. 4 for 94.
You wouldn't have needed to throw it, though, would you, Jonty?
Oh, no.
You would have sauntered in and taken the bails off there. Yeah.
No sauntering.
Right.
As fast as I could.
Is it
You
a
were
bird?
quick when you sauntered. Your saunter was quicker than most sprints.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Nope. It's Jonty Rhodes.
But I'll tell you what, I'm glad to see Carl Verena diving full length, because that really irritated me with Dean Elgar when he was run out at the MCG.
Yeah.
Great piece of work by Marnus. Take no credit away from him. But when you're batting and you're doing all the hard work, you've got to dive in.
Hazelwood to Verena again, who plays, drives, gets it through cover and gets it all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. That'll give him some confidence. A boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. South Africa trail by 3-7-7 now, with the score up to 4 for 98.
Carl Verena's not a big mover of his feet. He doesn't get his front pad in the way. It also frees his arms. He's quite wristy. And this is back of a length. It just doesn't bounce much. It just shows you that nothing in the surface. The bowlers have bowled really, really well. There's no demons in the surface at all.
He's been their most reliable, Verena. Hazelwood heads in towards him. He bounces him, and it's pulled toward the boundary at square leg. It rolls its way to the backward square boundary, fielded by Nathan Lyon, and I'll come back. But Travis Head had to watch his head there. That came at him at a quick pace at short leg.
Well, it's good by Verena. You know, if you pitch it up, he's going to drive you, and if you pitch it short, he's going to pull you. Like Naseem Shah last night, when they should have been hanging on, he started hitting 4s and 6s.
The youth, impetuous.
Ah, you like it.
That's good for the game.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't let the bowler settle into the sort of work you into a corner, does it?
Blissful ignorance of any pressure. Hazelwood's in, Verreynne's on strike, and that's a nicely delivered and nicely played delivery by Verreynne. Kept it out. It was headed in towards off stump, and that is the end of the Hazelwood over. 2 for 19, Josh Hazelwood. Zondo 20, Verreynne 6, and that score brought to you by Mate. Make the switch to Mate 5G.
SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-electric Kia EV6 GT landing soon. The Australian Open on SEN. Partnered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
Just a hose with holes in it. No way, Jose. This is Pope Drip Ease. Deceptively clever irrigation that drips drops precisely, so there's less water wasted. And it's made right here in Australia.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Jonty Rhodes gone. Pete Lalor sticking around. Rachael Haynes has joined us, and Nathan Lyon has the ball. And about to send one down to Zondo with Labuschagne at short leg. No close catcher on the offside. Zondo crouching, open stance, plays it outside half of the bat defensively at his own feet. Welcome back, Rachael.
Thank you. Bit happening at the moment.
Yeah, and you picked it early about Nathan bowling a little quicker and scooting them through, and he's starting to settle a bit and change it up a little. Your thoughts on his evolution of his spell shortly as he's in towards Zondo, and Zondo off the back foot pokes it down and rolls it to Labuschagne.
Well, I think he's just showing his experience here as well. As the ball's gotten a little bit older, it's starting to do a little bit more. Obviously, the wicket's wearing a little bit more, things like that. So he's adapting with the conditions in the game, which is really impressive.
In he comes to Zondo, who pulls this high over square leg and attempted another 6, and he's got it there. So it's dots or sixes at the moment for Robot Building Supplies. As we watch that replay, Robot's got it. Another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
I tell you what, they haven't missed when Nathan Lyons dropped short. They've got that 6 every time to that short boundary.
This time Marnus Labuschagne had to protect himself in short. Nathan Lyon in, Labuschagne crouches, and Zondo waits, and he drives this to cover. Wasn't convincing. Cover point comes around and fields, just the one added to the total, but they've got the 100 up and they're starting to add some numbers, but it's the wicket column that matters most. 4 for 107 as it is right now.
There's some things that make Nathan Lyon very happy about what's going on there out of those foot marks. We're seeing bits of the pitch come up, aren't we, with those balls that land in there. It's only going to get better for him.
Travis Head moves in, close in catcher on the offside. So silly mid-off and a short leg in now for Lyon bowling to Verreynne, who's compact in defence and played it well.
Yeah, and he's really keeping those South African batters in the crease. We haven't really seen anyone leave and come down the wicket. They're all playing the spin from inside the crease.
They're running through the overs, just 17 left in the day after today. That jumped on Verreynne, and he jumped with it to keep it out off the splice. And a few telling Nathan Lyon you weren't far away there with the last ball of your over. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. The score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Part of SEN Test Cricket's coverage. Pete Lalor, Rachael Haynes with us. Ball in the hands of Josh Hazelwood, and he's in. And it's kept out nicely by Zondo, who's on 27, Verreynne 6. Do they make boots, cricket boots for bowlers with that toe already cut out? Or do you have to cut your own out to design your boot for your own big toe?
No, from what I've seen, the quicks all generally cut that out. They're very pedantic about that too.
Nothing worse than losing that big toenail. It's not a pretty sight.
But quicks don't have pretty feet anyway.
I'll take that as knowledge that I don't have. Hazelwood's in. And Zondo waits and he drives it to cover. It bounces its way to cover. 4 for 107. It stays.
Still getting that good reverse swing, tailing in at the batsman.
Yeah, this is really falling into place for the Australians. It's something we didn't see in the South African innings when they were bowling. Obviously, there's a bit of weather around and those sorts of things. But, yeah, it just means they can bowl Hazelwood in this spell. And when he's finished, Cummins can potentially follow him as well. The ball's still reversing, so the South African batters are under pressure the whole time.
So one slip's taken out. So it's essentially a second slip, gully, and a deepish point, cover and mid-off now. As Zondo waits, it's bounced, and Carey can't reach it. And it rolls its way off the glove toward the boundary at fine leg and finds the rope. 4 more. Another boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. Carey was half a metre away from being able to glove that. Hazelwood was half a metre away from a third wicket.
Yeah.
He's got that very high on the bat, off the edge, up by the splice, hasn't he? Yeah, hasn't played that well at all.
It wasn't actually too dissimilar to Dean Alga's dismissal, really.
So still just the one slip in, but it's second slip. Hazelwood's in. Zondo on strike, and he plays this nicely defensively from the front foot on the move forward. Zeroed that in and off stump with Josh Hazelwood.
It is playing nicely, but you wonder with the ball reversing whether we should have Cummins at the other end as well. You know, it's always going to spin, but it only reverses in certain parts of the game. But I guess you've got to pace it out a little bit too if you've only got 2 seamers. Yeah.
Well, as you're saying that, Cummins is just warming up, doing some stretches as well in his fielding position.
And the lights aren't on, and dare I say it's getting gloomy with 16 overs to go in the day. Hazelwood in, Zondo on strike, and he allows it through to Carey. 4 for 111.
I wonder if he just tried to bowl a bit of an outswinger there. Just not really.
What happens in this last hour sets it up nicely for tomorrow. If South Africa can get through to stumps 4 for, then their belief that they can play through for a draw will grow. But if the Aussies can grab another 1 or 2, a different world altogether will start tomorrow with. And fine weather expected for day 5 tomorrow. Hazelwood bowling to Zondo, who plays defensively, full face of the bat. And that's the end of another good Hazelwood over. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. 4 for 111.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies. The Man Cave, Shed, Garage, Sports Room, Home Office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it. Robot's got it. Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling. Robot's got it. Structural steel, timber, insulation. Robot's got it. With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au. ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Phil Jacques joins Rachael, Haynes and I, and Nathan Lyon about to continue. He's bowling to Verena with 2 close in, and Verena plays it back past line, but there won't be any opportunity of Verena to field it at mid-on. 4 for 111. It stays. Welcome back, Phil.
Thanks for having me back.
Silly mid off, waiting, short leg, Labuschagne waiting, line in, and it's cut through that vacant gully. And they pick up a single. Verena adds 1 to his tally. He moves to 7, 4 for 112.
Get the feeling that the captain's getting ready to come on. I think he's seen it. He's seen enough from Josh to know that there's reversing. I reckon might be time for Paddy Cummins at this end just to try and rip the heart out of South Africa's batting.
Breeze has stiffened as well. The breeze blowing in, although as Phil mentioned earlier, just because the flags are waving one way doesn't mean the breeze is blowing that way, but it feels as if it's blowing harder from the Randwick end at the moment, the end that Nathan Lyons bowling from now to Zondo, who caught that jumping at him onto the splice, played it off the sticker, got away with it, fielded by Labuschagne close in. Zondo's 31. Line in. Zondo again is watchful, pushing back down the pitch. The men out today, by the way, for South Africa, Dean Elgar, Cork Kerry bowled Hazelwood for 15. Sorella Vaya bowled Nathan Lyon, leaving for 18. Henrik Klaassen, Cork Kerry bowled Cummins for 2. And Temba Bavuma, Cork Kerry bowled Hazelwood for 35. That's taken us to 4 for 112. Verreynne out there at the moment, 7. Zondo not out, 31. Reshuffle of the field whilst all this is happening. Will change in the field, and you can have a change as well. You can plan a visit to Mildura. Visit mildura.com.au is where you can go to find out more. So Labuschagne still close in on the leg side. Leg slip and a slip now in. Line in, and Zondo drives, but it rolls along the deck to cover. No run opportunity.
Just a little change that Nathan Lyons made as well is, with a little bit of an older ball, he's not coming as wide at the crease.
Last delivery of this over to Zondo, who plays watchfully back down the pitch to end the over. So who will get the ball next? Hazelwood or Cummins? We'll tell you after this break. Scoreboard for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. 4 for 112.
Are you ready to make your dreams a reality? Visit Streaker Marine in their undercover showroom packed full of Quintrex and yellowfin boats. We love boats and want to make sure you're going to love your new Quintrex or yellowfin package just as much as we do. Stock available now and ready for immediate delivery. Stop dreaming and start boating. Streaker Marine, 461 Mountain Highway, Bayswater. And online at streakermarine.com.au.
Rachael Haynes and Phil Jakes picked it. There's a bowling change. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And if you'd like a change, you can start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. So the captain has the ball in hand.
He definitely saw it reversing. I'll bring myself on here.
And why wouldn't you?
Would he put a second slip in for himself?
Sort of in a second slip.
He is, yeah. There's one slip, but it's second slip. And Cummins is in. Verreynne on strike, and it's right on the money. Delivery 1.
Come on, Pat. No warm-ups. 128. Come on. No, he just working into his work here. I think this one might be a little bit faster.
He got the rangefinder out for the first one, just to hit the spot. Now he'll hit the same spot with a bit of vigour. 1 for 15, Cummins. This is his 9th over. No stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Verreynne on strike. Cummins into him and into his legs. Kept away from leg stump, but he caught Verreynne jumping to keep that out.
It's a nice line, that. Asking questions, attacking the stumps. Trying to make him play as much as he can here and try and hit that front pad. That's what Paddy will be honing in on. He'll be looking at honing in on that front pad and then try and maybe catch the outside edge with the other one.
The other thing as well is he's covering the ball as he's running in, not giving the batter any cues as to what he might be looking to bowl here.
So Cummins in, Verreynne on strike. He plays defensively. No addition to the score. Crowd are stuck around. And a little bit of action. 4 South African wickets. If you weren't with us earlier today, the first session was completely washed out. Forced Pat Cummins to declare with Usman Khawaja 195 not out. Matt Renshaw 5 not out. Australia declaring at 4 for 475 and sending South Africa in. Cummins now into Verreynne, and it's zeroing in on his leg stump again, and he had no choice but to play it and play it defensively.
Slowly working into his work here, Pat Cummins. He said really attacking that line of middle and leg stump, off stump, in just attacking that front pad, hoping that he's just going to sneak across and maybe catch that pad on the way through. Love to see him use his bouncer as well while it is reversing. It makes that all the more effective.
Verena on strike. Cummins into him. This one's just outside off. It just tempted him. See if it would move a little.
Yeah, we've really seen the South Africans struggle with that delivery too. Almost pick it up really late and be left with not much room to actually play or either evade the delivery or play a proper pull shot.
A few dark clouds hovering, but still the light's not on here at the SCG. They have saved their money a few times during this test and not put them on when it's got a little gloomy. Haven't turned them up full tilt either a few times. Cummins in, Verena on strike, and again rifles that into middle and leg and forces Verena to play defensively. And I think we're going to get some drinks. End of the over. Drinks are about to come out. 4 for 112 the score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. And drinks coming out for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
This week on SEN.com.au, check out the podcast from
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield.
Don't Shoot the Messenger with Caroline Wilson.
This is your journey as we bring you the inspirational...
If you love listening to SEN podcasts on the road, make sure you switch your phone to Do Not Disturb mode and turn off the temptation to get distracted when driving. Personalise your Do Not Disturb message and set it up so that calls can still come through in case there's an emergency. A message from the TAC. Drive safely, everyone.
Have you got a dream renovation, a dream man cave?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So when it comes to experience and reliability,
Robots got it.
With 24-hour delivery, dream one day, build the next. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
Goes to Timber Bavuma, who's nicked it straight to the gloves of Carey. Hazelwood gets his second, and Bavuma's resistance ends at 35.
Line in, Lavachan crouching, and he pulls it high. It's almost caught just over the outstretched arm, and it's 6. Delightful shot in the end, but boy, he had a little scare, I reckon. Hazelwood to Verena again. He plays, drives, gets it through cover, and gets it all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. That'll give him some confidence. And here comes Zondo, who pulls this high over square leg and attempted another 6, and he's got it there. So it's dots or 6s at the moment. Zondo waits, it's bounced, and Carey can't reach it, and it rolls its way off the glove toward the boundary at fine leg and finds the rope. 4 more.
Australia threatening routinely after the tea break. So far, 1 wicket to show for it. 4 for 112. The drinks break taken for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Pinktest.com.au. Well, $4.4 million has so far been raised. And the sale of virtual seats, the scoreboard says, has reached 222,873. So help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA Insurance Pink Test one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. The lights simply had to be switched on, so they've just reached for the switch now. So it'll take a little while to illuminate the field, but it got dark quite quickly at the back end of Dwayne's stint there. 4 for 112. That's the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Zondo's 31. Verena is 7. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the Paddington end. Zondo has the strike. Lyon bowls to him. Zondo full flourish on the drive through cover for 4. He hit that and he hit that hard. A boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. 4 for 116. Rachael Haynes and Phil Jakes in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Yeah, just a little bit of a loosener there off the back of the drinks break. We haven't seen line being driven too often through that offside, so just missed on that occasion.
1 for 52. This is his 19th over. Lyon, he bowls, and it back goes Zondo, crunches it past Labuschagne under the helmet. Get a bit of danger money in there at the moment. And the sweeper under the O'Reilly stand is looking through about 6 panes of glass here. Is it Renshaw down there, I think? A single taken.
You mentioned before the break, Rach, about Lyon getting in close to the stumps. He's definitely doing that to Verena. I reckon he's trying to bring him across the crease a little bit and throwing it out into that rough using his drift. And then he's using the angles a little bit differently to Zondo, I think.
Yes, Renshaw at deep square. Lyon over the wicket bowls. Verena back, nibbles the ball out through cover. It was a nimble shot on the back foot. It sends Cummins on a deep chase. He'll slide in as they complete 2, and they'll race back for a 3rd, with the throw having to cover a lot of terrain. So 4 for 119. This is an expensive over from Nathan Lyon.
A couple of loose ones from Nath. He needs to just get back to that nice and simple, getting close to the stumps, drift it out away from his eye line, add into that rough, and let the pitch do the work. He doesn't need to overplay his hand here.
Zondo's on 36. Lyon bowls to him. He drives. Lyon fields from his own bowling.
Yep, just stay patient here.
Slip, leg slip, bat pad. Lyon to Zondo, back, pulls across the line. Renshaw comes in, dives, can't quite get there. Half volley, bunts it forwards. Zondo survives a tight one. 4 for 121 with the single.
Geez, that was an excellent effort there from Matty Renshaw in the deep. Dove full stretch forward. The ball just bounced maybe a foot in front of him. Very, very close. I think Zondo would have had his heart in his mouth then.
Oh, yeah, it's a good effort. Renshaw gave himself every conceivable hope. Verena, bang, almost caught at mid-wicket. Picked it up. Agar flew high with the left hand. It hit the palm, it seemed, but didn't quite stick. It would have been something. But for the moment, it's elusive. 4 for 121. South Africa living dangerously on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
The Australians throwing themselves around, trying to snaffle a catch. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Cummins begins the fresh over. Zondo defends to the offside.
Oh, that would have been some catch. Super Agar. He threw himself out, full strength dive, full stretch dive, and got one hand to it. Got a good piece of it as well. It wasn't just a fingertip. Popped up in the air. I thought he might have had a chance on the second grab, but wasn't to be. A little half chance the ball before and then a full chance straight after.
It's an interesting approach from South Africa, throwing the bat after the drinks break. Reverse swing from the other end. Cummins hiding the ball, bowls down the leg side. Zondo doesn't catch up with it.
To be fair, some pretty ordinary deliveries from Nathan Lyon as well. Like, I think they've got to look to cash in on those. But geez, like, if you give your wicket away to a half tracker, or to like that, they're the ones that are just coach killers and captain killers. When you're trying to save a game, you need to score runs. Yep, granted, you need to try and make that follow on, but you've got to make sure that you're keeping that ball on the ground or hitting it over the boundary as well.
Front foot no ball signalled, so Cummins will have to do it again. He bowls to Zondo, who's reaching for it outside the off stump. Little short arm jab in defence past the outside edge.
Yeah, there's no room for lapses of concentration. Great delivery there, channel delivery there from Pat Cummins. You've got to be really precise, even with the bad deliveries that you get. not just sort of assuming it's going to go where you want it to go and ending up hitting a delivery that's at a catchable height.
You know how often when you lose a wicket, you lose 2 or 3 as well. And South Africa have done that so often.
Zondo, big deep breath. Cummins back in and at him, and he's defending full face of the bats.
So that one lapse of concentration could be 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah. And this is a really tough situation for a new batter to walk out into when the ball's reversing like this. It's probably one of the hardest situations to start in. So these two really need to knuckle down here. Absolutely put the bad ball away. But just be precise, be switched on with what that looks like.
The gloom is gathering. The lights are on. The ball is reversing. The wind is whipping across the ground. You're fighting what feels like a losing cause. And the best bowler in the world is coming at you. Cummins to Zondo. Runs it off the outside face of the bat. Down through gully. And he'll get 2 as Agar works around to field. Zondo goes to 39.
And at the other end, it's spinning and bouncing if he lands it in the right spot. So it's possibly the worst time to lose a wicket and have a lapse of concentration, especially to a half-tracker. Like, you don't want to be getting out to those balls. So they need to be concentrating. They need to be really sharp. They need to be at the top of their game and take responsibility to get through this little period.
Cummins shuffles from his mark and strides right in. Zondo goes the hook shot, almost feathered it through to Carey. It's a play and a miss.
It's a good bumper. But again, another loose shot by Zondo. He's living by the sword at the moment. Mr. Zondo.
Elgar 15, Arvea 18. Klaasen 2 and Bavuma in this session 35 are the wickets to fall. Pat Cummins, last ball of a testing over. He bowls onto across his stumps and defends the ball to cover and survives. 4 for 124 SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Hear the major moments in sport crystal clear anytime, anywhere on the SEN app.
Bouncing! Oh, don't tell me! Goal!
Djokovic a mile back and he smashes into the net!
On air, podcasts, live sport, news, video content, your city, your town.
Oh my God!
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. It's also available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Long conversation between captain and spinner Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins. The leading wicket taker for the moment is Josh Hazlewood, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23 for Valvoline, which oil ensures you're never caught out. You know, Valvoline, the original engine oil. So Nathan Lyon will feel he's right in the game. The last 2 balls of the previous over, 1 a half volley, 1 a dropped catch, difficult though it was. Verena goes the inside-out drive, but he got it a bit too square and head fields at point. So Renshaw will be limbering up down under the O'Reilly stand. It's the short boundary. They've been prepared to take it on, and it puts him in the game. He's a tall man. Line over the wicket to Verena. Back, watches it go by. Arvea perished that way a little earlier on.
That is a gutsy leave out of the rough. He had it covered just. 2 types of leaves. Good ones and bad ones. Ones that hit the stumps, ones that don't. That one was...
Yeah, that did a lot out of the rough when you look at that replay for Robot Building Supplies. Line to Verena. He plays this time forward and defending.
You can always tell when a batter realises it's a bit tight because they get that back knee just out, just squeezing out, just to kick it away from the stumps a little bit.
Cover it.
Yeah.
I love it when he throws it out a little bit wider and backs himself for it to come back. He's good enough. He's just got to do it.
He's in a groove line. He bowls. Reverse sweep. Verena got it this time. He whacked it away from Hazlewood's, who was backward of square and under the members' pavilion for 4. A boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Verena's 14. It's 4 for 128.
Well, we've seen Verena use that shot a lot against Nathan Lyon this series. These conditions are a little bit different though, so it's a gutsy shot when you've got to be aware of the bounce and the turn.
Line back at him. Verena, first move was to cover the stumps and played the ball down to Labuschagne under the helmet.
Yeah, I don't think Nathan's going to be very upset about that. He's got a fielder at backward point for that exact shot. He was up to the task. He hit the gap, but only needs to bounce a little bit. And Nathan's right in the game.
Ryan bowls. Verena drives. He finds the gap at cover and sends Cummins on the move from mid-off. They have 2 as the skipper slides in, and 2 is where they'll leave it. 6 from the over. 4 for 130. The Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. With leading industry rates and ongoing training, State Transport are the best employers for local couriers, heavy rigids and semis. Apply today. statetransport.com.au/drivers.
G'day, Glenn Archer here. Do you need expert 24/7 tree maintenance services for your property? True Blue Tree Management for tree removal, pruning, stump removal and more. No job is too big or small. We'll leave your property looking great. Visit truebluetrees.com.au.
This session of play on SEN Test Cricket is for Before You Dig Australia. 4 for 130. Zondo is 39. He's the leading run scorer for Victoria Police Made for More. The Rainer is 16. Pat Cummins is in operation from the Paddington end. So both he and Hazelwood so far have sent down 10 overs. Cummins 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 18. Josh Hazelwood 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 23. Stats for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. So Cummins has the ball reversing. He hides it on his way in. He's gone for a leg gully or a short backward square. That's where Warner has repositioned himself with Smith, the floating slip. There's a gully as well and a catching mid-wicket. Cummins bowls and Zondo defends straight.
It's definitely glooming up here now, isn't it? Lights in full effect. I think the light meter might have just come out before as well on the umpire. God, no. Please note. We need a full day's play, don't we, Australia? They need to get to 6-7 down tonight. That'd be an ideal scenario, wouldn't it? 13 wickets tomorrow.
It's Cummins' job to see if he can find it. He's in and he bowls, and Zondo rides the bounce, gets it down to leg. It feels like sort of 6 feels minimum, 7. You'd love to be 7 from an Australian perspective. So there's 10.4 overs left in the day's play. We're not picking up as many overs as I thought. Mind you, with the gloom gathering, we mightn't have got much past 6 anyway. But, 10.4 overs left in the day's play. We're going to have a bat pad now, Rach, by the look of it.
Yeah, we just see Travis Head come into that position. He was more at a mid-wicket. He's moved in now to a bat pad, and the other fielder in Warner has also moved finer. So much finer. It's like a...
Yeah, that's a proper leg slip now. So around the wickets, that's the attack. Zondo, it's a bouncer. Gets straight down underneath it.
Happy hour for Pat Cummins. Bouncer. That's what it's going to be. He's seen him flap at a couple of high bounces already from over the wicket. So he's thinking, right, how can I jam him up? How can I get it a little bit tighter, get it in and around that ear, inside ear of Zondo, and see if he might be able to either get a top edge to the guy in the deep at fine leg or defend one, maybe the leg slip or short leg.
2 wickets have already been taken in that sort of way. Cummins to Zondo. When the Yorker got it under the boot, surely. Yes, that's out. Stone dead. Zondo will go for 39. If he chooses to review it, will only to be see just how badly he was done over.
The 2-card trick. Didn't even need the third one. One bouncer and then the Yorker.
TV umpire to director, player
Have
review
a
for
review and see.
LBW. Original decision is out. Front foot checked and it's a fair delivery, but only just. Can we move on to front-on spin vision, please?
Bit of editorial from Richard Kettleborough as he runs the DRS for BizCover, business insurance made easy. Quite like that.
Only just.
Swinging ball right on the
just rock and roll that for me, please.
Oh, my
Keep
goodness.
that rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Okay, bat's hit the ground, but looks like there's a gap between bat and ball. Can we go to leg side hotspot, please?
This is so out that you should forfeit your wicket in the second innings.
Leg side hotspot, please. Thank you.
It's hit both pads. It's like in snooker. Just going boom, boom.
Out twice.
Nothing on hotspot there. Let's go to Snicko, please.
Out on both pads.
Out on both pads. You don't see that often.
I wonder what the non-striker said to him when he asked if he
just
thought
take that back one frame, please. Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through. Yeah. Thank you. There's no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
It's definitely pitched just in line too, I think. With leg stump. Yes, sir.
As out.
Out indeed.
Gaff, pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets. You can stay with your original decision of out. You're on screen. Signal now.
The bottom of middle stump. That's how good the Yorker of Pat Cummins was. And Zondo is on his way for 39. So Australia has 5 for 130. They're nearing budget.
And Richard Ketterer actually said, that's out, that's out. He was out twice. both legs, right in front. He was on the same page. He gave him out twice as well. Great bowling by Pat Cummins. He let him know that the plan was bouncer. He was thinking, I'm going bouncer. I'm going to really go for the throat here. And then threw in the Yorker. And normally you need a 4-card trick for that, but that was the second one, and literally beautiful execution of the Yorker too. Right on the money, round the wicket. Really hard to get an LBW from round the wicket, but that's the way you do it.
Yeah, you've got to be so full on that delivery as a right-hander doing that, and Pat was, it was so well executed. Definitely the bluff. It wasn't the double bluff. It was just one bluff.
One bluff.
Yep.
One bluff was enough.
God, that's good bowling. You could watch that replay all day for Robot Building Supplies. 5 for 130, and the way this tail has performed, it's the next wicket. So Verena and Janssen come together. They batted so well at the MCG. If Australia could find this wicket tonight in the 10 and a bit overs that remain, they'll fancy they could go straight through in the morning and then get back to work well before lunch.
Yeah, and we spoke about this a couple of overs earlier. This is a really tricky situation for Janssen to walk out to bat in. Overcast conditions, ball reversing, although Pat's staying around the wicket, sticking to this initial plan.
I think we might see a few more bounces here. Yeah. I think there might be more bounces than Yorkers to the big fella.
Staying with the leg slip, the bat pad and the fine leg. The player of the day rights are up for grabs for Bingley. They're being disputed between Australia's two quicks. Pat Cummins with ball in hands. Janssen to see his first. It's a bouncer right at him and he wore it on the arm. I don't know whether Marco Janssen knew much about that.
No, he took his eyes off the ball then. Did not watch that at all. I don't know if he lost it or halfway down but you just let that hit him on the body.
That is a red rag to a ball. When you see that as a fast bowler, a guy take his eye off the ball, he's just locked himself in for another 3 or 4 overs of it. An absolute barrage coming his way.
Eyes off it really early. Cummins in and at. Went the Yorker, got it through onto the pad. No, not the second time around. Cummins stands. He's pointing at a bit of the pitch. Carey comes up. I think he'll wear it. Maybe a little reluctantly. Yes, Pat waves it away. 5 for 130. There's still a ball to come. No. That is the end of the over on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
At Blunston, we put thousands of hours into our revolutionary new Rotaflex series. That's hours of researching, hours of pressure testing, serious pressure testing, hours of pushing things harder, then hours of refining, creating the best and most comfortable fit. Because the more hours we put into perfecting these boots, the easier every minute on the job will be. Put our innovation to work. Rotaflex by Blunston.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Industry Super Fun for all Australians. We've just got to look at the replay of the previous delivery. A swinging Yorker again. just more than half the ball pitching outside the leg stump. He was going to crash in all right. Pat Cummins was right not to go for the review, but the crowd were desperate for him to go for it when they were watching replays and oohing and ahhing. What a scenario unfolding before us late on day 4. 5 down. And Lyon is bowling to Verena, who's on 16 and blocking the first ball of the over. Our experts for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. I think business has picked up, Ian Smith.
It has. The intensity has. You kind of sensed once the ball started to reverse swing, they had all options open.
Lyon over the wicket. Verena back cuts, and he does it well. Head will have to set off from point and chase the ball down to the Jane McGrath stand. He gets there as they complete 2.
It's just been beautifully orchestrated here by Australia. We keep praising them, and we have to because they're playing all the cards. The way he's managed his bowlers it's been beautiful for Pat Cummins. Anyone who's any doubt about his ability to captain a test side should take a leaf out of what's happened here today. It's been an extraordinary use of his resources.
Verena back just keeps the ball out of the stumps. It still ends up with Carey.
Come on, guys. He's got all bases covered. And it's because the pitch is now starting to react in his favour. They're so dangerous, really are.
Line again, Verena covers the stumps, knocks it away to mid-wicket, no run.
He's pulled all the right reins, hasn't he? He's brought in close fielders when he needs to. He's made the relevant changes when needed. He kept the spell short from Josh Hazlewood when he came back when it was reversing, brought himself on. Great captaincy.
Verena is forward and defending the ball away to Agar at straight mid-wicket.
That energy on the ball with the fast bowling is critical when we're seeing the reverse swing.
Verena is on 18. Last ball of Lions over. He's back and covering the stumps. 5 for 132. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Major building projects for the trade or a DIY home reno. Robot Building Supplies is the Australian-owned family-run business you can trust.
Robot's got it.
Robot's product range is vast and world-class. And when it comes to product knowledge...
Robot's got it.
Next-day delivery in Metro Melbourne.
Robot's got it.
Over 70 years' experience and reliability helping Melburnians. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
All of your thoughts throughout a day of Test cricket. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Bombura Jack was just a little bit peeved that we're not going to play a bit longer than we are. So Stumps is usually 5:30 with the extra half hour. It's 6 o'clock today with the extra half hour. Pat Cummins begins the new over. He bowls to Janssen. It's at the body. It's just a fraction down the leg side. So there's 9 overs remaining. Wondered if they might have tried to grab an extra half hour, but mind you, with the way the skies are, it might have been impractical anyway. But that's where they planted their flag today when they landed with 59 overs and then 98 tomorrow. Plenty of spins as you get through them quickly, so I doubt we'd need the full half hour of extended time. Pat Cummins seems to be threatening with every ball. He bowls to Janssen right at him again. Eye off the ball way too early, and he wears it on the forearm.
Well, you forecast this, Phil, moments ago. I heard you from the back of the box saying the way he played the first one, he's asked for more, and now he's starting to get more, and this is very, very awkward. He's got an arm guard on. He is a big target. What is he, 6'6", 6'7", so he is but he's a sitting duck the way he's playing at the moment.
Oh, I hope he's got a chest guard on as well, because that hit him in the chest, I reckon. it snuck under the arm guard. And, that was a brutal blow. Didn't get up very much.
Yeah, so Cummins is going for another close-in fielder, and you should, as if the player's going to take his eye off the ball like that, it could end up anywhere. So Labuschagne goes into silly mid-off.
Is that the danger ball, though? The one that hits him? Yep. Or is it the other one? Let's see.
Big toe's got a big target on it.
Yeah, Cummins is taking his time here. I mean, this is just playing right into his wheelhouse, as they say.
Crowd with the captain, Marco Janssen, fins at a ball. He gets it away down to line at fine leg, and he'll get his first run, and he'll get to the other end. Take a deep breath. 5 for 133.
it's sustained aggression, isn't it, from Pat Cummins? The ball literally could go anywhere. When you take your eye off the ball like that could hit glove. It could hit. It's going to hit body if it's on target. And the big fella's copping a barrage at the moment.
Australia peppered him at the MCG, but he got through that phase and ended up making 59. He'll do well to get to stumps the way this environment is building. Verena has the strike. Right at the stumps goes Cummins. It's kept out, and Labuschagne gets around at mid-off to keep him pinned down on strike.
It's such a fine line of trying to get someone out, right arm round the wicket quick. But he's nailing it. I mean, he's so close. Every time he tries it, he's right on the money. It was just a fraction, half a seam out from being a decent old LBW shout on Janssen in the previous over. And then again to Verena, right there.
Cummins bowls. Verena fends it and it popped up. It lands short. Savagar coming in from points. Oh, but again, one hand off the bat, just any sort of evasive action being taken.
Phil, I've got to ask you this from the captain, Elgar down. Have you been surprised at how unable to play short pitch bowling this side is? They possess so many, South Africa themselves.
Yeah, and the pace and bounce in South Africa is not too dissimilar to this, but sometimes from around the wicket you can get a little bit of variable bounce out of that rough and the worn wicket, but that hasn't done a whole lot. That was just taking your eye off it and hoping that it hit the bat.
It's hostile, it's thrilling. Pat Cummins is all over the South African middle order. Verena jumps and defends the ball to short leg and survives the over. 5 for 133. Ian Smith is with Phil Jakes for Anaconda. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Dwayne Russell's coming in.
Get ready for the summer holidays. Book your value car park at Melbourne Airport online now and guarantee your spot. Upgrade to the Value Express and let us park your car. For just a $24 upgrade fee, simply drive up and hand us the keys. We'll have your car waiting for you when you get back. Book online at melbourneairport.com.au or on the spot when you enter the Value car park. Park with ease at Melbourne Airport.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Great to have your company wherever you're listening to SEN Test Cricket. Great to have the company of Ian Smith, who stuck around, and the crowd stuck around. 19,134, the official crowd today with the lights on, but wouldn't surprise me if there's more here now. If you were in the vicinity about an hour ago, you had nothing else to do, being in here right now is going to be a little bit of fun if you're an Aussie cricket fan. Sundaresan also joining us as Nathan Lyon has the ball in hand in his end to Jansen, who's got the sanctuary of the striker's end. Nathan Lyon now, after wearing 2 to the arm from Pat Cummins. What have you made of it, Smithy?
Well, this is a lethal combo now because the pitch is starting to work for them. They've found their zones, and Cummins and Lyon together, they are dangerous here as a unit.
Jansen in. Out of the frying pan into the fire right now. Nathan Lyon zeroing in, and he keeps that one out defensively.
Yeah, Marco Janssen's long legs are all jelly right now, Ian Smith. Been pounded from the other end. So he's there for the taking for Nathan Lyon.
Warner in at that leg slip still. Labuschagne short leg, one slip in as Jansen defensively pushes inside half of the bat, rolls its way toward Agar. No addition to the score, and I'm not sure he wants to get down the other end anyway. 3 dots to start this over. He might be content if it's a maiden. Jansen, given how many he's worn so far. Line in, and he allows it to hit him on the pad. Plays no shot. Big appeal. Nathan Lyon went down on one knee. That's the indicator. He thought that might have been out, and they are thinking about using the DRS.
Well, you're only guessing out there, and they're guessing to the point where they want it confirmed one way or the other.
Yeah.
So gone for the DRS. Had they gone for the DRS, last over, it would have been one of those crazy ones where the ball, half the ball was pitching in line, but not enough of the ball.
Front foot checked.
Was pitching in line for it to be given out.
Front on spin vision, please.
So the umpire's decision of not out would have stood for that LBW shout. And we're now waiting for the replay for Robot Building Supplies to make our decision on this one. It's turned into the pad.
We'll just go to ball tracking when ready,
Catches him outside off, obviously, but is it moving enough to take off Stump, Ian Smith and Bharat Sundaresan?
It's pitching outside off, impact outside off, but no shot, and wickets is umpire's call. Paul, you can stay with your original decision of not out.
Touching by a millimetre, but not enough for it to be overturned, not out.
That's a good review, though. Rarely do you see captain, wicketkeeper and bowler on their hands on their knees before they go for a review. They will. And then with hands on their head as soon as the replay went out. That was so close. But again, his feet are nowhere. His head is somewhere else right now, Marco Jansen.
Yep, out of the frying pan into the Nathan line fire right now. He waits and lines in and he allows it to pass outside off again.
He's padded up again. I would have thought he might have learned a lesson here. They're loving this, Australia. If you're not going to offer a shot, you're bringing this into play. The one thing he has in his favour, a giant front stride.
Yes. You know he wants a dot ball here. He doesn't want to head down and face Pat Cummins, you'd think. Jansen, as he waits and he pushes this down into the turf. It is a dot ball to end the over. The score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. South Africa 5 for 133.
Can't get enough football? That's good, because club football's back. Live on Optus Sport. See football's biggest heroes back in action at club level after their World Cup heroics. Harry Kane's one of England's all-time great heroes, and he's within a whisker of overtaking Wayne Rooney on England's goal-scoring charts. Fresh from the England camp, what can he achieve in Tottenham colours during the EPL? See all the European football action live on Optus Sport. Sign up at sport.optus.com.au.
The men out for South Africa, Elgar for 15, Avea for 18, Klaassen for 2, Bavuma for 35, last man out, Zondo for 39. And there's been oohs and ahs every delivery from Nathan Lyon and for Pat Cummins, who is in again, but this time to Verena, who waits. He bounces him and he hooks it to square leg for a single. And boy, did that nearly take the head of head.
But he's brought poor Marco Jansen back on strike. 5 balls. And he was peppered, wasn't he, Smithy, in Melbourne? Stark and Cummins really went after him. Just listening to you there, the lack of technique against the short ball. You should see one of their net sessions. Talk of tough love. They're all copying it from their fast bowlers, getting the ribs.
How many men around the bat here will Cummins ask for? So Jansen's back on strike. He's worn 2 to the arm last over. A couple of times turned away and didn't even see the contact. He didn't know where they were. Travis Head at short leg. He's got a shortish square leg almost in line with Travis Head. Cummins is going to rifle this into him. 1 slip in only, and it's shortish into the belly button. He's a tall guy and he keeps it out with the toe of the bat.
It's interesting that Cummins has gone over the wicket. Again, Smith was saying he was zeroing in on that perfect line and length from that around the wicket angle to smash into the pads or maybe breach the defenses of the batter. But now he's gone over the wicket. Maybe he's seen how Jansen's feet are going nowhere. He can angle the ball into him even further. Target his stumps.
Cummins to Jansen again, and he's put this in towards off stump. It's a scoop drive from Jansen's bat just past the outstretched hand of Pat Cummins. There's a race on to cut it off. The slide field from Marnus Labuschagne draws a large round of applause from the 16,000 odd that are stuck around. And Jansen has got himself to the sanctuary of the non-strikers end with 3.
Well, he has, but he's done it without really going that far forward. It wasn't what you'd say a shot of conviction in terms of hitting it down the ground, but he hit it and he spooned it basically because of the lack of balance, and he was hitting it with his weight transferred backwards, but it was away from Cummins.
Verena back on strike. Cummins in. Caught! It's slip and a half. Brilliant brilliant delivery. He had to play at it. It would have taken off stump. And another wicket fall. 6 down, 137. Brilliant bowling. And the Australians can smell blood.
This is a sensational period of bowling from Australia. It really is. I mean, it's just the way they've worked South Africa over to a man is incredible. We talked about the fact he's been going round the wicket and zeroing in on that full-length Yorker. You have to be pinpoint accurate for that. What does he do? He goes across. He prompts a mistimed drive, which he can't grab himself, and then he comes up with a rip snorter to Verena, perhaps South Africa's best player in this series. And, of course, the catch is taken. It is just falling into place so beautifully.
And Smith was at 1.5 slip, and it went right into that beautiful catchable spot in his lap. Rather than being at first slip and maybe having to dive, it was just a delightful setup.
There's sometimes fast bowling is an art, and what we're seeing from Pat Cummins in this spell is an artist at work. The way he's been setting up these batters from around the wicket, changing his angles, even in this over, ever since he's gone over the wicket, all three deliveries have, you can see the angle of release have been different. This is just outstanding fast bowling, outstanding captaincy.
And beautifully described as well. It is a work of art. If ever fast bowling can be described as a work of art, you've nailed it. This is exactly what it is. All his skills in one beautiful frame.
Perfect.
So Verena out for 19. Cummins has his tail up. The Aussies, the cock-a-hoop right now, 6 for 137. The field shuffling around. New batter in. And let's see what Harmer can do. 33-year-old in just his 9th test. The spinner was brought in for this test to do the damage with the ball. He's now going to have to do some damage with the bat.
Get your front pad out of the way, Simon Harmer. That's where this ball's headed.
Harmer waits. 2 slips in now. Cummins in, and he allows it. It was a tight leave. Allows it through to the keeper.
Well, Sean Pollock told me the batting will be strengthened with his inclusion. He came in for Ngidi, who bats 11. But this guy is a genuine player in that regard. He's got guts, got determination, he's got a technique. But they're going to need it. They're going to need it. And, the working over that Cummins in particular is giving. He's still got a bit of Hazelwood left, you think, tonight, if the light permits.
Cummins in again. Harmer waits, and he fends this away just past the outstretched dive of leg gully. Cummins has 3 for 24. And Jansen is still out there, and he's not seeing them all that well at the moment. And Harmer off the mark now with a single. End of another delightful Cummins over at score 4. Mate, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
La Cabra is the home of the GOAT Mexican food, a world where Mexican flavours and culture come together like never before. Enjoy a 5-course bottomless brunch every Saturday and Sunday for $69 per person. Visit lacabramexican.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 6 for 138 right now. Nathan Lyon about to send them down. 2 new batters at the crease. Harmer on 1, Jansen on 4. Ian Smith with Damian Fleming joining us. Welcome back, Flem. We'll a little bit of a pause right now for you to have a word or two before Nathan wanders in. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Very understated by you, but I like it. The context was spot on. Line in, and he's told, no, I'm not quite ready yet by Harmer, who's got them all crowded around him. Slip, leg slip, short leg, silly mid off.
They're going to be right with that because they're going to do that for a while. They don't stop moving, mate.
A little bit of banter between batter and fielders. Line in. Harmer waits and pushes forward. Fielded by Head off the bounce.
What are they doing up there, mate? They're going to be doing that for a while. Hey, my kids aren't sitting still, mate. And guys.
Hope you can hear that at home or in the car or wherever you are Listen to SEN Test Cricket, line in, and again Harmer defensive, and again Harmer not only getting the ball delivered by Nathan Lyon, he's getting the nouns and the verbs delivered by everyone around the bat.
He's played them pretty well, though. Full face of the bat.
The ball or the nouns and verbs he's played pretty well?
I think both.
Yeah. And he pushes this one to head again off the bounce to keep it out.
Yeah, it's interesting with Nathan Lyon just spinning it so much. You know, that's a constant threat into the right-hand batsman. I often wonder that outside edge for the one that goes straight on is in play.
Line to Harmer off the back foot this time. Bounces it to Labuschagne. It's a contest.
So he's bowled 4 good length off spinners. What about that top one or the one that just goes straight on a fuller length?
It looks like he's up for the battle here, Harmer. He pushes forward. Full face of the bat, kept it out, even though the Aussies are letting him know that wasn't far away. He looks confident.
That was close.
That was out of a foot mark there, and they're becoming more and more pronounced, I'm afraid.
That was almost just glove, wasn't it, to bat pad?
He stands, he waits, line into him. And turns this on the onside, but no chance of a run as Labuschagne fields off the bounce. End of that line over. 6 for 1, 3-8 the score for Mate. Mate the switch to Mate 5G.
Okay, let's go. Laura.
Here.
Dan.
Yeah.
Shelley.
Here.
Danny.
Yeah.
Rodney.
Yep.
Ellie.
I'm coming.
The Volkswagen Tiguan Allspace 132 TSI Life with seats for up to 7 people. Perfect for when you need the extra space. Available from $49,990, drive away. Isn't it time you SUVW? Conditions and exclusions apply. Visit volkswagen.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Blast. That's a Plus. Ian Smith, Damian Fleming. 5 overs left in the day's play. And we expect the full day 5 with the weather better tomorrow than it has been for the entire test. Cummins has the ball in hand. Jansen, guess what? He's on strike again. And he rifles this in towards off. And he drives this nicely. That was pretty. Full face of the bat, found the meat, and it finally rolls its way after easing up toward the boundary for 4. A rare boundary for Jansen and for South Africa. And that boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
That's where he wants them, Smithy, isn't it? Half volleys outside off stump. Still got to put it away, so that's good intent, a boundary. I don't think he's going to get a lot of deliveries in that position now. It's going to be nose, a lot of nose and a couple of toes.
Well, Flem, you would have admired this particular spell from Pat Cummins. It's been one of the spells of the summer for me.
He's hit Jansen's arm twice, coming short into his belly button, but he keeps it out. He wore that on the sticker rather than his body.
We described it as artistry, fast bowling artistry, which you don't associate very much with you guys, to be fair. But it has been.
Yeah.
It's been just the perfect recipe implemented. It's just staggering.
But it's also what we were hoping with Cummins as captain, which we've never had in Australian Test cricket history, a big fast bowling captain who grabs the ball and rips open Test matches.
Jansen waits. Cummins in short down the leg side, though. Easy to sway out of the way. A little misdirected by Pat Cummins. Ball wasted.
Well, I can see Josh Hazlewood warming up, so there'll be no respite, particularly in terms of accuracy. He'll get the ball to reverse a wee bit as well. So Pat Cummins is primarily thinking, look, I've given it my best shot. I'm just tailing off a wee bit here, and maybe we're seeing that with a bit of a half volley and a little bit of less accuracy. But it's not going to stop if Hazlewood gets a crack, and he's keen.
He's unrelenting, though, Cummins. He's still got a magic ball up his sleeve.
Warner's in that leg slip in case there's one down the leg side. He pushes this into Jansen's top of his off stump, and Jansen equal to it this time.
And one of the massive improvements from Pat Cummins in the last 12 months, if you didn't think he could improve anymore, is his ability to get LBWs. He's almost doubled those in 1 year. And 2023 looks like it's going to be another big LBW year for him. Just bowling that fuller length in India and England, it's going to be very, very significant. But, yeah, just good adjustments there from Pat Cummins, giving himself more options. It's around the wicket now. You know, this is going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, so the change, different angle around the wicket. Cummins heads into Jansen. That was on middle stump. Jansen kept it out. He tried to drive it. But he drives it as far as mid-off. Gathered on the roll.
And these are important minutes.
Hazelwood.
They're very important minutes because these are minutes you don't have to bat tomorrow afternoon or late afternoon. If we get a full day's play tomorrow, which we're praying that we do, the time you're batting now is saving you and buying you time tomorrow.
Man in short on the leg side and on the offside. Cummins in, and this one's whipped on the onside. 3 mid-wicket for a single by Jansen, who's pretty happy the last couple haven't been short. He moves to 9. South Africa 6 for 144. Harmer is 1, and that is the end of that Cummins over for Mate. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
SEN, 7-Eleven and Mobile are fueling up for a summer of cricket. So reach for the sunscreen, your bat and the Bowser to get your story off to the best start with Mobile quality fuel from 7-Eleven.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus, and it's Test cricket at its finest. And it's a test all right for the two South Africans at the crease right now, especially Jansen, who pushes forward. Defensive, keeps it out. The first delivery of the line over as Bharat Sundaresan joins Damian, Fleming and I.
Dwayne, Flem.
Right, how are you?
Very good, good to see you.
Line turns. 2 men short on the leg side now, and he's into Jansen. So it's a leg gully that's in really tight and a short leg. Head and Labuschagne. Again, more nouns and verbs as Lyon heads back to the top of his mark. Slip still in. Smith in slip. Carey crouches. Edge of the seat stuff. Lyon in. And Jansen keeps another ball out.
It's like you're seeing Josie's hunting them down. This is a hunt. Big prey. Marco Jansen.
Yes.
They can smell blood.
Come on, Gary, the call as Lyon turns and he's in. And Jansen, full face of the bat, met that one okay. Foot marks are there, but he hasn't quite been able to get one to move like he did in the last over, Nathan Lyon, yet.
All comfortable against spin here, Jansen.
Little hush falls over the SCG. Lyon in. Jansen drives straight back to Lyon. Crowd catch. Crowd loved it. He bounced on the way back to the bowler.
Gaz played up to it as well. Yep. Like it.
No chance they'll give Jansen a single here.
He hasn't got one outside his eye line this over yet, outside off stump.
Jansen won't want to get down the other end for Cummins. He just keeps this out. In fact, he jammed down on it late and chopped it over the top of his middle stump and dodged a bullet. Got away with one there. End of the over, and that keeps him off strike, at least for Cummins or Hazelwood, whoever takes the ball next. Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. South Africa 6 for 143.
Be crowned last man standing thanks to McDonald's on SEN, and you and a friend will see every ball of the Australia v India Test match live in New Delhi. Flights, 5-star accommodation and corporate hospitality is just the beginning. Put your cricket trivia to the test and play last man standing. You could be flying to New Delhi to watch Australia v India. Thanks to Macca's. I'm loving it. Last man standing starts this Monday on SEN. T's apply. See SEN's website for details.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. A change in the bowling. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. As expected, Cummins, who's been the destroyer, is off. But the bad news for the two South African batters, Harmer, who's on strike, and Jansen at the non-striker's end, is Hazelwood. Has 2 overs to play with to end the day. There's 3 overs left in the day's play. Hazelwood's in, and it's already on target. Ball 1, kept out, though, by Harmer.
It's like a bowling attack with just bad cops. No good cop, bad cop routine when you face this Australian team, right, Flem?
No, there's just no respite. Particularly, I think with Josh, you know, he's hungry. He wants to make sure that he is the second in charge when they do the pecking order for the fast bowlers. He's looked really well. He's bowled beautifully today.
Well, the big dog ate. Cummins took 3 vital wickets. Let's see if Hazelwood, as Flem said, who's hungry, can get himself a feed. There's 2 slips and a galley waiting. He's into Harmer, who allows it through to the keeper.
He's not got his line or length wrong once today. You can see that spring in his stride. And Australia really, Cummins in particular, Flem, has stocked up the hierarchy in this pecking order quite a bit. Even when there was a lot of talk of Lance Morris, and the way he answered the Lance Morris questions, people were like, oh, but he's also quick. So even when it comes to reverse swing, it's like, yeah, he does add an element with his pace, but I still think the guys we have, we're as good with our reverse swing.
Harmer has one to his name. Hazelwood's into him. 2 slips, wait for an edge. And again, he's on the money on off stump. And again, Harmer's equal to it. Keeps it out.
Solid. In hindsight, you know, Harmer might have been a better option throughout this series than Maharaj. I think his actual spin looked more suited for Australian conditions, but even this batting, regardless of what happens now, he's looking to get forward and provide a full face of the bat.
Jansen still at the sanctuary of the non-striker's end. Harmer waits for Hazelwood. It's putting this in towards his belly button. Got that one to lift a little. But Harmer's looked pretty good. He's on 1 from 13, but it's a reasonable 1.
He's a feisty customer. All that county experience and...
He scored 2 first-class hundreds, so, you know, he's competent.
At least he's putting a price on his wicket, unlike Maharaj has done this during the series.
All dots so far in this Hazelwood over. 2 deliveries left. Harmer waits and he drives this on the leg side nicely through mid-wicket. He might pick up 4 here. It's pulling up close to the boundary, but just rolls its way into the Toblerone, and that's a rare boundary for a Rotoflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move.
That's just a beautiful shot. It's a beautiful shot. And also just his batsmanship. He's blocked all these really good deliveries. Gets one to put away, puts it away.
Class.
Yeah.
Risky.
Experience.
So there's 2 overs left after this delivery. Do you give Lyon or a part-timer that 1 down the other end?
No, I'd have to go Nathan Lyon.
And then Hazelwood will bowl the last. Hazelwood's in to Harmer again, and he allows it through to Carey outside off. No need to play at it. And with time running out for day 4, allows it through the score for Mate. Make the switch to Mate 5G6 for 147.
Hey Dad, looking for something to do with the kids these school holidays? Throw the kids in the back of the golf cart and visit X-Golf. X-Golf simulators use state-of-the-art technology in a relaxed and welcoming indoor environment. Combined with finger-licking good food and the 19th hole that's just for Dad, it's the ultimate family golfing entertainment experience. X-Golf is teeing off all around Australia, including their all-new Northland store. Find your closest X-Golf these school holidays at xgolf.com.au.
Riveting Test crickets. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate 5G. 2 overs left in the day's play. 6 for 147. It does have, it feels like 1 more wicket, Damian Fleming, to me. Maybe the last ball of the day. It's been that
just
sort of
walking
environment.
off with that wicket would be massive.
Line over the wicket bowls. Jansen leaves on the big lunge forwards. Ended up with his back knee on the ground.
Yeah, the last ball of the last over, Fleming, you called for it. Just one slightly tossed up away from his eye line. He almost chopped it on.
Silly mid-off bat pad, leg slip. Lion bowls. Jansen is forward defending.
Yeah, that last ball of the previous delivery was actually the one that went straight. So he bowled offies, and he's continued to do that. I wonder if he tries that straight one a little bit earlier in this over.
Lyon hops in and he bowls. Some plays from the stumps. Defends to mid-wicket. Agar fields, no run.
Kind of sense that straighter one's coming.
Yep.
Pushed him back.
Looks the better balance here. Jansen facing spin and Harmer pace for South Africa.
Jansen pads up. They're asking again. Not out. Lyon arched the back and then rubbed the face and knew that wasn't quite like the previous. Marnus is still appealing.
Imagine if we just had a Marnus DRS day where he took sole responsibility for it. How long would it last?
4 overs. Let's have a look at a replay. Ball spinning. It was actually jammed between his legs as it arrived. Jansen from the crease plays back. Ball ends up behind him again off the face of the bat. Carey kicks it away to Smith at slip. One more for Lyon today. But the last ball of his 25th over, 1 for 65. And an LB that I reckon he was unlucky not to get. Lyon bowls. Jansen wrapped on the pad. That looked close. Not to be. Lyon doubled over in front of the umpire. So not yet. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to mate 5G. 6 for 147. Bharat's our umpire.
Looked like it hit him outside the line. He has been. His stride just take him outside off them. Even if he doesn't need a long stride. Just see the replay. Yeah, just outside off them, I would say.
Back and across, it beat the outside edge and yes, hit the knee roll outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think we're going to be huge here because we keep saying I like the look of Harmer. He could bat a long time. And Jansen has some technical difficulties against the short ball.
Yeah.
But if he faces spin, this old Kookaburra is not going to bounce as much. The second new ball could be a concern, but that's eating well and truly into day 5.
Pat Cummins feels like the player of the day thanks to Bingley, unless Josh Hazlewood takes a late wicket here. 2 in the deep on the leg side, a bat pad, a catching mid-wicket, mid-off, a mid-on, a wide mid-off, a point, gully and slip. Josh Hazlewood's last over of the day. Harmer has the strike. Hazlewood pitches up outside off and Harmer decisively leaves.
It seems the ball was reversing Josh Hazlewood's last spell and early on in Cummins' spell. It just seems to have stopped. And it just doesn't look as lethal or hard work out there, does it?
Yeah. At times it's also about the hardness of the ball, right? Fleming.
I don't think so. I think it's more about maybe some moisture's got on the rough side and it negates the swing.
Hazlewood bowls. Jansen pulls safely into the turf and past head under the helmets. With the 2 set in the deep, it will be a single as Renshaw comes in to do the fielding. 6 for 148. The mate scoreboard make the switch to mate 5G.
Got to be so disciplined, haven't you, with reverse swing? Like if one fielder's not concentrating and's a sweater and just happens to put their hands on that rough side, it is gone.
Still generally very diligent with not giving it to anyone but Marnus. And I'm sure he's developed the skill of shining the ball just so that he can get involved. He touches the ball more than anyone else in the Australian team.
This is Hazlewood's 12th over. 3 maidens, 2 for 28 for Laurenex cleaning. Google Laurenex cleaning today. They are crowding in even closer. Cummins is aggressively pushed up at mid-on. They've closed in on the offside. They're climbing all over Jansen. Hazlewood bowls to him. He blunts that attack, defending to Labuschagne at mid-off. Agar took 4 steps in. Labuschagne came up in line with the popping crease. It was a really aggressive move, wasn't it? We had a security guard who's...
I think the wind blew his hat and then he tripped over the rope and then he's trying to get it and... the crowd's on him, and even now he doesn't feel comfortable putting it back on. No. So big news.
No good catching there. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Hazelwood bowls to Janssen at the body, turned away. Renshaw is in the deep, and so too is Lyon. Lyon comes up from fine leg. A single taken. Janssen will hope that he's able to watch the last couple of balls of the day. He's 10. It's 6 for 149.
It's not going to happen, but Josh has got a very good knuckleball. Very good knuckleball that he's developed. I'd love to see it right now.
Okay. What would it do?
I'd be saying it's a very big chance for an LBW.
Okay.
Or caught at cover or mid-on. They're not easy to bowl, but yeah. He bowls a good one.
Agar switched from cover to mid-wickets. He's just pushed Cummins back. And Cummins has pushed himself back a little bit. Harmer has the strike. Hazelwood bowls to him. He's defending on the back foot. Janssen was thinking about taking the single that was there, but Harmer said, don't worry, I'll see it off. I'll see it off.
Just the way everything's gone for Pat Cummins this summer. His captain, today's been a masterclass of test captaincy in these kind of conditions. Just sense that it would only be poetic if a wicket falls off his ball.
59 action-packed overs after an interminable delay. Australia has made the most of it. Can Josh Hazelwood conjure the perfect finish? He's in and he bowls to Simon Harmer, who defends the ball to mid-wickets. And at stumps, it is 6 for 149. On the mate scoreboard, make the switch to mate 5G. Janssen is 10, Harmer is 6, and Pat Cummins is applauding the efforts of his team, and they could just as rightly applaud his efforts. He has led from the front, 3 for 29, Hazelwood 2 for 29, and Lyon 1 for 65. 20 overs required across a shortened day and then a full day. Budget felt like 6. I reckon Damian Fleming, they're on track.
Yeah, definitely. So 14 wickets for the Australians. You can't see South Africa getting to 270 in the follow-on. And it's going to be, we're looking at the weather, 25, 26 degrees. So they're going to get some baking of the pitch. Certainly there was times when the ball spun sharply, and then for the quicks, the ball went reverse. So, I expect it to start like that tomorrow. That the quicks and the spinners are going to be able to play a big part here. But I did like how resolute Janssen, even though he looks uncomfortable against short ball. Harmer looks, dare I say it, as good a player as I've seen from South Africa, as in not getting rushed, backed his technique. So I think this first wicket is massive for the Australians and South Africa, confidence-wise. If they lose one of these early, I could see that the next 3 wickets just getting wiped straight away.
The fall of wickets for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed boundaries. Valvoline, the original engine oil, 22, 37, 37, 85, 130 and 137. Elgar caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 15. Arvea bowled Lyon for 18. Klaasen caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 2. Bavuma caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 35. Zondo, LBW, Cummins for 39. And Verena caught Smith, bowled Cummins for 19. Time for the plus performance of the day.
That's a plus for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
You're always good at this, Bharat.
Now, Josh Hazelwood's first over to Dean Elgar. He didn't get a wicket, but just the way he signalled his return to Test cricket, you could just see he spoke to us before the Test. He spoke to us about how he wants to play Test cricket. He's fully committed to it, and he's going to give it his all. And in that 1 over, he showed us how hungry he is, and then he got his man.
That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians, run only to benefit its members. Search Compare Host Plus today. And Damian Fleming, who shall be our player of the day for Bingley?
I'm not going to go the obvious one. I'll go Pat Cummins. I feel like as a captain, good declaration. But the bowling, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 wickets for 29. Over the wicket, around the wicket, reverse swing, bouncer. How good was the Yorker LBW? No, Pat wasn't doing that a couple of years ago. So already, one of the better fast bowlers Australia's produced, but he's actually more potent now. Even his pace has dropped a little bit because he's bowling fuller. So he was never getting LBWs. Now he's getting them and bowls. Also, that was a bit of a short little narrative of what we wanted when he got the captaincy. Is we've never had it in the history of Australian Test cricket. Our captain, the big fast bowler, grabs it and goes, okay, I want to rip open this game. Yep. And that's what he's done. And he'll be trying to do it again tomorrow.
Great stuff, Liam. 6 for 149. The Pink Test. Help the McGrath Foundation make this NRMA insurance. Pink Test, one to remember. Buy your virtual pink seats at pinktest.com.au. More than $4.5 million already raised. Day 5, the weather forecast looks good. Australia needs 14 wickets to win the Test match. We will have you here on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus from 9 a.m. Let's head to Marvel Stadium. Big Bash Nation. It's the Renegades and the Hurricanes. The Renegades won the bat flip and chose to bowl. Your commentators are Matthew Cox and Bryce McGain. The Hurricanes are none for 35.
Follow all the action from the SEN Cricket commentary team all summer by following us on TikTok, Instagram and Twitter at SEN Cricket. This is Big Bash Nation.
Alluded to before, made 40